Hello and welcome, guys. Make yourselves comfortable and enjoy. This is Affinity, Chaos. Chapter 1501. Kyle and the others were still in a state of shock when a groan of pain resonated in the place. He's getting worse. Quick, let's take him out of here. One of the young men in the group said. They were shocked by Gray and Klaus' abilities and cultivation stage, but they had more important things to do. A companion was seriously wounded, and from the looks of it, it was very serious. It's not looking good. Klaus frowned when he saw the young man who had a large gash on his back. It had started to turn black. It's infected by the miasma. I can't remove it, Klaus thought as he inspected the young man. Gray looked at the young man and gave it a deep thought. At the young man's current state, given the amount of miasma in his body, he might die before he was taken out of the forest. Even those top sovereigns in their family wouldn't be able to help him out since most of the miasma has already merged with him. But he was different. As long as the young man was still alive and his core wasn't destroyed, he could extract all the miasma in his body. However, this was an ability he didn't want too many people to know about. He squinted his eyes and said to Kyle, "His situation is bad. I can help keep him stable before he's taken back." He squinted his eyes and said to Kyle, "His situation is bad. I can help keep him stable before he's taken back." "Thank you," Kyle said quickly. He knew Gray has immeasurable abilities. As long as Gray says he could keep him stable, then they didn't have anything to worry about. Gray grabbed the young man and covered his body with his blue flames. The flames captivated those watching, while Gray made it larger and stepped inside. He wanted to make sure no one was able to spy on him. He quickly inspected the young man and his expression turned serious. The miasma has gone even deeper than he thought and was already contaminating the young man's core. At this rate, it would have been impossible for the young man to recover with Gray's help. Gray got to work immediately, helping remove the miasma that had gotten to the core and also the ones close to the heart and brain. While Gray was working, those outside watched on curiously. "What's he doing to him?" the young man who refused to drop the item asked. "He's helping your friend," Klaus replied. The young man wanted to speak, but recalling the ability of Klaus, he shut his mouth. Klaus didn't look like someone who would entertain people he wasn't friends with. Kyle saw the young man's reaction and snickered inside. This guy has always been cocky. Even with him, he was cocky, but in the presence of Klaus and Gray, his cockiness has vanished. Everyone knew how difficult it was to break through to the sovereign plane. Some geniuses have not even been able to go past the sage plane, much less getting past the venerable plane. There are thousands of people who have been stuck at the peak of the venerable plane for hundreds of years, yet these two young men passed through with so much ease. It goes to show that their potential was unmatched. Kyle looked at Klaus and the blue flames, which covered both Gray and the young man, and he didn't feel any sort of jealousy. Rather, he was motivated. Since they could get to the sovereign plane, so could he. This is a good chance. I'll make them escort me deeper into the forest. With them, I can acquire more precious items that will improve my cultivation speed. A golden opportunity just dropped before him. He didn't even have the time to be envious since he has to take complete advantage of it. The duo has already helped them out of this and even trying to save the life of someone they weren't too confident would make it. Since they could do something like this, it meant that they could as well take him deeper without having to fear anything. He knew this place was dangerous, very dangerous due to the miasma. But they hadn't gotten too far inside. He could at least get closer to the periphery of the place and get better items. While he was mapping out his plan, the flames vanished and Gray reappeared with the young man who had a better complexion compared to when Gray took him. He should be safe now. Just take him and use your best healing treasures and he should be fine, Gray instructed while handing the young man back to them. The group thanked Gray for his help and wanted to leave. Their expressions changed slightly when Kyle told them to leave without him, but they didn't argue with him and left. They've already taken what they need, and he was in the hands of Gray and Klaus. If anyone was in danger, it was them, who were heading out of the forest. With the group gone, Kyle looked at his two friends with a mischievous smile. "What do you want?" Klaus asked curiously. "I need your help to head deeper into the forest." Kyle didn't hide his intentions. "I see, taking advantage. Gray chuckled. You're already here, what's the point of leaving without having some fun? Kyle asked. Heading deeper does sound fun. Come on, I wouldn't mind escorting you inside. Klaus placed his hand on his chin. Gray didn't have any issues with heading in. If the miasma got into either Kyle or Klaus, he could just take it out of them. He didn't need to worry about others giving away his secret. The trio walked into the woods, heading further into the dangerous zone. This was a place Kyle never thought he could go into a few minutes ago, but now, he was very confident in getting into it. Strange how things could change with the appearance of two people, but he didn't mind since they were his friends. Chapter 1502. There's something ahead. Gray informed the duo behind him. Klaus nodded in agreement, he could also sense the presence of something ahead of them. Kyle was the only one lost, he didn't sense anything in front of them. He could only give a wry smile. The trio walked forward, and just as both Gray and Klaus said, a large building appeared in front of them. That place gives me the creeps. Klaus shook his body. I don't think there's anything good there. Kyle said with a strange expression. He could sense a very dark aura coming from that place, he didn't want to step into it. In contrast, there are multiple good items in there. It's just very dangerous. Gray smiled. He could sense a few good things inside that place, they were faint, but he didn't doubt his senses. You're saying we should go into that place? Klaus pointed at the building. Ha ha, of course. Gray laughed, don't tell me you're afraid. Besides, how are we going to see what treasures it holds without stepping inside? Klaus shivered and looked at the place again. The building was giving off an eerie vibe, and the miasma present there is even stronger compared to the places around it. That's too much for me. I'm still all right here, but if I go closer, I'll be in danger. Kyle didn't like the idea of walking into that place. He was the one who told them he wanted to come here, but he knew how dangerous miasma is, and if he were infected by it, he would be in serious trouble. Don't worry about the miasma. It's nothing serious, I can deal with it. Gray reassured him. Ooh? You have a way to deal with the miasma? Kyle was stunned by Gray's words. Of course, why would I dare to come in here if I don't? Gray said matter-of-factly. Kyle threw a glance at Klaus and saw his calm expression. For real? He asked again. Just follow him already, you should know he wouldn't joke around with his life. Klaus rolled his eyes when he noticed Kyle's hesitation. Gray took the first step and Klaus followed closely behind. Kyle hesitated for a second, but moved closer to Klaus and Gray. His expression changed when he noticed the relatively smaller amount of miasma he could feel around him. The miasma was still there, but he wasn't sensing them the way he used to, it was as if they were avoiding the area they were standing. His eyes moved to Gray and genuine shock was in them. He has always been blown away by Gray's feats, but some of these things were things some people could attempt to a certain extent. Like having 5 elements or being ridiculously strong. These were things that had been seen before, and there would be people that would show even more. However, there was no one who could deal with miasma. This was formed naturally and was one of the most dangerous things created by nature. Yet Gray seemed to have seen a way to sort it out. This is amazing. The only thing that passed through Kyle's head was how amazing Gray is. Being able to do something like this was beyond imagination. They soon got to the door and Gray pushed it open. He was the strongest and had to be in front. The second Gray opened the door, a powerful miasma burst out and covered the trio. Kyle felt his heart skip when he saw this, but he relaxed when he couldn't feel it in his body. He once again looked at Gray and couldn't help but be grateful he was friends with such a figure. It took a while before the thing settled. Gray didn't rush into the place, he waited patiently as he tried to inspect the place from the outside. I can't pinpoint the exact location of the things I can sense. The miasma here is too much. Gray told the duo behind him. Kyle didn't even attempt to in the first place, he already knew how dangerous it was. Klaus nodded, he tried to see if he could sense anything, but he couldn't go far as well. Their only option was to move around, searching for the place the signal was stronger. Klaus, go to the back. Gray instructed. They were in the building now, and it could be dangerous. The most dangerous place was the front and the back. I know. Klaus moved behind Kyle, who stepped in the middle. They were currently standing in a hall that had 2 stairs on either end. Gray went for the one of the left, since it was the closest one. If they couldn't get anything from this side, then they would use the next one. They climbed the steps, but Klaus, who was standing at the back of the trio, turned and unleashed an attack. Gray and Kyle turned around, and they noticed Klaus' attack hit a humanoid figure that dispersed into the miasma in the place. It was as if the figure was part of the miasma. Can't you see who is the strongest? Generally you take out the strongest before the others. Klaus yelled into the darkness. Gray's eyes twitched when he heard Klaus' statement. How did you sense it? He didn't bother with Klaus' statement and asked the important question, even he didn't sense anything. If Klaus hadn't attacked, there was no way he would have known about it. Simple, my domain is always active. Klaus shrugged like it was a normal thing. Your domain is always active? Gray was the one taken aback this time. Yeah. Remember that technique I told you I learned from my faction when we just entered this place? Klaus asked, and after seeing Gray nod, he added, it makes use of my ice domain and is always active. I can sense anything 50 meters around me. That's amazing. Gray was intrigued by it. He looked at Klaus with a smile. Don't even think about it. She will kill me if she finds out I taught you. Klaus could already tell what Gray wanted to ask and outrightly denied him. Fine. I can use my Earth domain. Gray snorted and spread out his Earth domain. Although he couldn't always keep it active like Klaus, he could use it for a long period as long as he wasn't using it for a fight. When he activated it and spread out his Earth domain, the tiny invisible particles that spread across the place sent a chill down his spine when he sensed the number of things around him. There are so many of them. Gray was shocked at the figures he sensed. Luckily, they weren't too strong. Yeah, they generally won't attack unless we get too close. Klaus said. Gray and Kyle couldn't help but look at him. I studied them from the first time we entered here. We got too close to that one that wanted to attack. Klaus explained. Gray gave him a suspicious look but didn't say anything and continued climbing the stairs. They soon arrived at a hallway and they could see cracks on the wall of the place. It was obvious this place has been abandoned for hundreds of years. I wonder who stayed in a place like this. Kyle thought out loud. Some big shot, obviously. Klaus replied. He added, if you notice. It's in the depths of the forest, and he obviously didn't want any disturbance. Kyle and Gray didn't see anything wrong with his explanation. This was something that was common with some powerhouses. They don't like it when people disturb them as they cultivate, so they usually come to places like these and hide. They continued walking and saw a door. Gray opened it, and he was attacked by one of the humanoid entities in the place. It was very weak and Gray was able to kill it with one attack. There's nothing here, he said as he closed the door. He didn't sense anything from that place and knew there was nothing there. He continued forward and before long he had opened over 10 doors in this hallway and was attacked in each, but he didn't find anything in any of them. There were 2 doors left. He walked to one of them and when he opened it, he smiled as he sensed something inside. The humanoid figure that attacked was dispersed with only his aura as he entered the place. I don't know how valuable the item here is, but it shouldn't be bad, he said to Kyle. Kyle was a little excited as he looked forward to whatever they would get. Klaus followed from behind, happy that Gray could sense the figures now. Since Gray could sense them, he didn't need to worry too much. Anyone that had come close has been destroyed by Gray. The room was big, and they saw a large bed, as well some things around the place. Chapter 1503. Gray moved the bed and found a chest under it. Whatever's here should be in here, he said, and just as he was about to open it, he sensed something and couldn't help but shake his head. With a wave of his hand, all the figures that were about to step out from the miasma disintegrated. Kyle didn't even sense the figures, but Gray had already dealt with them. Not just that, while he was dealing with them, he had also unlocked the chest. What's inside? Klaus asked. Some kind of scale. Gray picked up a large dark brownish scale from the box. Its surface was rough and very strong. A dragon scale? Kyle asked. No, I have a dragon and I've felt his scales. It's not like this. Gray explained. You know you didn't have to add the last part, right? Klaus felt a vein pop on his head. Gray was obviously showing off. What was the point of speaking about having a dragon and this? A simple no would have been fine. How are you going to believe me? Gray asked. You told us to walk into a dangerous miasma and we didn't doubt you. You think we would cause of a scale of unknown origin? Klaus felt like beating Gray up. Gray thought about it and confirmed Klaus was right. They haven't doubted him once, but still, he felt like he had to explain to them how he knew it wasn't a dragon scale. While Klaus and Gray were in the midst of bickering, Kyle looked at Gray in shock once again. He couldn't help but ask softly, "You have a dragon?" "Yeah, a baby dragon. You see, I saved." "We don't need to know its fucking story. What has that scale?" "It looks great." Klaus cut Gray off. He had already heard the story. There was no point in Gray saying it again. All he wanted to know was what had that scale. He didn't see any reason Gray was diverting to himself owning a dragon. Gray sighed and placed the scale close to his nose. After a while he did something that grossed the duo standing close to him. Gray moved the scale close to his mouth and licked it. After getting a proper feel of the taste, he said, "It's an animal from the sea. I know this taste anywhere, no matter how faint it is." "You're such a psycho. Who licks something just to know its origin?" Klaus gave Gray a weird look. Gray didn't bother with him as he explained, it should belong to a powerful beast that frequents land. So it shouldn't be a fish, but something that could survive on land as well. A sea snake can do something like that, and you know there are a fair few fish that can come to land. Kyle explained. "I know there are some fish that can come to land, but this one lives on land just as much as it does on water." "Some sea snakes or something else?" Gray said. Kyle nodded. "Well, there's no point finding its origin." "Is it useful?" Klaus immediately spoke up when he heard this and threw a jab at Gray in the process. "Exactly. This is what we should be doing, not going around licking things that are hundreds of years old just to satisfy our cravings." Gray was already used to Klaus' behavior and didn't bother with him. He looked at Kyle and said, "Well, you can't, but I think I can. Hopefully we can get you something good in the next room." Klaus consoled Kyle as they stepped out of the place. Gray kept scale and walked behind them, making sure Kyle was in the middle. Klaus was the one taking the lead this time. He opened the last door in the hallway and didn't find anything good. The humanoid figure that stepped out of the door was frozen on the spot and Kyle was able to get a good view of it. Unlike Klaus and Gray, who had been using a special method to see the figures since, he hadn't been able to sense them. Now that he saw it, he was a little surprised. It wasn't as large as he expected, and their facial features resembled that of a bird. Strange. Something flashed through his head, but he shook his head. He didn't think there was a connection between this and what he just recalled. The group entered the room and didn't find anything. This was within their expectation since they only found something in over 10 previous doors. They went on to head over to the other stairs on the other side of the hall. The first door proved to be productive as they saw a bead. Although full with miasma, it seemed to possess some amount of pure essence. Gray could easily remove the miasma in it, so it was something Kyle could use. In this hallway, they found something good in almost every door they entered. But the strength of the figures increased, but it wasn't enough to threaten them. As they left the hallway and returned to the hall, Kyle walked closer to the chair that was placed on the end of the hall, facing the door. When he got closer to it, his eyes expanded. Impossible. What? Both Gray and Klaus' attention were drawn over when they heard him. This is the place of a legendary figure, the Phoenix King. Kyle explained. The Phoenix what now? Klaus was confused. The Phoenix King. Gray leaned closer to Klaus' ear and said clearly. I heard him the first time. Klaus pushed Gray away with his shoulders. The Phoenix King is not technically a phoenix, rather, he was a powerful elementalist that was well known for his closeness with the phoenixes. It is said that he knows the exact place phoenixes hide and even lives with them. Kyle explained. Allegedly, this Phoenix King has a lot of phoenixes around him and is even said to be a descendant of phoenixes from a strange story which Kyle didn't go into even after Klaus' insistent pestering. Chapter 1504. Kyle continued talking about the stories he knew about the Phoenix King. Both Gray and Klaus listened to him, but they both had the same question in their heads. How did a human become a descendant of phoenixes? Kyle didn't seem to see the looks on their faces, and when he was done, Klaus looked at him and said, I don't care about whatever thing he achieved, what I want to know is how he is of phoenix descent when he's obviously a human. Kyle looked at Klaus and didn't know what to say. There's no way Klaus is expecting him to say that, right? Come on, I'm waiting. Gray told us how he knew that wasn't a dragon scale, you should also tell us why we should believe in this Phoenix King guy. Klaus had a serious look on his face, he wanted Kyle to tell him how the story of the Phoenix King being a phoenix's descendant when he's clearly human came about. Kyle couldn't help but look at Gray pleading eyes. Gray laughed and placed his hand on Kyle's shoulder. Come on, bud, why don't you tell us, I'm very curious as well. Kyle felt like his head was about to explode, but he still went on to tell them what he heard. Oh, so that's how it went? Klaus asked. According to the rumors. Kyle said. I see, I never knew there were such people. Klaus said, and then he gave Gray a weird glance and said, come to think of it, Gray, since you don't seem to like girls, or boys, could it be that you've developed a feeling for V? Bang! Before Klaus could complete his statement, his figure was sent flying and he crashed into the chair that was placed in the middle of the wall. To the surprise of everyone, Klaus' figure passed through the wall without facing any form of resistance. Ooh? Gray walked closer to the place and when he touched the armrest, he felt the coldness, which indicated that it was there. He raised his hand above the chair and when he touched it, his hand passed through. Let's go. Gray didn't want to take the risk of leaving Kyle there alone and took him along as he entered the place. When they entered, they saw a large cave and Klaus was stuck on the other end of the wall. What the fuck, Gray? Do you want to kill me? Klaus yelled from the other side. He hadn't even taken a good glance around him as he dropped to the ground. If not for the fact that I like you as a good friend, I would have fought you to the death. He continued yelling. Shit! Where am I? He was startled when he saw a statue of a beast close to him as he retreated. You'll die if you try to fight with me. Gray said coolly. Klaus didn't even try to argue. Kyle laughed when he witnessed the communication between the duo. He knew how they usually act. Klaus would brag but never try to fight with Gray. Even a genius such as Klaus didn't dare to tangle with Gray in a fight. They've all seen how powerful Gray was, and this was even more true for Klaus, who has been friends with him for a long time. What's this place? Klaus asked. A secret place, maybe there's something good here. Klaus said as he looked around. He didn't see anything other than statues. Could these statues be what holds the secrets of this place? They all thought. Other than the statues, there was nothing else, so it obviously meant the statues were quite important. Let's take them. Klaus suggested. That shouldn't be right. Let's see if there's something on them first. If there's nothing, we'll destroy them. Gray's first statement made Klaus disappointed, but on hearing the last part of his statement, he couldn't help but smile brightly. This was the person he knew. Gray would not leave this place easily without trying to figure out what is hidden here. This was something he's well aware of. And neither would he. Since they were here, thanks to him, they needed to take something good. Who knows, he might get a nice treasure here. After all, he was the one who discovered it. At the thought of this, he looked at Gray. Since I'm the one who discovered this place, I'll take 70% of all the treasures. You guys can share the remaining 30%. I'll punch off a few more of your teeth. Gray threatened. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Klaus asked, ready to attack Gray. Gray didn't even bother with him and started inspecting the statues. Seeing that Gray ignored him, Klaus also started inspecting the statues as well. Before long they were done and both exchanged glances. Without hesitation, they struck out at the same time. Kyle's mouth was wide agape as the duo destroyed the statues one by one. Underneath one of the statues, something glowed brightly. Klaus was the one who shattered it, and before Gray could move he grabbed it. I wonder what this is. He looked at Gray as he spoke. Let me see. Gray came close, but Klaus refused. Don't tell me you want to lick it again? He commented. Just give it to me. Gray rolled his eyes. Klaus tossed it to him and he started inspecting it. The item was small, but he could feel that it was special, he just didn't know what it was. He looked at Kyle. Any idea? Kyle was the one who spoke about some Phoenix King, so there's a chance he knows what this was. Kyle shook his head. I've never seen that thing before. What do we do with it now? Gray asked. Klaus shrugged. He didn't know. He thought it was something special. Just keep it, we'll know if it's useful in the future. He suggested. Chapter 1505. The trio left the building with the item. There was nothing left for them in that place. Klaus was a little annoyed he didn't find anything good for himself, but Kyle was ecstatic since he got a few items that would increase his strength. With those items, the peak of the Venerable Plane is not far away. In a few months or so he should be able to attain that level. Thinking about his gains, he felt proud having such people as his friends. If not for Gray's ability to negate the miasma, they wouldn't have been able to enter that place. Not just negating it, Gray was also able to locate the treasures. Are we leaving this place now? Klaus asked as they headed towards the exit of the forest. Well, there's somewhere else I would like to go. But I don't know if you two are free. Kyle replied awkwardly. We have nothing to do for a month or so, we're free. Klaus replied before Gray could speak. Gray didn't stop him since he was right, they indeed didn't have anything to do for the time being. They had to wait for Reynolds and Alice to break through, which would take some time. The duo were in the 8th stage the last time they saw, and there's a chance they might have gotten to the peak by now, but they will still need some time before to get to that sovereign plane. Even Gray and Klaus, who were at the peak during their last meeting, only managed to get to the sovereign plane a while back. Kyle was pleased they would be free and told them of where he was headed. But first, he wanted to improve his strength. This was something he needed for the journey, he didn't want to rely on only the duo to do everything. Kyle was in the 5th stage of the elemental venerable plane at the moment, he was already very close to getting to the 6th stage, and with the help of this treasure, he will attain it and even try to push for the 7th stage. Gray took the orb from him and cleansed the miasma that had corrupted it. It was a simple process and within a few minutes, the orb was as good as new. When Klaus saw the orb, he was a little taken aback by how it was. He didn't think it would be this good. Since it was covered by miasma the first time, he couldn't be blamed. It didn't have any sort of ice properties, so it never interested him anyway. Gray set up a large formation to ensure Kyle wasn't disturbed and left with Klaus, keeping watch some meters away from Kyle. Klaus looked at Kyle as he was breaking through and chuckled. I remember when we were all in the Overlord plane. How time flies. Gray nodded. Indeed, they've come a long way. Thinking about it, their cultivation speed shot up after they came to the Aurora continent. One has to know that the elemental grade, which usually determines the speed of an elementalist, seemed non-existent to Gray's friends the second they came here. He didn't know if it had anything to do with them or not. There's something odd about this place. He made mention of it and Klaus couldn't help but wonder about it as well. Since they came to this place, their cultivation speed has increased. They weren't like Gray, whose elemental grade could increase. What's happening to us then? He wondered out loud. Gray brought out a testing stone. There's only one way to find out. Klaus didn't waste any time and placed his hands on it. His original grade was purple, one of the weakest amongst the grades. When he placed his hand on the stone, it glowed with a yellowish color and slight signs of emerald could be seen on it. It was as if it was evolving from yellow to emerald. Gray looked at Klaus and the other looked at him in shock. Are you sure that thing is functional? Klaus asked with a weird look on his face. His original grade was purple, yet he was not only seeing yellow on the stone, but there were signs of it turning into emerald. In the Aurora continent, emerald is the highest elemental grade since the black and white grades are rumors and there hadn't been any news of them in thousands of years. It is. I've been using it for a long time. Gray replied. I have another one. He brought out a second one and used it, the result was the same. Klaus brought one out. He has always had this with him, but he didn't think of checking his elemental grade. To be honest, he didn't even think about it much. After they took the Great Earth Essence liquid, his grade moved up to blue, which he already felt was a miracle. And after that, he has been growing at the same pace as Grey and others, so he didn't think too much about it. But now that Grey brought it to his notice, he realized there was a mistake somewhere. He shouldn't be growing at the same pace as Grey. Grey could infinitely increase his elemental grade, which meant that he could achieve the highest known elemental grade. So how is he able to catch up to Grey? My elemental grade is increasing? He looked at Grey with disbelief in his eyes. That shouldn't be possible. Grey was also in a state of shock. The Great Earth Essence liquid is only effective once, and it can only increase the grade by 1. Some people aren't even lucky and it doesn't increase theirs. When they look at the pace at which other people are improving, they've always thought it was slow, but since all 4 of them were moving at almost the same speed, they didn't think too much about it. They all had the pride of a genius after all and didn't think less of themselves. Something's wrong. 04:101505. How's this possible? The trio left the building with the item. There was nothing left for them in that place. Klaus was a little annoyed he didn't find anything good for himself, but Kyle was ecstatic since he got a few items that would increase his strength. With those items, the peak of the Venerable Plane is not far away. In a few months or so he should be able to attain that level. Thinking about his gains, he felt proud having such people as his friends. If not for Grey's ability to negate the miasma, they wouldn't have been able to enter that place. Not just negating it, Grey was also able to locate the treasures. Are we leaving this place now? Klaus asked as they headed towards the exit of the forest. Well, there's somewhere else I would like to go. But I don't know if you two are free. Kyle replied awkwardly. We have nothing to do for a month or so, we're free. Klaus replied before Grey could speak. Grey didn't stop him since he was right, they indeed didn't have anything to do for the time being. They had to wait for Reynolds and Alice to break through, which would take some time. The duo were in the 8th stage the last time they saw, and there's a chance they might have gotten to the peak by now, but they will still need some time before to get to that sovereign plane. Even Grey and Klaus, who were at the peak during their last meeting, only managed to get to the sovereign plane a while back. Kyle was pleased they would be free and told them of where he was headed. But first, he wanted to improve his strength. This was something he needed for the journey. He didn't want to rely on only the duo to do everything. Kyle was in the 5th stage of the elemental venerable plane at the moment. He was already very close to getting to the 6th stage, and with the help of this treasure, he will attain it and even try to push for the 7th stage. Grey took the orb from him and cleansed the miasma that had corrupted it. It was a simple process, and within a few minutes, the orb was as good as new. When Klaus saw the orb, he was a little taken aback by how it was. He didn't think it would be this good. Since it was covered by miasma the first time, he couldn't be blamed. It didn't have any sort of ice properties, so it never interested him anyway. Grey set up a large formation to ensure Kyle wasn't disturbed and left with Klaus, keeping watch some meters away from Kyle. Klaus looked at Kyle as he was breaking through and chuckled. I remember when we were all in the Overlord plane. How time flies. Grey nodded. Indeed, they've come a long way. Thinking about it, their cultivation speed shot up after they came to the Aurora continent. One has to know that the elemental grade, which usually determines the speed of an elementalist, seemed non-existent to Grey's friends the second they came here. He didn't know if it had anything to do with them or not. There's something odd about this place. He made mention of it, and Klaus couldn't help but wonder about it as well. Since they came to this place, their cultivation speed has increased. They weren't like Grey, whose elemental grade could increase. What's happening to us then? He wondered out loud. Grey brought out a testing stone. There's only one way to find out. Klaus didn't waste any time and placed his hands on it. His original grade was purple, one of the weakest amongst the grades. When he placed his hand on the stone, it glowed with a yellowish color and slight signs of emerald could be seen on it. It was as if it was evolving from yellow to emerald. Grey looked at Klaus and the other looked at him in shock. Are you sure that thing is functional? Klaus asked with a weird look on his face. His original grade was purple, yet he was not only seeing yellow on the stone, but there were signs of it turning into emerald. In the Aurora continent, Emerald is the highest elemental grade since the black and white grades are rumors and there hadn't been any news of them in thousands of years. It is. I've been using it for a long time. Gray replied. I have another one. He brought out a second one and used it. The result was the same. Klaus brought one out. He has always had this with him, but he didn't think of checking his elemental grade. To be honest, he didn't even think about it much. After they took the Great Earth Essence liquid, his grade moved up to blue, which he already felt was a miracle. And after that, he has been growing at the same pace as Gray and others, so he didn't think too much about it. But now that Gray brought it to his notice, he realized there was a mistake somewhere. He shouldn't be growing at the same pace as Gray. Gray could infinitely increase his elemental grade, which meant that he could achieve the highest known elemental grade. So how is he able to catch up to Gray? My elemental grade is increasing? He looked at Gray with disbelief in his eyes. That shouldn't be possible. Gray was also in a state of shock. The Great Earth Essence liquid is only effective once, and it can only increase the grade by 1. Some people aren't even lucky and it doesn't increase theirs. When they look at the pace at which other people are improving, they've always thought it was slow, but since all 4 of them were moving at almost the same speed, they didn't think too much about it. They all had the pride of a genius after all and didn't think less of themselves. Something's wrong. Chapter 1506. Gray and Klaus were in a state of shock. It was fine since Gray had a reason for his increase, but what is the reason behind Klaus' elemental grade increase? It's not just Klaus, but both Reynold and Alice must have seen an increase as well, but like Klaus, they were also oblivious to it. Gray, did you infect us? Klaus blurted out. Why are you saying it like it's a bad thing? Gray couldn't believe what was coming out of Klaus' mouth. If he indeed infected them like Klaus claims, wouldn't it be a good thing for them? This doesn't make sense. There's no way it can happen that way. Did you by any chance take a treasure that's powerful and can also increase your elemental grade? Gray couldn't make sense of what was happening. If I did, don't you think I would have checked already? Klaus hadn't taken any treasures like that. Besides, it wasn't something easy to come by. Because they found it once doesn't mean they will be able to do so again. If you're implying I did, which I don't remember doing, what about Ray and Alice? Klaus added, they're increasing at this same speed as well. Gray grabbed his head in confusion. This was an unbelievable discovery. Could I really be infecting you guys? He didn't know what to believe. Klaus shrugged, he didn't know, he was just saying. I wonder what grades your elements are. He changed the topic, motioning for Gray to place his hand on the stone. Gray, although lost in thoughts, did as requested and Klaus felt his eyes twitch. On the stone, there were 2 glaring black colors there. It was evident that it was from 2 elements. Not just that, but 2 more were white. As if that is not enough, the remaining 4 were all emerald. 4 of Gray's elements had become the fabled black or white grade, while the remaining 4 were at the highest grade for those in the Aurora continent, emerald grade. This isn't fair. Klaus murmured. Seeing himself having part emerald grade made him excited. He wanted to see if Gray had gotten to the emerald grade in any of his elements, but to his shock, 4 were already at the peak, which was the black or white grade, and the other 4 were in the emerald grade. He felt so proud of. What shattered his heart was that his own was just starting to show signs of cracking, while Gray's own was fully in the emerald grade. There was no signs of them being in the process of entering the emerald grade. He's bullying us in everything. Klaus complained internally. Gray has 8 elements, as if that was not enough, all of them had such outstandingly high grades. This was unfathomable. If people heard of Gray's elemental grades, they would give up on cultivating. It was too discouraging. In the Azure continent where they were from, the blue grade was regarded as the peak, and anyone who got to the violet grade was hunted down and killed. This was the reason behind the Empire's hunting the group. Klaus couldn't help but wonder what those people's reactions would be now if they found out their elemental grades. Hey bud, why don't we visit the Azure continent someday? He nudged Gray. They had a lot of memories there, and he didn't mind going back there and seeing Lunar City once again. He was once the mayor's son and enjoyed imaginable prestige there. Of course, his status here was almost on the same level as that one, if not higher. but that was a place special to him and he didn't mind visiting. All right, maybe after the war we will go there if we're alive. Gray replied. Stop being so pessimistic. With this new discovery, we can win this war. The four of us, at the forefront. We will prevail. Klaus was in high spirits. They have a god-plane elementalist, we don't. Gray's words were like cold water as it drenched Klaus' high spirits. All we need is time. Klaus didn't want to give up. Time, we do not have. They can invade at any time. This is why I want to sneak in there and cause some chaos. Gray dropped his head. If we can buy a year or two, maybe, just maybe we might make it. If a year or two is too much, then we'll break through faster. Aren't you confident in getting to the peak of the sovereign plane in a few months? Klaus asked. Gray looked at him. He wanted to be optimistic like Klaus, but he couldn't. This wasn't so simple. He knew Klaus knew this as well, but he was just being himself. A few months to get to the peak of the sovereign plane, we'll have to break every record to attain that. He joked. We've been breaking these records all this while, why would this be different? Klaus' spirit was getting higher and higher, and to a certain extent, it was starting to affect Gray. Why would this be different? Gray asked himself, and to be honest, he didn't know. He didn't know if it was just him being pessimistic or overthinking the situation, but he knew it couldn't be that easy. There's no harm in trying, brother. He shook Klaus' hands. Ha, that's the spirit. In a few months, we will get to the peak of the sovereign plane, we have no choice. Klaus said. We either get to the peak, or die. Gray added. Chill bud, it's not that serious yet. Klaus had to calm Gray's spirit this time. He didn't mention anything about dying, so where did Gray get that? Gray laughed when he heard Klaus. The duo entered a fit of laughter as they watched Kyle break through. They knew this was a serious matter, and breaking through has gotten even tougher since they got to the sovereign plane, but they have no choice. Chapter 1507. Kyle's breakthrough took a while, and Gray and Klaus used the time to map out their plans for the Gnome world. Their objective was simple: cause mayhem. If they had a way to blend into the Gnome world without being noticed, then they would be able to achieve unimaginable success since they wouldn't have to be sneaking around, rather would be walking freely. There might be a way, but we will have to make some adjustments to how we walk. And we can't talk much as well. Gray knew of a way. He has been controlling the Seventh Prince for a while now and has come to understand these people actually keep humans as slaves. The powerful humans are used as puppets, while the weaker ones are slaves. Their cultivation is stripped, so they wouldn't be able to cause any harm to the young and weak gnomes. Also, without permission, they cannot leave their premises or talk to anyone outside the place they stay. So you're saying we enter to become slaves? Klaus asked. I'll see if there's another way to hide ourselves. If not, that's our only choice. Gray answered. The appearance of new slaves and the sudden deaths of royals is definitely going to raise suspicions. Klaus said after giving it some thoughts. They were obviously going to enter the palace as the Seventh Prince's slaves. That will naturally draw attention. If chaos breaks out in the once peaceful palace, they would be among the suspects, if not the main suspects by the guards. So they had to be smart with their moves. That's why we're not going to enter the palace. Gray explained, the Seventh Prince has a loyal ally that should be in the mid-stages of the sovereign plane. If we all work together, we should be able to knock him out when he's not expecting it during the first meeting. And with that, I can place him under my control. That's a good plan. But attacking such a powerful figure would mean we have to rely on talismans, which will cause a large explosion. I know. That's why I'll be setting up an array beforehand. We will meet at a spot we've already prepared for the mission. The duo continued their plans as Kyle entered the final stages of his breakthrough. Surprisingly, he managed to get to the 7th stage of the Venerable Plane. Gray knew the item was good, but he didn't expect it to have such effects. I'm done. We should head out now. Kyle walked up to the duo. Gray studied him and nodded. There was no point in staying here any longer. While the trio were on a journey, Reynold had left his faction in the bid to break through to the Sovereign Plane. He is currently in the 9th stage, but very close to the peak. A method of getting to the sovereign plane entered his head, but he can only confirm it after getting into a tough battle. Gray and Klaus have broken through. I shouldn't be lacking behind. With my elemental warrior, I should be able to gain the advantage for the first time. He laughed to himself as he walked into a town. There was a place he wanted to visit. It is rumored that a powerful magical beast was ravaging a town not far from here, and the beast is said to be at the peak of the 7th rank. This was the type of opponent he needed to stimulate himself and grow to the next level. Once he can defeat this opponent, he knows for sure that his cultivation would shoot to the peak. If he's lucky, he might even get to the sovereign plane. After entering the town, the people present were few. He knew it was due to the beast ravaging the town not too far away. This was why he came. The strongest person in this town was at the peak of the venerable plane, but in Reynold's eyes, he hadn't even left the mid-stages of the venerable plane. This person was one of those who only improved themselves using magical treasures and not honing their strengths. As time goes on, they will show weaker and weaker strength compared to their cultivation stage. The man was the leader of this town, and he was the one who sent out the news of this beast. Reynold walked up to his place, and before anyone could even see him, he was already inside. He appeared silently in the town leader's office, and seeing him seated, obviously to his arrival, he scoffed. "What do you have on the beast?" He went straight to the point. The town leader was shocked when he heard the unfamiliar voice. Raising his head, he saw the young Reynold standing before him. "How did you get in here?" he asked. "That's not what you should be worrying yourself about." Reynolds took a seat and said, "You sent out words about a beast. I'm here to take up the task. I want to know what you know about it before I embark on the journey." The town leader looked around and sighed. He couldn't sense Reynolds' cultivation, which meant Reynolds was stronger than he is. He didn't know if the person before him was a sovereign, but thinking about it, it doesn't matter since even if he's not, he could kill him without him even noticing it. It appeared 2 weeks ago. The man went on to tell Reynolds of how the beast appeared and its behavior. It appears every 2 days, and each time, it would take most of the precious items in the town. The town is known for its mine, and these stones were exactly what the beast was taking. "Did you just say it's a griffin?" Reynolds cut the man off when he heard the word, Griffin. "Yes, that's what I've heard." The man nodded. "When was its last attack?" Reynolds asked. 2 days ago. "That mean it'll attack today?" "Yes." Reynolds' body was covered in lightning, and before the town leader could utter another statement, Reynolds disappeared from the room like a flash of lightning, blitzing past the window. Chapter 1508. Some kilometers away from the town Reynolds just visited, a large figure could be seen in the sky of a fully abandoned town. The town was large, spanning hundreds of meters, but there was barely anyone present. It was as if it had been deserted. Above the town, the figure with the body of a lion, head of an eagle, and massive wings hovered above it, looking down at the town with its menacing eyes. Its eyes were set on one place only, a large hill that was within the town boundaries. The griffin stayed in the sky for a while, inspecting the place, and after a few seconds, he dove down, heading straight for the hill. Just as it was about to reach the hill, it sensed a powerful aura fast approaching. The aura was coming its way, and it could sense a little bit of threat from it. It wasn't enough to scare it away, but enough to make it wary. It didn't focus on the hill anymore, rather, it turned to look at the aura rushing towards it. Hundreds of meters away, Reynolds, covered in lightning, was flashing through the sky as he rushed toward the griffin. He had already sensed its aura from some distance away and was excited at the prospect of fighting it. After getting to the 9th stage, his elemental warrior didn't skip into the sovereign plane, and he understood the reason. The sovereign plane was not something so easy to attain. Without the essence from the universe, there was no way he could use strength matching a sovereign. He felt Gray could achieve it, but Gray wasn't like others, he was different. His plan now is to break through and see the increase his elemental warrior would get. For now, he could unleash close to a pseudo-sovereign's attack power if he went all out. That was enough for most peak venerables, but not a magical beast, especially one like this. Reynold stood before the griffin with his eyes flashing with lightning. He looked at the magnificent beast before him and couldn't help but recall Gray's teacher's magical beast. The first time he saw a griffin was when Chris brought it out, that was before Gray came to the academy. He was left speechless by the act and had always been drawn by these magnificent creatures. The griffin, sensing Reynold's cultivation stage, gave him a look of disdain and went on its usual business. Yes, Reynolds could cause it some trouble, but it wasn't something it couldn't handle. At first, it thought maybe a peak venerable was the one coming. Seeing that it was just a 9th stage venerable, it felt irritated. It had beaten multiple peak venerables that had come to stop it, and this 9th stage venerable would die from a single attack. As it was heading towards the hill, something it never expected happened. The human it looked down on attacked. The strength of the attack was beyond what it thought and was forced to take it head-on. Change appeared in its eyes, as it never expected the human to possess such strength. The fact that the human's first attack was enough to alarm it showed that it shouldn't take him lightly. Reynolds nodded when he saw that he had gotten the attention of the beast. He didn't say anything as there was no need to, and attacked. His body was covered in his armor and his cultivation went up to the peak of the venerable plane. This came as another shock to the griffin. Reynolds attacked, and the griffin blocked the attack. It had the wind element which made it very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed into the clouds, with Reynolds following behind it. Reynolds didn't want it to escape. This was his sparring opponent, a very good one at that. He would never let it get away. The griffin didn't mind Reynolds' insistent chase. It soon stopped and attacked. The hill was too important, hence it didn't want the battle to affect it. It would have moved into the hill, but it was not suitable for its stay. Reynolds didn't speak and continued attacking. This time, the griffin screeched and sent out waves of wind blades. Reynolds dodged them and used lightning arrows to strike. The griffin was just as fast even though it was large. Reynolds moved closer. He wanted to use the size of the griffin to his advantage. Since he was smaller, he would make it hard for the griffin to hit him while he dealt damage to it. As if sensing Reynolds' intentions, the griffin gave him some space, always ensuring they didn't get closer than 20 meters. Both parties relied heavily on their speed, so the battle was all over the place as they were covering hundreds of meters within a stride. They attacked in flashes and dodge in the same manner as well. From below the clouds, it was as if a beautiful light show was taking place in the sky. Only those strong enough could sense the energies behind each ray of light. The battle raged on for minutes, and it was clear that none of them was getting the advantage over the other. Both parties were attacking ferociously, but none of them had been able to deal any real damage to the other due to their insane speed. The fight raged on for over 30 minutes, and exhaustion started to creep in. Both of them were tired, but neither wanted to back down. After some time, they stopped attacking and only looked at each other. It was clear they were both tired and none of them could continue the fight. Reynolds looked at it and said, "Draw." After that, he left the place. He couldn't keep his armor on for much longer. If he does that, he would be at the losing end since his strength would decrease. The griffin, which was tired, didn't have any issues with that and retreated as well. Chapter 1509. This time, the griffin didn't wait for 2 days before returning, rather, it returned the next day. Reynolds was there, waiting for its return. And when the griffin returned, the duo started their battle once again. This time, the griffin was more ferocious as it attacked with the intent to kill. This made Reynolds even more excited. This was the sort of battle he wished for, and since the griffin wanted to kill him now, it meant he would be pushed even further. The longer the fight continued, the better his chances of breaking through, either through battle or the after effects of the battle. Just like the first day, the duo fought to a draw, and both parties parted ways after they were exhausted from the fight. Reynolds was pleased with what was happening, while the griffin was getting angered. It was a prestigious magical beast, one of the legendary magical beasts. It wasn't like those everyday magical beasts, yet it couldn't defeat one human. This discovery made it very annoyed, and it felt like its pride was on the line. It's either he defeated this human or it was defeated by it in the end. From its perspective, there was no way Reynolds would be able to defeat it, so it still had 100% confidence in itself. At most, they would continue fighting to a draw until it took advantage of Reynolds' mistake. It didn't think it would ever make a mistake as it was bigger than that. Reynolds didn't know what was going on in the head of the griffin, but he knew that he was slowly getting stronger as the battle continued. If he fought with this intensity for the next 5 to 6 days, he was sure that he would get to the peak of the venerable plane. Once he gets to the peak, then the sovereign plane was only a step away. After each fight, he would cultivate, using the after effects of the battle to strengthen himself. Since Reynold's appearance, the Griffin hadn't been able to cause any harm to anyone, nor had it been able to attack the hill where the mine was located. The people who were still in the town noticed an expert was battling with the Griffin, but none of them knew who it was. Some of them walked past Reynolds whenever he entered the town, and they didn't know this young man was the one helping them. Reynolds couldn't be bothered with them. He was stopped by a man in the late stages of the venerable plane. This man was the strongest person here. "I haven't seen you here before." "Who are you?" the man asked. Without the Griffin attacks, the people who were all hiding in the town started to come out. There were few people in the town, but they still numbered over 200. Reynolds didn't expect this much would remain here while the others escaped. Reynolds couldn't be bothered with them. He was stopped by a man in the late stages of the venerable plane. This man was the strongest person here. "I haven't seen you here before." "Who are you?" the man asked. "No one, just a wanderer," Reynolds replied, not wanting to engage in any sort of conversation with the man. "You should be careful. There's a powerful magical beast in the area, and it attacks this town ever so often," the man warned. "So I heard." Reynolds continued walking, not stopping as he exchanged words with the man. The man couldn't sense Reynolds' cultivation stage, so he didn't bother with him and continued with what he was doing. Everyone left in the town all either worked in the mine, or their family members worked there. Reynolds didn't stay in the town for too long and left the place to cultivate. The place he picked for his cultivation was none other than the mine. It would be a waste for him not to use the mine while he was here. The stones in the mine might not be the best he has seen, but they were enough to make him recover quickly from the exhausting fight, while also making advances in his cultivation. It was like killing two birds with one stone. No one notices him when he's in the mine, neither do they notice when he steps out of it. He spends most of his time there, and whenever he senses the aura of the Griffin approaching, he would come out and confront it. After 2 more days, the Griffin started to notice a change. Reynolds was getting stronger. The battles lasted longer than usual, and during the last fight, Reynolds had the slight edge over it. From the start of the battle, it has always been the one who has the advantage in each battle. Although it always looked like it ended in a statement, in truth, it always has the advantage over Reynolds. But now, Reynolds was getting the advantage. It was barely noticeable, but this was a Griffin, a legendary magical beast that possesses amazing abilities. It could sense it. The battle was shifting in Reynolds' favor, and if it continued like this, it would be defeated. On the 5th day of the fight, it sensed the reason for Reynolds' improvement. The human was using the mine it set its eyes on. This was the height of it. It had very little killing intent towards Reynolds, but after sensing that Reynolds was taking the food out of its mouth, and not just that, but eating it in its presence, it wanted to kill him. As the duo fought that day, exhaustion started to creep in as usual, and Reynolds wanted to retreat, but to his shock, the Griffin didn't agree to it. It blocked his path of retreat and attacked. Reynolds was taken aback by the sudden change in the Griffin's attitude. Usually, the Griffin would let him leave since their battle had been going on for some time and they were both tired, but now, the Griffin didn't seem to have any plans of doing that. This isn't how it's supposed to go, he thought to himself as his eyes turned cold. He could sense the killing intent from the Griffin, and to be honest, it was mind-breaking. Chapter 15:10. Gray and Klaus were eating in a carefree manner. They didn't show any signs that they were currently being watched by the entire inn. They didn't care about that and focused on their meal while making jokes. Void was eating enthusiastically. The food here was amazing. "We're definitely going to take their recipes, especially after they try to poison our food," Void said to Gray. "Recipe? Hey! When I'm done, their recipes will be the last thing they worry about," Gray replied. Yes, the food was delicious, but these people actually put something in their food. The item was supposed to weaken them, but given Gray and Void's sharp senses, it's very easy for them to sense these weak levels of poison. Even the miasma couldn't affect them much less whatever these people placed in the food. Klaus was also aware of this and he wanted to react, but then he saw Gray shake his head. He chuckled and let the matter rest. From what he knew about Gray, they were definitely going to get their revenge on these people. Gray isn't one to let people harm him without retaliating. They enjoyed their meal under the eyes of everyone, joking in the process. They soon asked for a tavern where they could pass the night. Unsurprisingly, there was one attached to this place. Gray and Klaus already knew this, they just wanted to let these guys know they wanted to spend the night at their tavern. The person who attended to them was ecstatic when he heard this and ushered them to one of their best rooms. Gray and his friend slept in different rooms. Kyle was scared, he wasn't as powerful as both Gray and Klaus, and he was also the one in possession of the item that was coveted by everyone. Seeing this, Gray told Void to watch him over. The owners of the place thought the group were afraid to leave this place due to drawing so much attention, so he willingly agreed to let them stay here without paying first. Besides, when they were dead, he could take away all their possessions. Kyle was still skeptical, but after hearing that Void was the strongest amongst the group, he relaxed his tense muscles. Gray and Klaus ordered for more food, a different dish compared to what they ate the first time. Void wasn't left out as he did the same. In the end, the trio ate almost everything this place had to offer. Since they were staying in the tavern, Klaus was able to actually convince these people not to rush them for payment since they were staying there and there was no way to leave the place without the people knowing. The owners of the place thought the group were afraid to leave this place due to drawing so much attention, so he willingly agreed to let them stay here without paying first. Besides, when they were dead, he could take away all their possessions. They didn't know their poisons had zero effect on the trio. Void was able to separate the poison from his body without anyone noticing. Gray directly consumed the poison, using his miasma to corrode it. It didn't even stand a chance, and the second it made contact with the miasma, it was destroyed. Klaus used his ice ability to turn each part of the poison into snowflakes, kept in his body. All three of them left the poison in their bodies and it didn't cause any harm to them. They didn't even know what the poison worked for. As Klaus was about to go to sleep, he released the snowflakes around his room. He didn't put them in one place, rather, he scattered them across the place so it would be undetectable by anyone. He wanted these people to breathe it in when they sneak into his room later on. Now, the poison isn't the same as before, once these people inhale it, he would be aware of it and act accordingly. Time passed and deep into the night, the people from the inn entered their rooms. Gray couldn't help but give it to them, these people were very efficient. They even went as far as sending 2 peak venerables. From what Gray could sense from the place, their strongest expert was a first-stage sovereign, and he wasn't able to sense the cultivation stages of both Gray and Klaus. Void was like a normal cat and didn't draw any attention. 2 peak venerables for some youths in the venerable plane wasn't a bad thing, the only thing was that they got it wrong. Gray and Klaus were not in the venerable plane. Klaus' room. Klaus was sleeping when he noticed the people sneaking in. They inhaled the snowflakes as soon as they got into the room. Klaus went on to control the one scattered across the room to where the duo were and made sure they inhaled it all. The duo were just about to strike when Klaus asked, "What took you guys so long?" He sat down on the bed as he looked at the 2 masked men. Both guys wore black clothing and covered their faces. "Wait, aren't you the guy that served us?" "Wow, such a big shot." Klaus pointed at one of them. That was the person that served them. The person who took their order was different from who served them. They knew it had something to do with the discovery of the Nexus tonic but didn't think too much about it. "How do you know it's me?" The man was taken aback. "Ha, what do you take me for?" Klaus laughed and stood up. "I must say, this place's cooking is impeccable. Other than my friend and his mother, I think you guys have given me the second best meal of my life." The duo didn't understand what was happening. Klaus was talking to them like they weren't about to kill him. What was worse was that they didn't attack. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack, but for some reason they found it impossible to move. They soon looked down and noticed their bodies had been frozen. "How?" one of them asked. "Simple, I'm a sovereign, do you think you could notice it when I attacked? Besides, thanks to my friend, I know which nerve to freeze and make you not feel anything." Klaus took a seat, crossing his leg as he looked at the duo while taking a sip of the tea left there. Chapter 15:11. Reynolds didn't only keep the body of the Griffin in his storage ring, but he also ensured that he went back to the essence mine to recover his strength. After a day or 2, he was back to his original strength. And he could feel that he was closer to the peak of the venerable stage. At the rate at which things are going, he will be able to get to the peak without having to involve himself in any other battle. This was what he wanted. Although fighting to achieve the peak of the Venerable Plane was a great method, it was also very dangerous and could end his life if he wasn't careful. Since he had already gotten to this stage, there was no point in fighting again. He should be able to get to the peak within the next week or so. Gray and Klaus didn't have any idea what Reynolds was going through at the moment. All they had in their heads was the scenarios they had to go through while following Kyle and also their plans for the Gnome world. Gray had been using his free time to spy on the 7th prince of the Gnome world. Over the course of their journey, Kyle had finally gotten to the 7th stage, eventually getting to the late stage of the Venerable Plane. His next aim was the peak of the Venerable Plane. For now, he didn't have any thoughts of the Sovereign Plane. The Sovereign Plane looks accessible once one gets to the peak of the Venerable Plane, but if one looks at it properly, it isn't so easy to attain. Only those who manage to get past the peak of the Venerable Plane and the pseudo-sovereign stage can eventually get to the Sovereign Plane. Kyle was lucky to have friends like Gray and Klaus who wouldn't mind hanging out with them and even lending him a hand for him to achieve the next cultivation stage, but not everyone was this lucky and they had to depend on themselves like Gray and his friends did. Gray and Klaus continued following Kyle as he tried to increase his cultivation stage. While he was doing that, Gray and Klaus were focused on how to get into the Gnome world without having to worry about any sort of issues. The Gnome world was different from the Aurora continent, so they naturally had to be prepared for going to the Gnome world. Kyle soon took them to a large mountain range. At the center of the mountain range, there was a town situated there. This was the first time Gray and Klaus were coming to this place, but Kyle had been here on a few occasions and knew what it's like here. After they entered the place, he took the lead and led them to an inn. Void appeared the second they arrived at the inn. He looked straight to the back of the inn. Good cooks. We're definitely eating here, getting their recipes if possible. He transmitted to Gray. Gray looked at the always hungry cat on his shoulder, unsure of what to say to him. Void rarely leaves the spatial storage these days, and only comes out when there's something good, either food or treasure. When he's alone, Void is always out, but once there's company, he doesn't come out much. Klaus saw Void and laughed. He knew the reason Void came out and he too wanted to try the food here. He could see a large amount of people eating with delightful expressions and could already guess the food was good. He was about to take a seat when Kyle looked at him strangely. We're not seating here. There's someone I came to see. Who? Klaus was taken aback. Gray already guessed this wasn't the reason they came here, so hearing Kyle speak of meeting someone, he already expected something like this. You can go on your own, we'll eat while we wait for you. Klaus waved his hand. He didn't want to miss out on this meal. Actually, I'll need your presence there for my safety, Kyle said with an awkward smile. He isn't enough? Klaus pointed at Gray. Stop complaining, let's go. We can always have a meal when we're done. Gray dragged Klaus with him. Klaus and Void felt like this was the only chance they could get a meal here. Once they go into the place, the chances of getting a meal would be greatly reduced. The duo followed behind Kyle as they walked into a private booth in the inn. This place was spacious and well decorated. When they entered the booth, someone could be seen sitting there. Gray's expression changed slightly when he noticed that the person was actually in the Sovereign Plane, and not the first stage, but the 3rd stage. This person was strong, very strong. But he didn't show any signs of fear in his eyes. With Klaus and Void present, they could take this guy on. The man looked at the trio who just entered the place. When he sensed the cultivation stage of Gray and Klaus, his eyes widened slightly, but they soon returned to their normal size. He didn't have any plans of having any sort of misunderstandings with Kyle since they only wanted to discuss business. When they got there, Gray and Klaus sat behind Kyle without saying anything. Kyle went straight to the point. Apparently, the journey Kyle took them on was for him to gather the items this man needed. The man promised a good exchange for them, and it was something that could greatly boost the odds of getting to the Sovereign Plane for an elementalist. The man handed the item to Kyle, and after confirming it, Kyle left the place. The man gave both Gray and Klaus a meaningful glance before chuckling and going back to his meal. They soon left the place, and Gray and Klaus headed straight for an empty table. We shouldn't stay, Kyle said warily. Why? Gray asked. That man isn't one of the good people to do business with. The reason I took on the task was because you two came and I know you'd help. Kyle explained. The man is known for swindling people, not just that, but he has a powerful union behind him and could do whatever he wants. Of course, there are certain people he could do that for. Gray and Klaus aren't one of such people. Kyle's family isn't as strong as the Dawson family, nor were they on the same level as the Moonlight faction. Oh, I already guessed he'd try to take it back, but don't worry. We have this covered. Gray didn't mind and went on to make his order. Klaus and Void did the same. Kyle wasn't as relaxed as the duo and didn't bother to order any meal. He was better off not making any orders. The sooner they left this place, the better it was for them. They were in the process of eating when the man came out of the private booth. He looked at them and nodded at Kyle before saying in a not-so-loud voice, but given the cultivation of everyone present, they heard him clearly. Keep the Nexus tonic safe, you know how valuable it is. The man's words drew the attention of everyone seated in the inn. Even some of the private booths were opened and people took a peek at the person who had the Nexus tonic. This was a very precious and rare item to possess, and it was sought after by a lot of people. The fact that someone has it here was a shock to many of them. When everyone looked at the person who was said to have the Nexus tonic, some of them couldn't help but lick their lips. Kyle is only in the 7th stage of the Venerable Plane. Most of the people here were only in the Venerable Plane, and only 2 bar the man who made the statement was in the Sovereign Plane. Even so, they were only in the 1st stage of the Sovereign Plane. Gray didn't bother with the man's words. He gave him a cold look and continued to wait for his meal. He couldn't be bothered with the man's words for now. He could kill almost anyone that comes near them instantaneously in this inn, so he had nothing to worry about. The man was about to leave the inn when he heard an unfamiliar voice echo in his head. There are consequences to each action. The man paused and took a long meaningful look at Gray's table. His eyes wandered between Klaus and Gray as he tried to figure out who sent out the threat. After a while, he smirked and walked away. This wasn't the time to stay and find who was bold enough to threaten him. Gray and his friends didn't make any moves, sitting in the same position as their food was ready. Chapter 15:12. Gray and Klaus were eating in a carefree manner. They didn't show any signs that they were currently being watched by the entire inn. They didn't care about that and focused on their meal while making jokes. Void was eating enthusiastically. The food here was amazing. We're definitely going to take their recipes, especially after they tried to poison our food. Void said to Gray. Recipe? Hey! When I'm done, their recipes will be the last thing they worry about. Gray replied. Yes, the food was delicious, but these people actually put something in their food. The item was supposed to weaken them, but given Gray and Void's sharp senses, it's very easy for them to sense these weak levels of poison. Even the miasma couldn't affect them much less whatever these people placed in the food. Klaus was also aware of this and he wanted to react, but then he saw Gray shake his head. He chuckled and let the matter rest. From what he knew about Gray, they were definitely going to get their revenge on these people. Gray isn't one to let people harm him without retaliating. They enjoyed their meal under the eyes of everyone, joking in the process. They soon asked for a tavern where they could pass the night. Unsurprisingly, there was one attached to this place. Gray and Klaus already knew this. They just wanted to let these guys know they wanted to spend the night at their tavern. The person who attended to them was ecstatic when he heard this and ushered them to one of their best rooms. Gray and his friend slept in different rooms. Kyle was scared. He wasn't as powerful as both Gray and Klaus, and he was also the one in possession of the item that was coveted by everyone. Seeing this, Gray told Void to watch him over. The owners of the place thought the group were afraid to leave this place due to drawing so much attention, so he willingly agreed to let them stay here without paying first. Besides, when they were dead, he could take away all their possessions. Kyle was still skeptical, but after hearing that Void was the strongest amongst the group, he relaxed his tense muscles. Gray and Klaus ordered for more food, a different dish compared to what they ate the first time. Void wasn't left out as he did the same. In the end, the trio ate almost everything this place had to offer. Since they were staying in the tavern, Klaus was able to actually convince these people not to rush them for payment since they were staying there and there was no way to leave the place without the people knowing. The owners of the place thought the group were afraid to leave this place due to drawing so much attention, so he willingly agreed to let them stay here without paying first. Besides, when they were dead, he could take away all their possessions. They didn't know their poisons had zero effect on the trio. Void was able to separate the poison from his body without anyone noticing. Gray directly consumed the poison, using his miasma to corrode it. It didn't even stand a chance, and the second it made contact with the miasma, it was destroyed. Klaus used his ice ability to turn each part of the poison into snowflakes, kept in his body. All three of them left the poison in their bodies, and it didn't cause any harm to them. They didn't even know what the poison worked for. As Klaus was about to go to sleep, he released the snowflakes around his room. He didn't put them in one place, rather, he scattered them across the place so it would be undetectable by anyone. He wanted these people to breathe it in when they sneak into his room later on. Now, the poison isn't the same as before. Once these people inhale it, he would be aware of it and act accordingly. Time passed, and deep into the night, the people from the inn entered their rooms. Gray couldn't help but give it to them. These people were very efficient. They even went as far as sending 2 peak venerables. From what Gray could sense from the place, their strongest expert was a first-stage sovereign, and he wasn't able to sense the cultivation stages of both Gray and Klaus. Void was like a normal cat and didn't draw any attention. 2 peak venerables for some youths in the venerable plane wasn't a bad thing, the only thing was that they got it wrong. Gray and Klaus were not in the venerable plane. Klaus' room. Klaus was sleeping when he noticed the people sneaking in. They inhaled the snowflakes as soon as they got into the room. Klaus went on to control the one scattered across the room to where the duo were and made sure they inhaled it all. The duo were just about to strike when Klaus asked, "What took you guys so long?" He sat down on the bed as he looked at the 2 masked men. Both guys wore black clothing and covered their faces. "Wait, aren't you the guy that served us?" "Wow, such a big shot." Klaus pointed at one of them. That was the person that served them. The person who took their order was different from who served them. They knew it had something to do with the discovery of the Nexus tonic but didn't think too much about it. "How do you know it's me?" The man was taken aback. "Ha, what do you take me for?" Klaus laughed and stood up. "I must say, this place's cooking is impeccable. Other than my friend and his mother, I think you guys have given me the second best meal of my life." The duo didn't understand what was happening. Klaus was talking to them like they weren't about to kill him. What was worse was that they didn't attack. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack, but for some reason they found it impossible to move. They soon looked down and noticed their bodies had been frozen. "How?" one of them asked. "Simple, I'm a sovereign. Do you think you could notice it when I attacked? Besides, thanks to my friend, I know which nerve to freeze and make you not feel anything." Klaus took a seat, crossing his leg as he looked at the duo while taking a sip of the tea left there. Chapter 15:13. In Gray's room, the scene was different. He didn't speak much like Klaus. Rather, after making them unable to move, he directly forced them to confess who sent them and what their plans were. These people naturally didn't have any choice, and they tried to alert others, but against Gray, a sovereign, there was no way their words could leave this place. He shut this place from the world, and only someone like Void, or those in the 3rd stage and above, could know what is happening here. The duo spoke all they knew after finding out there's no way to escape. Even committing suicide was out of their control. Gray placed them in his control, and other than their ability to talk, they couldn't summon any strength to do anything. "Where's your leader now?" he asked one of them. The man refused to reply, and saw that one of his fingers was cut off. Not just that, after playing with the human body due to his research on necromancy, he knew a few nerves that would increase the pain the man was going through. The man screamed at the top of his lungs, unable to contain the pain he was going through. Gray felt like he didn't do anything and looked at the other man who spilled everything and where the leader was hiding. He even told him about the arrays placed in the place. "You see," Gray said to the man he cut off his finger as he killed the other one swiftly. "He doesn't need to go through any pain, a simple death. You, on the other hand, my friend, will regret ever being alive." Gray tapped the man on his shoulder, and the man screamed in pain. If the man was told a simple tap on his shoulder could bring such pains, he would never believe it, but Gray seemed to have cracked the human body and knew all the places to touch to make one hate their lives. This man started crying like a little child, but he didn't care about his dignity. He was going through pains he never believed one could ever go through. No one should be put through such pains. Looking at Gray's delicate face, he didn't see any innocence in it. Rather, all he saw was the devil himself. This young man was more devilish than magical beasts. "You will die a painful death," he screamed while still in tears. "You won't be alive to witness it, that I'm sure of. But don't worry, you're not going to die now. I want to make sure you feel this pain for a week or so. That should teach you not to mess with people again." Oh wait. Gray soon recalled the man would die in the end. He shrugged and took a seat as he watched the pain vibrating violently from pain. He didn't show any change in his expression. It was as if this was something normal. On Void's end, he straight up killed the two guys before they could even make any moves. The moment they stepped into the room, they were killed without any idea how they died. Kyle saw this and he felt his heart tremble. A peak venerable, someone that would make short work of him, was killed without even being able to put up a fight. This is the gap between sovereigns and venerables. This was the only thing in his head. A venerable might be powerful, but that was to people who were weaker. Against a first-stage sovereign, a venerable was nothing more than an ant. After witnessing this, he grew a greater conviction to get to the sovereign plane as soon as he could. Only those in the sovereign plane can be regarded as top experts, and these are the people who can control their destinies. Anyone below the sovereign plane is nothing more than an ant. After Void killed his opponent, Gray appeared in the room and nodded. He looked at Kyle and said, "Let's go, we have to pay someone a visit." They went on to Klaus' room and saw both men frozen, yet clearly in pains. They were bleeding from their eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Klaus was seated on the side. "Done?" he asked them when they entered the room. "Naturally," Gray replied. "Why did you keep that guy alive?" Klaus raised a brow. He was proving to be stubborn. "I tweaked a few things in his body. He should already hate his life by now," Gray replied casually. When Kyle heard Gray's words, he couldn't help but thank the stars that he was Gray's friend and not one of his enemies. The fact that Gray could so casually talk about tweaking someone's body, making them hate their lives, meant that whatever the person was going through might be inhumane. In truth, the pain the man was facing at the moment was indeed inhumane. "You got the information you need?" Klaus asked. "Yeah, let's pay the owner a visit. He should have some good treasures." Gray grinned. "Don't forget the recipes." Void chimed in. "Yes, bud, you should have that as part of our menu." Klaus was in support of this. "Do I look like a chef to you too?" "Well, you very much act the part. And you're a good one. It's not like you're a bad one," Klaus replied while scratching the back of his head. Gray's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything. Klaus and Void were free to think whatever they wanted. The group left the tavern silently and headed for the owner's residence. He was staying close to the tavern and locating it wasn't difficult. Gray sensed the arrays that he was warned about and scoffed. They weren't even enough to make him worried. He quickly tweaked it and they entered the place without any worries. After getting in, they were all dressed in black and headed to the place the owner was waiting for them. Chapter 15-14. The trio silently entered the place. Gray and Klaus exchanged glances and signaled for Kyle to wait outside as the duo knocked on the door leading to the room. They made their cultivation stage give off the aura of a peak venerable, so the man sensed them when they entered the building. Gray only tweaked with the array to make it convenient for them to take whatever they wanted without the man having any chances of escaping. "Come in." A stoic voice came from behind the door. Gray and Klaus pushed the door open and walked in. They bowed as a form of greeting. "Well, did you get it?" the voice asked coldly, not interested in all these pleasantries. Gray and Klaus lifted their heads and took a glance at the room. It wasn't big, around 25 square meters, and only a table and chair could be seen there. There was a large shelf on the side that Gray sensed an array around. He smirked when he noticed this. "There's definitely something there." he thought as he nodded to Klaus. Klaus took the lead and actually brought out the item the man wanted. When the man saw it, his eyes lit up and he leaned forward, moving away from the shadows. As Klaus moved closer, the moonlight reflected on the face of the man, and he didn't expect to see a chubby face, with a large beard and a monocle on his right eye. The man had brown hair and snatched the item from Klaus' hands. The speed of the man was a complete contrast to the fat on his body. The man snorted as Klaus was about to speak, as if he didn't want to hear anything from him. Klaus, seeing this, stretched his hand toward the tonic. The man tried to retract his hand to keep the tonic away from Klaus, but Klaus was faster as he grabbed the tonic from the man's hand. The man was about to speak, but Klaus let out a deep breath and ice spread across the place. The man didn't even have the chance to react before he was frozen to his seat. His body jiggled and he tried to forcibly break free from the ice. That's not something you can achieve in a short time. Klaus commented and looked outside the window. It was as if he was relishing the feeling he was getting as he stood under the moonlight. It was a full moon, and being a water elementalist, he was at his strongest state. Come on, bud, you don't have to treat him like this, he's the owner of that inn. Who's going to pay the chefs if he's dead? Gray walked over calmly. He used the wind element to open the door, a sign that Kyle could come in. The reason they left Kyle outside was to ensure they had gotten the man under control first. It would be dangerous if a first-stage Sovereign Plane Elementalist attacks Kyle, who was still a 7th-stage Venerable. Who are you people? The chubby man asked. I'm surprised you don't know the people you tried to get killed today. Or could it be that you sent more people out? Klaus asked thoughtfully. The eyes of the chubby man widened. The 3 boys? He asked skeptically. Who else? Klaus smacked the back of the chubby man's head, and his face jiggled. Show some respect. Gray said as he looked at the man apologetically. Don't be offended, my friend is a little uncultured. Since we came to see you, I'll go straight to the point. He continued, we're here to kill you. However, we want to see if you can buy back your life. The chubby man had been trying to escape from the ice while all this was happening, but he had failed in all his attempts. The ice Klaus used was made from the heavy water. He doesn't use it often due to how tasking it is to use it. The chubby man looked at the trio and his heart sank. You are sovereigns? Maybe, maybe not. Depends on what you want us to be. Gray said, if you can afford it, we're not sovereigns. If you can't, we just might be. The man understood the meaning behind Gray's words, pay us and we will let you live. This was common in the world, and the chubby man had done this to a few people, so he calmed down when he heard this. From his short encounter with Gray, he didn't see him as someone who would go back on his words. He was direct. People like this rarely go back on their words. He didn't have the same feeling for Klaus. From Klaus' eyes and the way he treats him, he could tell the only reason he wasn't dead right now was Gray's presence. The chubby man knew what he was capable of doing, and fighting against Klaus was not one of them. Just the fact that he was kept frozen with so much ease already proved the point that the gap between them was massive. If Klaus wanted him dead, he wouldn't even know how he died given the distance between the duo a few moments ago. I have some things, I can take you where I kept them. The chubby man spoke up after a while. From his voice, they could see that it wasn't an easy decision for him. Oh, how nice. We don't have to waste too much time. Gray clasped his hand and said, lead the way. Klaus looked at Gray, who nodded to him. He removed the ice, keeping the man in place. The man didn't attempt to escape, rather, he walked towards the door. Gray was standing close to Kyle, so if the man wanted to make any funny moves, he would stop him immediately. He squinted his eyes as the chubby man walked out of the office. The place he was expecting the man to take them was through this shelf that was stuck to the wall, but from the looks of it, the man didn't have any plans of taking them there. Chapter 15:15. Klaus was the one behind the man. Gray and Kyle followed from the back. Gray didn't show any signs of him knowing about the passage that was in the man's office, he just followed him. Some people usually have these sorts of places where they keep their treasures, others use it for other things. They didn't walk far. In the compound, they were taken to what looked like a grave, and the chubby man made some seals and an opening was revealed. Gray didn't notice this at the start and couldn't help but give the man a deep glance. One of the reasons he didn't have the thought of immediately killing the man was simple. This was a sovereign plane elementalist. Such a powerhouse would definitely possess some amazing items with him, even if they are not all valuable. He should have one that might be of use to Kyle or some of the people Gray had under him. They followed the man into the place, and if not for their masks, they wouldn't have been able to hide their impressed expressions. Most of the items here were very valuable. Even a peak venerable wouldn't think twice if offered some of the items here. Looks like this trip is an eventful one for you. Gray took a glance at Kyle. There were treasures here that would bolster his cultivation speed greatly. Of course, using too many treasures would affect his strength, but if he can use just 1 or 2 top-quality items, it wouldn't affect him. And this man had a few of such treasures. Kyle laughed in delight, and without hesitation, he started to keep them in his storage ring. With these as well as the tonic, his journey to the sovereign plane was getting shorter and shorter. He didn't take everything and only took the ones he needed. Gray and Klaus didn't show any reservations as they wiped the entire place clean. The chubby man felt his heart shatter as the treasures he toiled hard for were taken. Some of them were stolen, but they were still his. He worked so hard, yet all were gone. He was even waiting to hand some over to his children, but alas, there's no chance of that happening now. You've taken everything, can you leave now? He asked in a cold voice, his head dropped. This was an embarrassing moment for him. Hand it over, I'm not in a good mood. Do you think all these are what your life's worth? Klaus asked mockingly. I never knew a sovereign's life cost so little. I would have killed you from the start. You've taken everything, what more do you want? The man felt dejected. Your storage ring. What? Hand it over, I'm not in a good mood. The man took it off and passed it over to Klaus. Good, now, let's head back to your office. Gray said, his eyes turned into a slit as he said, we still have much to discuss. The man felt his heart sink, but he had no other choice. He was not on the same level as either Klaus or Gray. From how the duo were acting, he could tell that Gray was the leader of the group. That meant Gray is stronger than Klaus. He took them back to the office and took a seat once again. What do you still want? He asked. Gray thought about something and walked over to the man. The man showed some signs of wanting to fight back, but Gray acted like he didn't see the man and grabbed his hand. An unknown energy shot into the man's body, and before he could react, he noticed he lost control on some parts of his body. He couldn't help but take a look at Gray. Being able to do something like this so skillfully meant that it wasn't his first time. A sovereign being powerless against Gray was a shocking sight to Kyle. What's behind that place? Gray used his head to motion at the shelf. The man looked in the direction Gray was asking and his expression changed drastically for the first time, but he hurriedly hid the change and asked with a clear and calm voice. Behind what? Don't play dumb with me, I already know there's something there. In truth, I thought it was your treasure trove, but from the looks of it, it isn't. Gray spoke slowly and chuckled, you see, I'm a very curious person. With that, he tapped on the wrist of the man, and a bone-chilling pain made the man jolt, screaming in pain. When Klaus and Kyle saw this, they felt a chill run down their spines. They knew the reason the man had such a reaction was due to what Gray did beforehand. Kyle couldn't help but wonder what Gray could do to a sovereign that would make him scream with so much pain. Gray walked to the shelf and tried to inspect the array. His eyes showed confusion. He didn't know the array. It felt a little familiar, but it was obvious he hadn't gotten too many encounters with it. Is it from the old times? He wondered and started to inspect it. The more he studied it, the more confused he became. What's up? Klaus noticed Gray's frequent change in expression and knew he was stuck on something that was proving difficult. There's an array here, I can't crack it. Gray replied with his hand placed on his chin. Klaus was taken aback when he heard this. He had always known Gray to be a genius when it came to arrays. Even arrays he didn't have any experience on, he usually eventually finds ways to break them down, but Gray was showing an expression he only displays whenever he can't solve a problem. Open it, Klaus said to the man. I don't know what you're talking about. The man didn't have any plans of agreeing to Gray's allegations of something being behind the shelf. While Klaus was about to attack the man, Gray's eyes widened. Impossible. It can't be. Chapter 15-16. What's behind that door? Gray asked with a cold expression, killing intent oozing out of his body. It was as if he would kill the chubby man the second he didn't give him the reply he wanted. The chubby man looked at Gray's expression and fear creeped in. At first, he didn't think Gray would want to kill him, but the way Gray was acting, it was clear that he would kill him if he didn't get the answer he wanted. I don't know what. The chubby man didn't complete his statement when he felt an intense pain coming from his left hand. He looked down and realized all his fingers had been cut off. The pain he felt was greater than what he would usually feel if his entire arm was cut off, much less when only his fingers were cut off. I'm not in the mood for games, tell me what I want to know and leave. Gray's eyes were cold. Klaus had only seen this expression on Gray's face whenever he wanted to kill someone. Whenever this expression showed up, he always usually kills those involved in its appearance. Since this guy is the reason behind his current expression, he could already confirm that the chubby man would be killed in a short time, especially if he didn't tell Gray what he wanted to know. With his fingers cut off, the chubby man screamed in pain. With the volume of his screams, one could tell how much pain he was in. The fact that only his fingers being cut off caused this much pain was a surprise. But when the duo thought about how the man reacted when Gray tapped him, they realized it was all Gray's doing. It must be a nerve in the body. Klaus thought to himself. Gray had told him about a few nerves in the body, especially the one that has to do with feeling pains. That was all he kept in his head, hence he uses it often. He knows how to freeze the nerve that allows one to feel pain, but he didn't know how to amplify it. Gray on the other hand knew how to amplify it, which means all those he decides to torture would all prefer death over living. What's behind that shelf? Gray asked once again, his gaze getting colder and colder. I don't know what you're talking about. The chubby man said. Looks like you're more afraid of that getting out than me. Gray commented, his gaze was dead cold as he added, you just made the greatest mistake of your life. The chubby man gulped when he heard this, and steeled his mind for what was to come, but to his surprise, he didn't feel any sort of pain. Rather, Gray walked up to him and placed his hand on his head. What he heard next devastated him. I'll place you under my control and make you wipe off your entire family. You'll kill each person so slowly that they'll scream your name as they die. Gray's voice echoed in his head, and that was not all. You'll have complete control of your memory and know what you did. You will kill your children, brothers, sisters, and wife with your hands. If your parents are still alive, they're not excluded. When both Klaus and Kyle heard Gray's words, even they couldn't help but take a glance at Gray. They've never seen this side of him. Klaus knew Gray was ruthless, and so did Kyle, but they didn't think he was this ruthless. The fact that he could make one go through all this to achieve what he wanted was beyond what they thought he could do. The man didn't believe his words, but that all changed when he saw himself cutting off his other fingers under Gray's control. He already knew how painful it was, so he naturally wouldn't do something like that, but under his gaze, he cut off his fingers. What did you do to me? The chubby man asked. You're under my control, other than what you say and think, I'm in control of everything else. Gray whispered to the man and asked, believe me now? Only a fool wouldn't believe Gray now. The man just experienced it firsthand. If he had any reservations before, now he knew Gray wasn't threatening him. There is a difference when you think someone is bluffing and when you know they aren't. I'll talk. The chubby man said. He didn't want to go through any more pain. Disclosing what is behind the shelf would mean his death, but not disclosing it would not only mean his death, but immense suffering before death. There was a difference. Most people wanted to die a simple death, and he was among those people. Dying after being tortured wasn't one of the ways he planned to die. Good. Gray smirked. The reason he placed the man under his control was for the man to know that he was capable of doing what he said. After experiencing this, the man naturally spoke up. What's behind that shelf? A portal. The chubby man replied. Gray and Klaus exchanged glances, not sure of what portal laid behind this place. But whatever it is, they didn't mind going through it and exploring the place. There's a good chance they could get a good amount of treasures inside. Where does the portal lead? Klaus asked excitedly. I'll show you. The chubby man stood up and walked to the shelf. After making some hand seals that Gray kept in mind, the shelf moved and a pathway opened up. He knew the portal wasn't directly behind the shelf, so he wasn't surprised. The group followed behind the chubby man as they walked through the pathway. Before long, they soon got to a spacious cave, and the portal was right before their eyes. "Before we go, is it dangerous?" Klaus asked. "A portal safeguarded by a sovereign will naturally be dangerous, but so does it have opportunities," the chubby man replied. He was about to step in when Gray stopped him. He looked at Klaus and said, "I'll leave him under your care." After saying that, Gray took a step into the portal. Gray's vision blurred, and when he got to the other side, he had a shocked expression. Impossible! Chapter 15:17. On another part of the continent. While Gray and Klaus were with Kyle, and while Reynolds was trying to get to the peak of the Venerable Plain, Alice was also trying to do the same. Like Reynolds, she had gotten to the 9th stage of the Venerable Plain, but there was no way for her to improve in seclusion. She has to come out if she wants to break through. Unlike Reynolds, she didn't need to come out. Her faction has a secret realm she could enter and break through to the peak. If she's lucky, she might leave that place on the verge of getting to the Sovereign Plain. A month was all she needed to spend in that place, but since she's in the 9th stage, she wouldn't need more than a week or two to get to the peak of the Venerable Plain. After getting to the peak, she might try to see if she could get close to breaking through while there. She stepped out of seclusion, and since she had garnered enough merit, she used it to get into the place. Unlike Gray and Klaus, who were the main talents in their respective factions, Alice and Reynolds were different. Yes, their cultivation speed is faster than others, but it still didn't give them the number spot in their factions. The reason was simple: their faction leaders' children were in the same faction, and were on the same stage as them. This meant that the faction leader's child was always favored compared to them. They were always right after the faction leader's children, which made getting the best treatment impossible. Alice used her merits and stepped into the secret realm. Gray and Klaus are already in the Sovereign Plain. Reynold should be close as well. "I can't fall behind," she muttered as she entered the place. She heard of Klaus' breakthrough, and there was no need to ask about Gray's breakthrough. Every living being in the world saw it. Only those close to him knew that it was him. From the first glance, just like Klaus, she knew it was Gray. Other than Corey, Gray's friends were the only ones who recognized him. Corey recognized him from the first attempt, while Gray's friends needed the second time to confirm it. When she stepped into the secret realm, her objective was simple: get to the peak of the Venerable Plain. Unlike Reynolds, she had the same plan in mind: fighting someone at the peak to forcefully improve her cultivation stage. Reynolds had the benefit of possibly facing someone above the peak, but Alice didn't need to worry about that. In this secret realm, she would only face those at the peak of the Venerable Plain, at most. There were opponents in the 9th stage of the Venerable Plain, while there were some in the Sage Plane and lower. She had to challenge those at the peak of the world, and that was what she did. The moment she entered the place, she went to the strongest person in this secret realm who was already at the peak and challenged him. This was an individual that was already close to being a pseudo-sovereign, yet she went on to challenge him. Being someone who isn't used to having his authority challenged, the man didn't hold back during the battle. Alice was forced to run away for her life during the first battle. Unlike Reynolds, her Seelie wouldn't make her equivalent to a pseudo-sovereign, or close to that stage. Even though in terms of talent, she was better, this man had the higher experience and cultivation stage and used it to his advantage. Alice couldn't even get a single advantage over him. The first battle didn't last up to 10 minutes, but Alice was seriously wounded. In a cave. "Looks like I overestimated my ability. Gray and Reynolds might be able to achieve something like this in the 9th stage, but I'm not," she thought as she evaluated the battle. With no other choice, she went for a 9th stage Venerable. In the space of a week, 9th stage Venerables were no match for her. She was already in the 9th stage, all she needed was to get used to her new strength. After a few days, she didn't only get used to it, but she was able to use an even greater strength when attacking. Since she was still in the secret realm, she went to challenge the man once again. This man was someone no one from the present generation of talents has been able to defeat in the faction. Of course, she knew her friends would make short work of him, but she wanted to be on the same page as her friends, so she wanted to defeat him easily as well. Since she was already close to the peak in terms of strength and had defeated a few people in the secret realm with that strength, this was what she had in mind. Defeat this man and get to the peak, there was no other way. The man didn't know about Alice's progress, neither did he care. Seeing Alice again, he felt disgusted. "I don't like beating girls twice," he said calmly. He already knew the situation of his world, so whenever he was faced with geniuses from the Aurora continent, he held deep hatred towards them for some reason. He's the only one who could beat any of them sent here, so the pressure on him was very strong. "Don't worry, you won't be able to achieve that, in my case," Alice replied. She knew what the man meant, but didn't back away. One thing about their relationship with the inhabitants of this secret world is that they try not to kill each other in battles involving sovereigns, especially those in the late stages. Those from Alice's faction refrain from killing them, and so do the inhabitants of this world. Alice was a little worried, but she knew her life was safe. Chapter 15:18. Alice looked at the man with seriousness in her eyes. She knew, unlike the last time, she didn't have any plans of retreating this time. No matter what happens, she wants to see this battle through. Killing this man was not something that was acceptable, but in battles like these, nothing could be guaranteed, even Alice's life couldn't be guaranteed. There has been a few people the man from this secret realm had killed, but the faction couldn't pursue it for any of them since these were people who refused to retreat even when they could see that they were heavily overwhelmed. This man gives everyone chances to retreat whenever they are fighting. Whoever fails to take the first opportunity would be killed regardless of their status. This was the deal he had with the faction leader and would naturally abide by it. Alice not wanting to retreat means that she didn't care about her life or was confident in her abilities. This would be revealed after they engaged in a battle. The man didn't speak any further with Alice and attacked the moment he realized she wasn't going to retreat. He was a dual elementalist like Alice and had both the water and earth elements. Alice had the fire, lightning, and ice elements, which somewhat gave her 3 elements. But with the elements possessed by the man, her elements were almost useless. Lightning and fire against a water and earth elementalist was already at a disadvantage. When the elementalist has the higher cultivation stage and even higher attack power, it meant that there was almost no chance in getting the better of them. The man's attack was fierce and was accompanied with an insane killing intent. Alice merged with her sea life from the start to the battle, entering her peak state. She didn't want to give this man the chance to have the victory once again. Since she has come back, she was going to walk out of here as the victor. Well, that's the plan. Alice was quick, using the aid of the lightning element to dodge the man's attack. After doing so, she countered with the fire element, creating a series of fire arrows that shot at the man. The man created an earth wall to block the arrows. The arrows collided with the wall and caused cracks on it, but the wall stood firm. The man looked at the wall and chuckled. "I see why you're confident, little girl. You got stronger. Hee, unfortunately, that's still not going to be enough for you to defeat me." They were both standing in a plain with no hills or trees in sight. The man attacked once again, using the water element to create a whip that he sent Alice's way. Alice used the ice ability of the sea light to freeze the whip before it got close to him. The whip, which was frozen, broke free after only a second or so, before striking the spot Alice was standing on. Alice retreated, dodging the whip by a hair's breadth. The ground caved in when the whip struck it. Had this attack come in contact with Alice, she would have been in a world of discomfort. The man chuckled when he saw Alice successfully dodging the attack. He licked his lips and said, "Come on, where are you going?" He swung the whip once again, and like an arrow, it shot through the air, aiming for Alice's head. The tip of the whip became frozen solid as it was extremely sharp. If this thing touches Alice, she would be seriously wounded. With no other choice, Alice used her lightning element to attack the whip, trying to deflect it. The whip moved at breakneck speed. Before Alice could react properly, the whip was already in front of her. With no choice, she tilted her head to the side, and the tip of the whip scratched her cheek, causing a slight gash on her face as blood dripped from it. She felt a stinging pain, but she didn't let it affect her. She hurriedly moved to the side as an earth spike shot out from the ground where she was previously standing. As she dodged the spike, a palm made from ice clamped down, striking her against the ground. Buzz! Bang! A lightning bolt fell from the sky and struck the palm, destroying it and revealing Alice, who was already looking battered. Her eyes didn't change from how they were when she first came, they remained unyielding as she looked at the man. There was no retreat for her, at least not yet. She charged at the man, using her fire and lightning element to attack. Her fire and ice domain appeared as she used it to create what looked like a projection of a sword that she struck out as she also attacked with her elements. The man braced himself for the incoming attacks. With both his earth and water elements, he created a double-layered defensive dome. The earth on the outer part, while the ice was on the inner part. The sword and Alice's other attack struck simultaneously, and the man felt the dome shake. It sank into the ground to show the pressure it was currently under. To the man's amazement, the first layer of his defensive wall made a loud cracking sound, and what followed was a popping sound. The earth layer had been shattered, and only his ice dome was left. Cracks soon started to form on the ice dome as well. Seeing the state of things, the man created a large earth spear that he used to strike Alice's ice and fire domain sword. When the two attacks collided, they gave out an ear-piercing sound, and the earth spear cracked. The man's expression changed slightly when he realized for the first time since they crossed paths, Alice had the advantage over him in terms of attack power. He snorted coldly and spread out his arms. Playtime is over. Chapter 15:19. A brownish glow surrounded the man. At the same time this appeared, the ice dome shattered, and the sword came crashing down on the man. The man clasped his outstretched hands, and a large earth hand sprouted out from the ground, and clasped the sword, keeping it in one place. The sword didn't move another inch. The sword was stopped a few inches away from the man's head. If he didn't act quickly, he would have been killed by this attack. This wasn't something his body could take and survive. The man looked at Alice and smiled. The next thing that happened was the appearance of a figure that looked like a summon. An earth golem climbed out of the ground, while still keeping a hold of the sword. Alice's expression showed shock. She murmured to herself, "A summoner." Even though the man was not on the same level as Reynold when it came to the power of his summon, it still doesn't change the fact that he was a summoner. Given his strength, the golem would have the same strength or even higher power than the man. Alice was already finding it difficult to fight on equal footing with the man. If this golem was added to the mix, her situation would rapidly deteriorate. Am I going to retreat again? She genuinely started to have thoughts of retreating. Yes, she wanted to fight this man, and win, but not at the cost of her life. She came here with the conviction of defeating the man no matter what happens, but now, she wasn't too sure that would be possible. A summoner of the man's level was just a freakish entity. The man saw the change in Alice's eyes and laughed. "You thought I was going all out then?" Alice didn't respond to his words. She gritted her teeth and came to a decision. She would attempt to fight the man, and only when she knows there's no hope of defeating him will she resort to escaping. Given all she had on her, she was confident in leaving this place with her life. Of course, this was only if she finds out there's no way for her to defeat the man. If there's even the slightest sign of her being able to achieve this, she will try to make it happen. She made the first move, using her speed to her advantage. The golem might be strong, but due to being made from rocks and its size, it was very slow. Since that's the case, Alice wanted to use her superior agility to take it down. The sword that was still in the hands of the golem dissipated and reappeared behind Alice. It changed shapes and turned into a spear. The spear struck towards the man, and the golem naturally stepped forward to block the attack, but something unexpected happened. The spear, like a rope, twisted and evaded the golem's stretched hand and headed for the man. The man didn't expect something like this to happen, so when the attack came his way, he was taken aback. But reacted quickly, using his ice ability to block the spear. The ice wall was only able to block the spear for a second, but that was all the man needed. The golem turned around and grabbed the back of the spear, but it once again dissipated, appearing close to Alice, who was standing close to the man. She attacked with her lightning element. The lightning bolt was blocked by the man. Alice's eyes showed excitement. From the looks of things, summoning the golem actually put the man at a disadvantage. The man would have to minimize his essence consumption due to having to transfer a large amount into the body of the golem to keep it active. This meant that he wouldn't be heavily involved in the battle. Reynold was a special case in battles like these since he could fight with the elemental warrior fully active. It seems in his case, his elemental warrior doesn't expend too much of his essence energy. Alice didn't have any time to think about Reynolds and his elemental warrior. An opportunity just presented itself before her, and she wanted to make full use of it. Since the man brought out the golem, the tide of the battle had switched. The man noticed this, but he didn't take back his summon, rather, he squinted his eyes and joined in on the attacks as well. Since this was the case, there was no point in not attacking. Alice was forced to retreat some distance away due to the man's involvement in the attacks now. She couldn't get too close, hence if she were delayed by the man, a single strike from the golem is all it would take for her to lose her ability to fight back. "You're proving to be stronger than you look." The man's expression was serious now. Alice was panting from the continuous dodgings, but she was still in peak condition for a prolonged battle. She soon caught her breath and stood still to look at the man and his golem. The golem stood in close proximity to the man, making it impossible for any of Alice's attacks to touch the man. The golem could not only attack, but its defensive capabilities were far more superior to the man's own. This was one of the reasons the man brought it out in the first place. The man looked at Alice and took the initiative this time. He struck out. The golem held a large hammer that it used to attack as well. Alice dodged all attacks coming her way, especially the ones from the golem. But she soon realized something, her movements were slowing down. She wasn't as fast as she usually was. What's happening? She panicked internally. She soon recalled an ability Gray possessed, and it had to do with his earth element. Don't tell me he can do it too. She felt her heart sink. Chapter 15:20. Alice's heart sank when she finally confirmed what was happening. It was just as she suspected, the man could manipulate the gravity around her. She didn't sense it early, and only now that it had greatly impeded her speed did she realize it. The man knew Alice was slower than she used to be, and he capitalized on it. Now, the golem could almost catch up to Alice, as long as he provided the opportunity, then the golem would be able to kill Alice with one attack. Alice felt panic, but she didn't act on it. She knew any mistake and she would have placed herself in a position of no way out. With that in mind, she sent out her sea lie, opting to go for a two-sided attack. Her attack power would reduce significantly, but it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, all she needed was the opportunity to leave this area. Her speed was her greatest asset in this battle, she didn't want to give it up. When the man saw the sea lie come out and attack, he was taken aback. Sea lie were very rare creatures, and even in his world, sealies were nothing more than a myth. Seeing one with his eyes was shocking. He had read about sealies and had seen drawings of them, so he knew from first glance that it was a sea lie. Without hesitation, he discarded Alice and focused all his attention on the sea lie. He wanted it. Greed crept into his mind and he didn't care about the battle anymore. If he didn't see the sea lie, he wouldn't mind letting Alice go, but now that he had the opportunity to obtain a sea lie and obtain its miraculous effects, he didn't want that chance to go, not for anything. He didn't even mind defending the faction. Alice saw the greed in the eyes of the man and knew that things had gotten difficult. Espacing now would be almost impossible, but the thing was, she didn't have that in mind in the first place. Since things have gotten to this stage, she felt more conviction to defeat the man. The man and his golem went after the sea lie, and Alice was able to leave the range of the gravity control. After leaving that range, Alice spread small fire flakes around, using it to burn the gravity-enforced areas, creating a space around herself. The man's gravity control would still be there, but the second it gets close to her, it would be burnt. This was a good way to catch the man off guard. "What are you doing?" She screamed when she saw that the sea lie had been cornered by the man and the golem. She rushed into the area once again. The man grinned, "I'll kill you and make this thing mine." Alice was slower than what she was before the appearance of the sea lie. The man knew it was the effect of his technique, so he didn't worry about it. His technique was different from Gray's own. Gray could instantly affect gravity, the man's technique on the other hand needed time. But were effective nonetheless since they would come unexpectedly. The man moved towards Alice and stretched out his hand, wanting to grab her head with an ice palm. The golem was making sure the sea lie wouldn't be able to merge with Alice again. The man felt safe since Alice's aura had reduced since she separated from the sea lie. Given her current strength, there was no way she would be able to fight against him. He was a little carefree, and when his attack was about to land, he noticed something that made him shocked. Alice suddenly exploded with shocking speed, blitzing past the ice palm and appearing beside the man. Even though she was only in the 9th stage, she was still faster than this man who was at the peak, thanks to her lightning element. The man wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Alice was already before him, and she used that force to strike. Like lightning, she appeared on the other side, merging with her sea lie, but her attack had already struck the man, who flew backward from the impact of the attack while coughing a mouthful of blood. His body slammed into the golem, and the force actually destroyed the golem, sending him crashing into the ground of the plane. Alice didn't stop there. She knew one attack wasn't enough to keep this man down. She needed to continue attacking before he could regain his footing. Like a bolt of lightning, she flashed through the planes, following the man and attacking. The man tried to block the attack even though he wasn't balanced. The force of the attack sent him slamming off the ground, bouncing into the air. He was at a complete disadvantage this time. Alice didn't stop. She chased after the man's figure as she continued attacking. He was lucky to have strong defensive abilities, else he might have been dead by now. He blocked each attack, but it was too close and he felt his internal organs churn. The force from Alice's attacks were just too much, and Alice was taking advantage of the fact that he was retreating while she was advancing. Bam! Bang! Bam! Alice continued with her relentless attacks. The man could only defend. He wasn't fast enough to dodge her attacks, nor was she even giving him any chance to retaliate. It was an entirely one-sided battle, and Alice was making sure she battered him. The man was in a battered state, but he was still alive. He had made sure he didn't allow Alice to hit any of his vitals, but he was starting to slow down from the continuous attacks. After almost 1 minute of constant pressure, the man's defense finally crumbled and he was hit head-on by one of Alice's attacks, which sent him to the ground. He couldn't even keep himself flying anymore. While laying on the ground, blood was flowing from his mouth as he managed to open his eyes to see Alice's figure slowly descending. He couldn't see her face due to the sun shining on his face. Chapter 15:21. Alice looked at the defeated man. He couldn't stand, much less fight again. She felt a great sense of relief after defeating him. All the adrenaline she was feeling while battling rushed to her core as her body started to show signs of improving. This was what she wanted: defeat the man and grow to the peak, and this was what was happening. The man looked at Alice's face, which was visible now. This was the first person who had defeated him in such a manner since he had been alive and had gotten to the peak of the venerable plane. "Come on, do it," he said between breaths. Alice looked at the man and didn't say anything. He slowly rose up, and just as she was about to leave, she said, "If I kill you, it will be repaying you with evil. You defeated me the first time and let me go. Why should I kill you now?" The man thought about what she said, and to be honest, she was right. He had gotten the chance to kill a lot of geniuses, but in most cases, he always lets them go once he has defeated them, and has always tried his best not to kill any of them. Yes, in a few cases some of them have died, but it was either due to their incompetence, or their unwillingness to retreat even after they've been given the chance to leave. He laid on the ground, breathing heavily as he looked at Alice's departing figure from the sky. He closed his eyes and passed out. The battle took more than he thought it would, which was a little unexpected. But he didn't care. He was a little satisfied. At least he got to keep his life. Alice left the place and headed over to the cave. She retreated to the first time she fought with the man. She needed to use this momentum to get to the peak, and she knew she would be able to succeed as long as she wasn't disturbed. A few hours later, a pleased laughter rang from within the cave. Alice stepped out of the cave with a pleased smile on her face. She had gotten to the peak of the venerable plane, her next target, the sovereign plane. She didn't have any fears that she wouldn't be able to break through to the sovereign plane. Even Klaus was successful. What could stop her? While Alice and Reynold were on the journey to get to the sovereign plane, Gray and Klaus had been having a good time, escorting Kyle on his journey as well. At the moment, Gray was staring at the shelf with disbelief in his eyes. When Klaus saw Gray's reaction, he hurriedly asked, "What's up?" "Gnomes," Gray said through gritted teeth. "Yeah, what about them?" Klaus didn't understand what Gray was talking about. This array was placed by gnomes. "All I need is some time. I will always remember how their arrays are." Gray looked at the chubby man. His eyes gave a cold glint. When Klaus and Kyle heard Gray's words, they looked at the man. This wasn't Kyle's first time here, and he knew a thing or two about this man. It said that he hailed from a prestigious family on another continent. He didn't know the continent, but the man was well respected. "Are you sure about this?" Kyle asked. "I can never mistake their arrays for another. It was made by gnomes." Gray was confident his memory was accurate. What are you saying? Gnomes? How would gnomes build an array in my house?" The man stuttered but asked, his expression showing anger from Gray's accusations. "Don't worry, after I get it open, I'll make sure one of them turns you into a living puppet. They should have created a technique like that by now," Gray said with coldness in his eyes. The man shivered when he heard this, sensing the killing intent radiating from Gray's body. He didn't know what to do. "There can't be an array made by gnomes in my house." The man still didn't believe Gray's words. "You would have been better if someone else caught you. Unfortunate you just had to run into me, one of the people who hates the gnomes a lot." Gray chuckled. "He's not lying, he hates them a lot. They've tried to kill him too many times." Klaus added, as if to confirm Gray's words. "For your sake, I hope you're not aware of this." Gray's words were icy cold, but his next words made the man almost freeze from fear. "Unfortunately, you know fully well this is here. In fact, you helped hide it." "What are you saying?" The man yelled, "Do you know the severity of the crime with associating myself with gnomes?" "I don't, but you will find out soon," Gray said. "You would have been better if someone else caught you. Unfortunate you just had to run into me, one of the people who hates the gnomes a lot." Gray chuckled. "He's not lying, he hates them a lot. They've tried to kill him too many times." Klaus added, as if to confirm Gray's words. "You're Gray Dawson!" the man exclaimed. There was only one person the gnomes are actively trying to kill, and given the situation the person would be in, it's only natural that this person would hate them to the core. If this is truly Gray Dawson, he is doomed. Even if he has no idea how that thing appeared there, he would still be executed. He had heard a few things about Gray Dawson. Well, not a few things, he had heard a lot about him, and he knew that he was a ruthless figure. Someone capable of killing the son of one of the Grand Elders in the Perman faction is capable of doing anything, especially when he has the advantage. Gray looked at the man and said, "I wonder if there's a way to pry into the memories of people." The man felt his body shake when he heard this. Doing something like this should be regarded as a taboo. "A shame. Anyways, I have ways to make you talk. You'd wish you were dead." Gray smiled at the man. The man looked at the trio in the room, his figure shaking vigorously. Chapter 1522. Klaus and Kyle watched in disbelief as the man was put through a painful experience. His screams sent chills down their spines. What was worse was that they didn't see Gray doing anything to him physically, but they knew whatever Gray has done to the man's body is worse than any physical injuries. The man was literally shaking from just being tapped on his shoulder. "How's he able to do that?" Kyle asked while gulping down his saliva in fear. "I have no idea, but I think it has a lot to do with nerves. He has shown me a thing or two. But I don't think he showed me this," Klaus explained. Gray taught him how to disable the nerve that makes people feel. This is something that could be very beneficial for him since he could use it on himself during grueling battles. It was what he also used when the assassins entered the place. They didn't know when he disabled their nerves used for feeling, so even when they were frozen, they didn't feel the chilling cold seep into their bodies. Klaus looked on as Gray formed water droplets and just let them start falling on the man like it was raining. He couldn't help but wonder, Gray wasn't using any serious attacks, yet the man was in so much pain. What would happen if Gray uses a powerful attack? The man went through the pain for minutes, enduring it and refusing to speak. Minutes soon started to turn into an hour. The man was sweating profusely and had actually lost his voice once due to the pain, but Gray miraculously brought it back. The man passed out. He was woken by the pain he felt the next second. Kyle has never seen or heard of this type of torture, and Gray was making it look so simple. There were no physical injuries, yet the man seemed to age in the space of 1 hour. His previous rosy complexion and chubby figure started to slim down. The eyes of the man had completely changed. Looking at them, one could tell that he was tormented by trauma. This torture method was making it look like the man has been going through the worst experience since he was a child. Gray wasn't even concerned about the man. While he was screaming at the top of his lungs, crying even, Gray was observing the array. He was trying to see if he could get a way to crack it without alerting anyone. He didn't know what this array was used for, but for some reason he believed it might be a portal to the Gnome world. The reason for this belief was simple: why would the Gnome race's array be here if it wasn't for that? And looking at the location, this was a very strategic position. After over 1 hour, Gray stood up and walked to the man who was crying. He couldn't speak, and his sobs were the only things left. "Willing to talk now?" Gray raised a palm and the never-ending rain stopped. The man was about to speak when Gray directly cut off one of his hands. The pain sent the man straight into shock, but just as he thought he could finally escape into the afterlife, he was brought back from the jaws of death. "Are you willing to talk?" Gray asked once again, with the same nonchalant expression. The man hurriedly nodded this time around. "Good, speak." "The only method to access the array is..." The man went on to describe how the array works and how it could be used. And it was just as Gray presumed, it was a portal to the Gnome world. Generally, the Gnomes use it to come into the human world and leave whenever they like. "Do you know the location of any other array like this?" Gray asked. The man shook his head. "We're only allowed to know just the one left to us. If I die, they will know and destroy the portal so it can't be used." "Oh, good thing you didn't die." Gray didn't expect this information. Luckily, he made sure he kept the man alive, although under serious pains, but he was alive. "Do you know where this portal leads to? Also, is there anyone on the other side of it?" Gray asked. The man shook his head. "I am not allowed to have such information. I just know it's close to the Gnome world's capital city." Actually, most portals are close to the Gnome world's capital city. Gray and Klaus exchanged glances. A glint flashed through their eyes. They wanted to sneak into the Gnome world. They needed a portal to do so, and who would have thought that a journey with Kyle would actually make this happen? Gray had always thought it would be difficult to get a portal, and was just thinking of ways to get the 7th Prince to create a special one, but what's the use of doing that now when he could use this one? With that thought in mind, he looked at the man and said, "Open it." The man did as instructed, and Gray watched him through the entire process, while also keeping an eye on the array. He needed to know he could do it on his own the next time. There was also the issue of the man's death. He couldn't kill him, so he wanted to put him under his control and keep him hidden somewhere he couldn't escape. The shelf moved and they saw a brick wall. Gray was about to speak when he noticed the array hadn't been fully opened. After some time, an opening came up and they saw stairs leading down. "So the array leads to the portal," Gray murmured to himself. From the start, he originally thought the array was directly connected to the portal, only now did he understand the array was to hide the existence of the portal which was underneath this place. Chapter 15:23. Gray didn't let the man take the lead, rather, he quickly placed him under his control before taking the lead. He descended down the steps, and Klaus and Kyle followed behind him. They walked for a while before finally getting to the ground. They were met with what looked like an altar in an open space. In the middle of the altar, they saw the spiraling portal. They had all seen portals before and knew how it was. But this one looked a bit different. If one looked close enough, they could see what's on the other end of the portal. Gray couldn't help but chuckle. Amusing. He walked close to it and sent his senses into the portal. Since there's a way to see what's happening there, he felt there's also a possibility that his consciousness would be able to pass through and observe clearly what was on the other end. He did this as cautiously as he could, and when his consciousness got to the other end, just like his thoughts, he could send his consciousness to the other side. He observed the place, but found no one in sight. This place was the same as where they currently were. After giving it some thoughts, Gray decided to withdraw. He didn't want to make any hasty decisions. And a simple mistake would sabotage this golden opportunity that was before them. Before leaving, he caught sight of an insignia. After memorizing what was drawn on it, he left the place. He would use this insignia to locate this place with the help of the 7th Prince and take the opportunity to create a good chance for them to sneak into the Gnome world. He looked at the portal and said, "Let's go." Huh? Kyle was a little surprised at Gray's words. "We're leaving, anything wrong?" Gray asked. "Yes, this should be destroyed, why are we leaving it here?" Kyle didn't understand Gray's thought process. "Let's just say this portal is of great use. In a few months or years' time, you'll see," Gray replied. Kyle gave him a deep look. He didn't chase the matter any further. Since Gray didn't want to talk about it in detail, there was no point in asking. "What about him?" He pointed at the chubby man who was a little different compared to how he previously was. "He can't be killed, for obvious reasons. I'll take him with me and make sure he doesn't see the light of day, well, until I'm done with modifying the array, which wouldn't need him anymore," Gray explained. The man was somewhat connected to the array, so they couldn't kill him. However, he was confident that within the next month or so, he would be able to modify the array and wouldn't need to keep the man alive any longer. Kyle nodded and didn't ask any more questions. "Also, do well to keep this information a secret, at least for now," Gray added. Kyle nodded. He knew letting this information out would spoil whatever plans Gray seems to have. The thought of Gray working with the gnomes didn't even cross his head, nor did the thought of Gray wanting to sneak into the gnome world did. He just felt maybe Gray wanted to do something with the portal. The trio left the underground cave and went to the man's manor. It was big enough, so they opted to stay there for the night. The next morning, Kyle felt it was best he headed back. Thanks to Klaus and Gray, he has not only grown massively, but his chances of getting to the sovereign plane has greatly increased. He didn't know how to thank the duo, and even when he tried to, they pushed it away. After all, they were friends. Kyle felt gratitude that he made friends with people like these. After saying his goodbyes, he left the place. Gray and Klaus opted to stay there. Gray wanted to study the array, while Klaus wanted to enjoy the meal from the inn. Klaus and Void, to be precise. Gray didn't have any issues with eating the delicious meal occasionally, so he was very fine with this. As he was studying the array, he called for the bunny leader. He had a very important mission for it. Since there's a way to investigate what's on the other side of the portal, he wanted the help of the bunnies under the bunny leader's army. There is no way anyone would suspect an innocent bunny, and the bunny leader had all sorts of bunnies. There are some that were so little people would miss them. Gray wanted to use one like this. The bunny would be used to gather information about where this portal was located and even the strength of those in the building. One has to know, although it looks safer using the seventh prince, there were a few things that might spoil that plan, and he was hoping to only start controlling the prince more when he's inside the gnome world. They stayed there for over 2 weeks before the bunny leader arrived. In these past 2 weeks, Gray had been researching the array daily and he hadn't gotten anything from it. Klaus and Void were living carefree lives, ordering food from the inn as much as they could, even during the nights. The chefs have been working tirelessly for them these past weeks. And since they were sovereigns, they could ensure they didn't get filled, which meant they could eat continuously for extended periods. When the bunny leader finally arrived, Gray told it to bring out one of its smallest bunnies. The bunny leader already knew Gray wanted to sneak into the gnome world, so he did as he was told. The bunny it brought out was actually in the 7th rank, which was the venerable plane, and its size was astonishing. He could barely believe that it was in the 7th rank if not for the fact that he was seeing it with his eyes. Chapter 15:24. Gray and Klaus were sitting in the man's office. The man was nowhere to be seen at the moment, but he was still alive. His life was connected to the array, and until Gray knew how to make sure there would be no unforeseen consequences after killing him, he didn't want to take the chances yet. "When is your dad going to give us the chance he spoke about? I'm bored here," Klaus asked. "We still have to wait for the others. Only after they've gotten to the sovereign plane can we start the mission," Gray said. He took a glance at Klaus and couldn't help but shake his head. "Why don't you use this opportunity to train? Once Reynold gets to the sovereign plane, do you think you can stand a chance against him and his elemental warrior?" Gray asked with a smirk. "We're both in the first stage. Why are you talking like you're going to be in any better situation compared to me?" Klaus snorted. "Simple, because I'm stronger." Gray's words would hurt any other genius, but not Klaus. "How's that a concern of mine? You were the one who asked the question." "Did I tell you I didn't know the answer?" Gray could only give up. There was no winning Klaus in an argument. Since he didn't care, that was his problem. Given how often he bullies Reynolds, Gray was almost certain Reynolds would take advantage of his current superior strength. Gray focused on the array once again, leaving Klaus to do whatever he wanted. And just like that, another week went by with the duo spending their entire time in the manor. None of them left the place. The bunny that was sent into the gnome world had given Gray valuable information about the place where the portal was located. The owner of the place was a 5th stage sovereign, and he wasn't the one standing guard there. The person standing guard was only in the 1st stage of the sovereign plane. Gray was confident in his abilities, and he was sure that he could take out this person without anyone else sensing it. His only concern was if there was an array there that was also connected to the person guarding it. The bunny had been monitoring this person for a while and has pretty much gotten the general knowledge of his schedule. The gnome spends most of his time there, but once every 4 days, he steps out to pay a visit to a lady. It is unknown what relationship he shares with the female gnome. Not just that, but Gray has also been able to find other information, such as the special rights some humans have in the gnome world. Humans that have earned the trust of gnomes, mostly necromancers, have been given special privileges. These people aren't treated in the same manner as other humans. Of course, they weren't equals with the gnomes, but they could access some places the slaves couldn't. What do you think about us using this strategy? Gray asked Klaus. If they entered the gnome world pretending to be necromancers under the 7th Prince's wings, they would have more freedom to move around, causing whatever havoc they could. You can pretend to be a necromancer since you have the darkness element, but the rest of us can't. Klaus shook his head. Gray could achieve this, but they couldn't. How could they pretend to be necromancers when they don't even have the darkness element, the most important factor of being a necromancer? Gray nodded. He didn't think about this. He brainstormed and turned to Void. Is there a way you can put them inside my storage ring, just like you did to the dragon? Void and the bunny leader seemed to be exceptions when it comes to not only stepping into the spatial storage even though they were alive, they could also put other living beings inside without any issues. It's possible, but since they're humans, it will be a little taxing. Void replied after some thought. He looked at the bunny leader, and without hesitation he threw the task to it. That guy can do it without any problems. Make him do it. The bunny leader wanted to reject it, but when it saw Void's cold eyes, it shrunk its head back. Gray looked at the bunny leader and recalled that it was even better with manipulating the space element compared to Void. I'll leave that to you then, Gray said. He looked at his appearance and then with the help of his darkness element, his previous rosy complexion turned pale in an instant, just like necromancers. This was the way most necromancers look, dried up and pale. The ones who have infiltrated factions and some families keep a rosy complexion so as to ensure they didn't raise suspicions. Klaus looked at Gray and shivered. It's that easy for you? Even I feel like attacking you now. Ha ha, given my vast experience with necromancers, I've studied them to a certain extent. I even have an underling I lied to some years back. I wonder if he's still alive. Gray chuckled. Why don't you try to contact him? He can lead us to a necromancer hideout. At least that's more fun than idling away here. Klaus' eyes lit up. I thought you were enjoying the food? After eating it for so long, I've gotten tired of it. Even Void had stopped ordering food some days ago. Klaus was the first to stop. It has been over a week now since he last tasted the food. Yes, the food was delicious, but he was tired of eating it over and over again. He had eaten everything they could prepare and was fed up with them. Maybe in a month's time he would want to eat it again, but for now, he has lost all interest in that. Gray chuckled and replied, Don't worry, I should be done with the array in a few days. We will head out then. Chapter 1525. Gray and Klaus stayed there for 5 more days before Gray fully grasped the array and how to disconnect it from the chubby man's life force. It was a tiring process, but he didn't mind since his knowledge on arrays had increased in the process. The gnome were truly geniuses in the field of array. They could be regarded as array masters. Even a prodigy like Gray had to take a few weeks to crack one array. And this wasn't their most complex array, Gray was sure of this. Even the way they created portals leading to the Aurora continent showed they were not to be trifled with. If only I could learn a thing or two from their top array masters. Gray thought to himself, and his eyes lit up. He could control the seventh prince, making him tell one of the array masters to teach him what he knew wouldn't be difficult. Especially once the other princes were dead, with only the seventh prince left, everyone would know he was the heir to the throne and would treat him with utmost respect. Even those the prince couldn't order previously would be under him since he was basically the next emperor. With this thought in mind, excitement danced in Gray's eyes. He always liked learning new things, especially when it came to arrays. This was a good opportunity, and he didn't want to waste it. All that's left now was to wait for his father to signal him. "Are we finally leaving?" Klaus asked. "Yes." "What about that guy?" "He's dead." "So efficient." "I could kill him with a thought, it wouldn't be that hard after finishing the array. Besides, how did you think I tested it?" Klaus looked at Gray like he was crazy. He wasn't even 100% sure about it, yet he went on to kill the man. What if it didn't work? But knowing Gray, he knew Gray wasn't that careless. He took in a deep breath, excited that they were finally going to do something fun. "He's some distance away. It will take us a few days to catch up to him. There's no problem with that. I want to stretch my legs." The duo left the town quietly. On their way, Gray told Klaus they should take a detour. That evening, the duo arrived at a manor some kilometers away from the town. "Where's this place?" Klaus asked. "We're here for revenge," Gray replied. The second Klaus heard the word revenge, he already knew where this place was. This was the home of the man who spoke about the item with Kyle. Klaus had even forgotten about the man's existence, but Gray didn't. The fact that Gray tracked him here showed how vengeful Gray was. The man was in the sovereign plane, but Gray didn't care. It was clear that he fancied their chances against the man. "Should we attack now, or a sneak attack?" Klaus asked. "A sneak attack will be safer. He's in the third stage, I don't know how powerful he could be, so it's better to play it safe. Created the strongest ice needle you can create." Gray said. He looked at the bunny leader and added, "Bunny, hide him in my spatial ring." Klaus and the bunny leader got to work, and in a few seconds, Gray was the only one standing there. Even Void had hidden in the spatial ring. Gray concealed his aura and sneaked into the manor. On stepping into the place, he heard the sound of children playing and his expression changed slightly. They were little children in the manor. He hesitated, but still went on with it. They almost cost them their lives. If not for the fact that his cultivation nor Klaus was sensed by others, they might have been killed. He wanted revenge, and he would get it, regardless of the situation the man was in at the moment. When he moved closer, he saw the man sitting on a dining table, and on the side were some young men and women, accompanied by little children around the ages of 4 to 10. The highest cultivation stage of the young men and ladies was the 7th stage of the venerable plane. Gray squinted his eyes, and with the help of the space element, he sneaked into the house without being detected. Should I strike now, or wait until he's alone? He was caught in a dilemma. He didn't want to waste too much time here, but he also didn't want to kill in front of these children. There's no time to waste, their father or grandfather is an evil fellow who should be killed without hesitation. With this conviction in his mind, he took in a deep breath. The man placed his hand on the shoulder of the young man sitting closer to him, and he was in the middle of laughing heartily when he noticed something strange. He didn't remove his hand from the shoulder of the young man as he turned around to look behind him. He didn't see anything, and when he turned back, to his shock, the person in front of him was not the same as the person whom his hand had been placed on. Gray grabbed the man and teleported the duo away from this place. Yes, he wanted to kill the man, but he still felt a pricking sensation in his heart, so he opted to take the man away and kill him there. He might return the body so his children could bury him after he was done. Those at the table didn't realize what just happened until it was too late. Their father and grandfather had disappeared before their eyes, and so was the seat closest to his empty. They were still trying to comprehend what was happening when the young man the man previously held walked out from the side of the hallway. What just happened? Where's father? He asked with a confused expression. Someone took him. Chapter 1526. While the man's children were worrying about their father's abrupt disappearance, Gray had taken him some kilometers away to ensure their battle wasn't noticed by anyone, at least not as soon as it started. The moment Gray and the man appeared on the mountaintop, Gray didn't hold back and attacked in an instant. The man was still a little confused, but this didn't mean his reaction was slow. He moved his body, and wind elemental essence gathered around him. A cyclone appeared and Gray's attack was sent flying by the man's attack. The man looked at Gray and didn't seem to recall where he had seen him. He had a sense of familiarity, he just didn't know where he saw him. "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" the man asked. He had sensed Gray's cultivation stage from the attack just now, and it was something he could deal with, hence his calm reaction. "You've forgotten me, so soon?" Gray didn't attack, he stood and looked at the man's face. The man didn't seem to recognize him, but he didn't care about it. The man's stunt was a dangerous one, and Gray wanted to make him regret it. Gray was about to speak when a look of realization dawned on the man. "You were with the kid I made a trade with." The man pointed at Gray. "I thought that fatty dealt with you guys?" the man asked, a little confused at Gray's appearance. The only reason he didn't do it himself was because he knew the chubby man was interested in it, and the trio were foolish enough to sleep at his tavern. He left the place the same day since there was no point in staying as there was nothing to be benefited. "Oh, I see now. Quite capable, I must say." The man realized Gray was already in the Sovereign Plane, and the chubby man didn't have anyone in the Sovereign Plane to deal with Gray. "I should have waited until the next day," the man murmured, regret slightly heard in his voice. Gray looked at the man who didn't show any remorse, rather, he was annoyed he didn't stay behind to finish the job. Now Gray didn't need to feel any pity for the man's children. After seeing the man being with his children and grandchildren, the thought of sparing his life crossed his mind. Now that thought has been completely tossed to the side. "Do you think you can do anything to me?" The man seemed to have sensed the killing intent from Gray and chuckled. Kids these days, always overestimating their abilities. The man was amused with Gray's seemingly stupidity. Only a fool would want to fight with someone that's clearly stronger than he is. Gray had the advantage of the surprise, but he still wasn't able to land an attack on the man. To be fair to Gray, the man had a few seconds to react since he had to take him away from his home, but not being able to attack him was still disappointing in the eyes of the man. "We'll see about that." Gray moved once again, attacking the man. The man blocked the fire arrows coming his way and created a tornado that pulled Gray his way. Gray didn't have the strength to fight against it and was pulled into the tornado. Gray created an earth armor to block the wind blades hidden in the tornado. The man saw that this wasn't doing anything to Gray and used the tornado to send Gray as high as he could into the sky, before slamming him into the ground. Gray's figure caused a deep crater on the ground of the mountaintop. The man laughed and quickly sent wind spheres into the crater, which exploded in the confined space. He wanted to end the battle quickly and head back to his family for his dinner. He was enjoying his time with them. The man looked into the crater, only to see a blue light burst out from it. He took a few steps back to balance himself, and he felt a powerful pain from his back. He turned around, only to see Gray in an almost completely battered earth armor, striking him with his fist. The man felt his body fly through the air like a broken kite as he was blown from one mountaintop to another mountain almost 500 meters away. He crashed into the mountain, but quickly flew out of the place. He was just leaving when lightning bolts struck the place he landed on. Gray wasn't messing around, he wanted to test his power against the man alone. Only when he sees he can't do it alone will he need the aid of Klaus' surprise attack. The man flew at top speed, and his speed was actually better than Gray's speed. Other than the help of a space element that could make Gray appear almost immediately at any location close to him, the man was faster in terms of sheer speed. The duo engaged in a fierce battle. The man was a master of the wind element, and so was Gray. His use of the element shocked the man. The man had years of experience with his wind element, Gray on the other hand hadn't lived half as long as he has, and he has multiple elements too, yet his control over each element was terrifying for his age. A cyclone appeared, and Gray, covered in lightning, blasted straight into the cyclone in a bid to get close to the man. The man wasn't severely wounded by Gray's punch the last time, and it was all due to him using his wind element to first cushion any attack that was coming to his body. It was almost like Klaus' ice technique that could detect any attack coming his way. Gray burst through the cyclone, but he was met with a powerful attack that sent him flying. He crashed into trees, shattering them in the process. The man didn't stop there, he continued his attacks. Chapter 15:27. Bang! Gray's body slammed off the ground, and he used the momentum to shoot straight at the man. Leaving a trail of lightning, his figure shot into the cyclone once again, and the man was able to once again send him out of the cyclone with an attack. Damn it! Gray yelled inside as his figure was forced out of the cyclone once again. The man was in the middle of the cyclone. If he wanted to get to the man, then he needed to get past the cyclone which the man set up. This time, Gray brought out his inscriptions. One massive inscription appeared above the man's head, and without hesitation, Gray let it loose. He didn't create two inscriptions since he wanted to maximize the attack power. The man looked up and saw a rain of flaming arrows. In a single glance, he saw over 200, all grouped in the same area. It was chilling to look at, but the man didn't show any signs of fear. A large wind blade was sent out by the man as it collided with the arrows, causing a powerful impact. The man remained in the same spot as the impact of the attack hit him. His clothes fluttered in the wind, but he remained in the same spot. Gray's figure suddenly appeared, breaking through the cyclone as he attacked. The man turned to face Gray's attack. Just as he was striking Gray, something shocking happened. His attack passed through Gray, not halting his movements in any way. The eyes of the man showed shock, and he reacted quickly to this. He has felt some of the force of Gray's attack, and knew it was suicidal to let him get this close to him. He was about to retreat when it suddenly felt like the weight of an entire mountain was dropped on him. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, leaving the safety of his cyclone. That was not all. A large inscription, just like the one the man blocked its attack a few moments ago, appeared under him, and it attacked. This time, raging flames burst forth from it. Above him, Gray was coming down on him, while his body was dropping down like a mountain dropped from the sky. As he plummeted down, he was soon engulfed by Gray's raging flames, and Gray, covered in flames, shot into the flames as well. Bam! Boom! Bang! A figure shot out of the flames, and it wasn't that of the man, rather, it was Gray's figure. His body crashed into the side of the mountain. The inscription cracked, and it was destroyed by ravaging winds. The man stood in the air. A wolf made entirely from the wind element was standing behind him. It looked so lifelike that it was almost hard to deny it wasn't. The wolf howled, and with the help of the wind element, it created the lifelike sound of a howling wolf and charged straight at Gray, who was picking himself up from the rubble. Bang! The wolf crashed down, and Gray managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. His left tricep was scratched by the claws of the wolf, and blood started to gush out. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. He could sense the immense energy inside the wolf and knew it was a product of elemental essence. He just didn't know how it was possible. This was different from Reynold's elemental warrior. The man stayed in the same spot, not attacking as he watched his wolf bombard Gray. Gray's body was fully covered by lightning as he escaped from the attacks of the wolf. The wolf was too fast and it always caught up to him. Fuck! Gray couldn't help but curse out. He tried to teleport close to the man, but he couldn't. The man's cyclone was coming up once again. These cyclones weren't like normal ones. It makes it almost impossible to use the space element within the space of the cyclone as the wind current destroys the spatial doors there. This meant there's no way to create this there unless Gray was vastly superior to the man, which he isn't. The man soon moved forward, cutting off Gray's path of escape. Hee, kid, you've delayed this for too long. I have some things to do. The man chuckled. He couldn't hide the fact that he was impressed by Gray's performance so far. Gray looked at the man, placed in such a difficult position. He couldn't bring out Klaus now since he needed to wait for the perfect opportunity. If not, Klaus' appearance would be a waste of time. Void, I need your help. The bunny leader will bring Klaus out after the opportunity is created. Void didn't argue with Gray and came out. His figure grew, and he was over 2 meters tall and well over 4 meters long. He looked at the wolf and gave a roar that could shake mountains. Oh, what a nice kitty. The man commented. Who are you calling a kitty? Void snapped at the man. The man paused when he heard Void speak. He then laughed. Ha ha, my granddaughter will love having you. I'll kill her too, so you can play with her in the afterlife. Void bared his fangs. The wolf attacked, but Void straight up smacked the wolf to the side. Grey couldn't help but laugh. The man provoked Void. I thought you liked being called a kitty? He was a little confused. Only female humans have that privilege. Void's tone contained anger. Grey was taken aback when he heard Void's explanation. When he thought about it, Void does seem to enjoy the company of ladies more than he does with men. He had never really thought about it before, but seeing his reaction now, and hearing it from him, he realized this. He didn't bother with it since he had to focus on the fight. Void's use was to handle the wolf. Chapter 15:28. Void didn't hold the wolf to a stalemate, he was straight up beating it black and blue. They were not on the same level. Grey, on the other hand, was fighting with the man, at a disadvantage, but he was still able to hold his own. He knew there was no way the man would make a mistake for him to capitalize on, so he was trying to create a chance for Klaus. If Klaus used his ice needle, he would be able to deal a great deal of damage to the man. He might even be able to incapacitate him for a short time, giving Grey the chance he needed to take him down. The man was fighting cautiously. After seeing Void appear out of thin air, he didn't carelessly brawl with Grey since he didn't know what might appear out of thin air again. A living being coming out of Grey's spatial storage already showed that he was very special. First off, Grey is stronger than all the first stage sovereigns he had ever entangled with. Even the second stage sovereigns are around the same stage as Grey, if not even weaker. Since he had the advantage of both speed and attack power, he is able to suppress Grey. With the man being quite reserved in the battle, Grey didn't find any chance as the battle continued. It got to a stage and the man turned around to escape after blocking Grey's attack. He had already seen that since he was cautious, there was no way he could get his hands on the evasive Grey, especially when he didn't make any stupid mistakes. Since this was the case, he felt there was no point in fighting any longer and decided to let Grey leave. Grey didn't want to let the man go. This was his only chance to take revenge on the man. Since he had already exposed his ability to sneak close to the man would always be alert, which would make taking revenge incredibly difficult. With that thought in mind, he blocked the escape path of the man. Have you asked me if it's okay to leave? Grey's arrogant voice echoed in the ears of the man as he saw Grey standing before him. Kid, I'm done playing. The man said coldly. Grey's expression turned cold. He understood what the man implied. However, he also knew the only reason the man was saying this was because he couldn't defeat him. Fighting someone that's 2 stages weaker and you can't even hold your ground for a few minutes. Grey said. He looked at the eyes of the man and said, You're nothing but a coward that's looking to run away since you can't beat a kid. The man looked at Grey. You think a child like you can taunt me? He laughed and added, I've been in this game long enough to know that I shouldn't be bothered with things like this. Since I want to leave, you can't stop me. Grey looked at the man and his gaze turned serious. He entered a fighting position and gestured to the man to make a move. His intention was clear, make a move, and I attack. Grey didn't care if the man was coming to attack him or not, he would attack either way. The man saw Grey's expression and frowned. I'm only taking pity on you. He snorted, but it looks like you don't deserve it. I'll kill you, gladly. The man released a shocking killing intent. It naturally had no effect on Grey. This wasn't the first time he was facing something like this. He didn't care about the man's killing intent, it wasn't enough to even startle him. Given his own killing intent, he felt the man's own paled in comparison, even though the man had lived a longer life and might have even killed more people. The man didn't expect Grey to be motionless when he unleashed his killing intent, but given the exchanges he has had with Grey, he knew this wouldn't be enough to chase him away. Grey was the first to attack. The man blocked the attack and forced Grey back. He took a glance and saw Void rushing over. Obviously, his wolf had been dealt with. This will be a little troublesome. He knew Void was powerful, and since he would team up with Grey would make the duo strong enough to even contend with him. This wasn't something he expected, but it also wasn't something that made him scared. This wasn't his first time battling 2 first-stage sovereigns in his lifetime, and it wouldn't be the last. Grey attacked, and the man blocked, turning to unleash an attack in Void's direction. Void blocked the attack, but was met with another one which stopped him in his tracks. When he finished blocking the attacks, he saw Grey's figure shooting to the ground at an extremely fast speed. It was clear that he was crashing without his control. He wanted to save Grey, but the man smiled and made a move to leave the area. He knew Grey didn't want the man to leave, so he went after the man, leaving Grey to face the full force of the ground he was going to land on. The man was also stronger than Void, but Void didn't take his attacks head-on. Since he needed to stall, he didn't try to attack the man and only focused on defending. The man kept his eyes on Void, but his full focus was on the place Grey crashed. He felt compared to a magical beast, Grey was more deadly. He was in the middle of doing both when Void's large figure suddenly took the shape of a human figure. Before the man could react, another human appeared behind him. All his focus was on the one in front of him that he didn't notice the other one until it was too late. Where did he? Chapter 15:29. The man was still wondering what happened with Void when he sensed the presence of someone else, an unfamiliar aura. Just as he wanted to turn to look at the figure, he felt his body paralyzed. Not by fear, but by a chilling cold. It was as if his body froze up. When he looked down, that was exactly what happened. His body froze up at a pace he never thought it would. Given his cultivation stage, unless the person is vastly superior to him, there's no way they could freeze him using the ice ability of the water element. But right before his eyes, his body was frozen and he couldn't even think properly since his thoughts were fuzzy. Grey didn't let such an opportunity go to waste. He attacked, directly crushing the core of the man. The man didn't expect everything to change so soon and in such a manner. Grey tricked him and used his ability to teleport. Not just that, but he also brought someone else to help him, which exceeded his expectations. He thought Grey was a proud figure and wouldn't want help from others aside from his companion, which was Void, but to his shock, Grey didn't come alone. With the man's core shattered, he was practically harmless against the group. Grey indicated for Klaus to remove the ice on the man's body. The ice was removed, but the man continued shivering from the cold. "How are things now?" Grey asked. "Finally believe I wasn't playing?" The man heard Grey's questions, but he didn't have the strength to answer. If not for Grey grabbing him roughly and dropping him on the ground, he would have died from the impact of falling from such height since he was mid-air due to him keeping himself up while battling. The man looked at Grey, and it was as if life had been sucked out of his body. He didn't even have the strength to speak to Grey, he just sat on the ground, and it was as if he had given up on life. "Looks like you dread this more than getting killed," Klaus commented when he saw the man's expression. Any elementalist who has trained to such a level would rather die to revert to a normal person. He's finding it hard to accept. Grey was the one who replied to Klaus. "I normally wouldn't want to become a normal person again, especially since I've finally gotten to the sovereign plane," Klaus replied after a while. The man went blank, and after a while, he wailed pitifully. Grey and Klaus looked at him, both emotionless. "How does it feel to be on the other side?" Klaus asked. "Setting someone up even after they fulfilled their side of the deal is a disgusting thing to do, and you're paying for it," Grey said. The man continued wailing. It was as if he couldn't hear the words of the duo. "I wanted to kill you, but I think it's better I leave you alive. I wonder how your life will be from now," Grey said to the man. The man didn't reply, as he continued wailing. He was crying, tears and snot coming out of his eyes and nose. Grey looked at Klaus and nodded. It was time they left this man alone. He vanished, along with Void. A few minutes after they vanished, the man coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked in the direction they went. "Damn it! How can I make up for this now?" He was incensed, but his expression wasn't the same as when Grey and Klaus were present. After coughing out a mouthful of blood, he looked around and gulped down a tiny bead. This bead was actually part of the necklace he was wearing. He gulped down the bead and his complexion turned a little more rosy. "Stupid brat!" he cursed as he took to the air. Since his core was shattered, he shouldn't have been able to fly since he shouldn't be able to use elemental essence, but for some reason he could. This is all thanks to the bead he swallowed. His core was getting repaired as he flew back to his place, hoping to hide and rest. While he was mid-air, he heard a voice that made his entire body freeze up. I told you there's something fishy about him. I never thought he had something like that. What should we do to him now? Kill, obviously. Just what I had in mind. You're lucky my gut feeling told me he wouldn't die like that. Don't even bring that up. The sooner you start appreciating my gut feeling, the better. You're crazy. If not for my gut feeling, do you think you'd find out about this? Shut up, Klaus, I get it, you guessed right. I didn't guess, it was my gut feeling, it's completely different from guessing. Just kill him and we should get going. Gray and Klaus were arguing in the background as they appeared behind the weakened man. Hearing their conversation, he wanted to use the opportunity to escape, but then he saw Void standing before him with a cold expression. Nice kitty, he murmured, trying to coerce Void. To his shock, however, Void seemed enraged by his words and charged at him. Before both Klaus and Gray finished their argument, they saw no signs of the man. Who? How did he escape without me sensing him? I could swear I saw him there a moment ago. Gray and Klaus started searching for the man, and then they turned their attention to Void, who was standing peacefully. Did you see him? He's dead. Void's reply shocked them. But knowing Void, they knew he wouldn't lie about something like that. And it looked like he was the one who killed the man. Let's go then, Void has killed him. Will you start obeying my gut feeling now? Maybe. All right, give me your storage ring. Why? Gut feeling. Fuck off. Chapter 15:30. Gray and Klaus left the area and headed straight for their target. Gray had contacted the man he tricked that he was a gnome. The man has been loyal to him all this while, and he didn't bother to kill him. Maybe it was due to the fact that he felt he might be useful in the future. It took them over a week since they not only had to head to another region, but another continent entirely. This time, Klaus opted they should use teleportation arrays since it would be faster. Besides, they had a large amount of stones from the people they've encountered while they had been traveling. It isn't bad to spend a few on the way. After getting to the southern continent, they were directed to a secret location where they were supposed to meet up with the man. Klaus hid while Gray waited for the man to arrive. After some hours, the man arrived. Gray didn't know how to react when the man started worshipping him, and from the man's words, there is word from the gnomes that they plan to invade very soon. So the man seemed to want to get on Gray's good books so he would be taken care of during the invasion. To be honest, Gray didn't see anything wrong with what the man was trying to do. It was just unfortunate that he was doing it with someone who didn't care about him and wanted to wipe out the necromancers, just as much as he wanted to wipe out the gnomes. Are all gnomes bad? Definitely not. Will he give a chance to the rest of the gnome world if it was up to him? Most likely not. As much as killing the entire gnome race seems horrible, it's the best choice of ensuring the survival of humans and also preventing future problems. But he didn't have to think about all these for now. He couldn't even keep himself alive given the current situation, much less being the one to decide if all the gnomes should be killed or not. For now, his survival is all that he was concerned about, and that of his friends and family. When the man was done fawning over him, he went straight to the point. How many hideouts are here and what is the strength of those hidden there? I need to have an exact number so I can know how they will be used to work when the invasion begins. Gray spoke like a noble. The man dropped his head and fell deep into thoughts. After a few minutes, he reported. There are 7 in this region, and I know of 3 in the next region. The man told Gray every detail about each hideout, not leaving out the slightest detail. Gray was very intentional as he listened, keeping notes on all the hideouts and what could be accomplished. In total, the man knew about the location of 15 hideouts around 4 regions. The one with the strongest necromancer was one in the next region close to this one that had a 4th stage sovereign. As much as it sounded odd that there's only one hideout with a 4th stage sovereign, it goes to show just how difficult it is to advance in the sovereign plane. There were a total of 5 hideouts with people above the venerable plane. Each of these 5 hideouts had 5 to 7 sovereigns in them. There were a few with sage plane necromancers as the strongest, and then there were some with venerables. Gray had his eyes set on only those in the sovereign plane. The rest could be wiped out with a blink from him. After everything, he had to come up with a plan. He couldn't carelessly jump into the camp without sufficient planning. Since he only had 2 more sovereigns with attack power, Void and Klaus, he needed to make sure they took the best choice in each fight to ensure their safety. Taking out the strongest hideout wasn't a realistic move to make as the first one, but it was good to take out the next strongest one, which had a 3rd stage sovereign. With Grey's ability to cut off the link to the puppets, he should be able to instantly incapacitate his opponent within a short period of time. Without their puppets, most necromancers aren't really powerful. Grey told the man to leave and that he would send for him later on. The man bowed, and just as he was about to leave, Grey gave him a storage ring filled with essence stones. The man was elated as he thanked Grey before leaving. Klaus was about to step out when Grey suddenly disappeared. "He's going to jump him, isn't he?" Klaus blurted out when he saw Grey's figure disappear. There's no other reason for Grey to leave as soon as the man left if not to block him and maybe rob him off the gift he just gave him. A few minutes later, Grey appeared with a calm expression. "Why did you give him a gift if you're only going to rob him?" Klaus asked. "Not that, I just need him under my control so I can send him into the hideouts and switch places with him as soon as he's close to the strongest person there," Grey explained. "And then you robbed him of the gift?" Klaus asked. Grey rolled his eyes, opting not to answer Klaus' question. Of course he went to rob the man. Why should he reward a necromancer with his hard-earned stones? Well, not really hard-earned, but it doesn't change the fact that he didn't want necromancers to have anything good. So of course, he was going to take them back from the man. Klaus saw Grey's expression and knew he was right. "Do you think they'll have a way to notify other hideouts?" He dropped the matter of Grey robbing the man. "Not with me taking control of that guy." Grey grinned. Chapter 1531. "What's the plan?" Klaus asked as they stood before a large manor. This place didn't seem like a hideout, in fact, it was more like a castle. Klaus found it hard that the necromancers would build such a place and make it a hideout, but thinking of how difficult it was for them to locate this place, even with the man's detailed description, he didn't think too much about it. "The array should be ready now. All I have to do is activate it and it'll isolate this place from the rest of the world," Grey explained. "You can do that?" Klaus was dumbfounded. "It's a simple trick most array masters can achieve with sufficient materials," Grey replied. "You had to use someone else to create it." Klaus couldn't help but point out. "It doesn't change what I'm capable of achieving. Even if that guy has 0 knowledge about arrays, since I'm the one in charge, he's automatically an array master," Grey replied. Seeing Klaus' expression, he gave an evil smile and asked, "Want to try it out?" "Don't worry, I'll keep your brain and eyes functional." "Fuck off. Who wants to be under your control? Even if I allow you, you're too dumb to take control over my divine body," Klaus retorted. Grey shrugged and took another glance at the place. He closed his eyes and said, "Be prepared for a fight. There should be a good number of things there. Bunny, I'll need those peak venerable bunnies to help ensure no one leaves this area," he said to the bunny leader, who had his eyes on the castle. It was clear that there was something in there that enticed him. "Noted." Grey was taken aback at the bunny's sudden seriousness about this mission. Given the bunny's usual laid-back attitude, he didn't think it would be serious. Unless there's something that would be beneficial to it there. This was the only reason Grey could think of. Grey didn't bother with it and focused on controlling the man. While he was doing this, he was making a complicated series of hand seals, and Klaus saw little lights shoot into the sky. They were barely discernible, and if not for Grey already telling him about where they'd be, he wouldn't have known about it. After the lights shot up, Klaus felt a strange sensation around his body. Even though he was already used to Grey's use of the space element, he still always found it very strange. Given his current strength, he knew if he resisted, there's no way Grey would be able to teleport him to the place he wanted to take him to. At the same time, inside the castle, the man could be seen bowing before 5 people. All of them were in the sovereign plane. Amongst the 5, one of them gave off a chilling aura. He was the one in the 3rd stage of the sovereign plane. The other 4 had 1 second stage sovereign and 3 first stage sovereigns. The man was bowing, reporting something he just found out. "My lords, I can swear on my life, I heard about his presence from a reliable source. You mean to say Grey Dawson is in this region? One of the men sitting at the end of the group of 5 asked. Yes, my lord. The man replied. According to the reports, he can deal with our puppets. Another one said. He's still in the Venerable Plane, why should we worry about someone like that? One of the men asked. His friend has broken through to the Sovereign Plane. If you believe he's below that one in terms of talent, then there's something wrong with your head. All the men were discussing amongst themselves, with the exception of the man seated in the middle. He was a middle-aged man with bushy eyebrows. His gaze was stern and gave one the feeling of inferiority when he's staring at them. Enough. His voice stopped the discussions going on. If he truly is here, we will need to investigate the matter. He added. He looked at the man and asked, where was he last spotted? The man wanted to reply, but then he looked at the side and noticed there's no guard present in the room. I need someone to change places with Klaus. If Void takes him here, it'll take too long. I need to be able to attack this man with Klaus Ice. Grey thought internally as he kept staring around. What are you looking for? The man asked with a confused gaze. My lord, the guard outside knows about it. The man replied. Who? The 3rd stage sovereign found the man's words confusing. If the guard knows about it, why was he the one reporting it then? The 3rd stage sovereign waved and the guard standing outside was pulled into the hall. The guard was shocked by his sudden inability to control his body. When he saw the people in the room, he hastily tried to fall to his knees in fear. The 3rd stage sovereign saw this and gave him control of his body. He says you know about the whereabouts of Grey Dawson. The 3rd stage sovereign pointed at the man. The guard turned to the man, evident shock on his face. As he was about to respond, he felt a strange sensation. Both the man and the guard's body blurred and were soon replaced by 2 others within a second. Not just that, but both figures they were replaced with moved instantly. Before the 5 could react, both figures were close to the 3rd stage sovereign as attacks rained on him. The 3rd stage sovereign was the strongest person there, yet he wasn't able to react in time before he was taken down. Both Grey and Klaus' attack wasn't something to play with. The 3rd stage sovereign was frozen, and before he could react, Grey's attack had destroyed his core, as well as his heart. He was killed in an instant. Chapter 1532. The other 4 reacted the moment the duo's attacks landed on the body of the 3rd stage sovereign. They sharply stood up and attacked where Grey and Klaus were standing. The sitting order of the 5 was the 3rd stage sovereign sitting in the middle, while there was a few meters gap before the others. He didn't sit close to them to show the difference in power. 2 attacked Grey, while the other 2 attacked Klaus from their end. On Klaus' end, there was the man in the 2nd stage and the other one who was in the 1st stage. They both attacked, without even bringing out their puppets, since this was the fastest speed they could use in attacks, given the suddenness of the attack. Klaus was covered with an ice dome that blocked both attacks. Cracks appeared on the dome, and after Klaus retreated, the dome shattered. Grey directly evaded the attacks of his opponents, before standing beside Klaus as they locked their gazes on the duo each were about to face. This is all you have to offer? Necromancers truly are useless without their puppets. Klaus spat in disgust. He was just attacked by 2 experts, one on the same stage as himself and the other had an even higher cultivation stage, yet they weren't able to instantly crush his defense. He even had time to retreat. These people were a disgrace. The duo Klaus was talking to gritted their teeth angrily, but they didn't attack carelessly. They could tell the duo standing before them weren't ordinary people. The fact that they could instantly kill the leader of the group, even though it was thanks to their combined effort, it still showed how strong they were. Their leader wasn't even able to react before he was killed. Well, he tried to react, but it was too late. Klaus' ice needle slowed down the circulation of the man's essence, which meant he wouldn't be able to attack or even defend against Grey's incoming attack. In the end, he was killed due to being too slow to react, which was not something that was his fault since Klaus was the cause of it. Who are you 2? One of the men asked with a cold gaze. We are 2 people who hate vile people like you and want to exterminate you like the disgusting pests that you are. Klaus was the one who replied. He saw the 4 about to explode and asked with a smirk, what? Did I say anything wrong? If you aren't pests, why are you hiding out here when you could be in the main part of the continent? The men were speechless. With Klaus putting it like this, then they truly were pests, but they couldn't accept such words coming from the mouth of a youngster. Without any hesitation, two attacked, bringing out their puppets. The duo who attacked were in the first stage, but their puppets were in the second stage. If Grey and Klaus didn't kill the third stage sovereign, there was a good chance he might have had a fourth stage puppet under his control. But that is no longer relevant since he's dead. Klaus took a glance at Grey, who shook his head. He didn't want to cut the link of just two, but all for simultaneously. If the second stage sovereign had brought out his puppet, then he would have done it, since taking out the first stage sovereigns would be easier than fighting against a second stage sovereign who's extremely cautious and only wanted to escape. Klaus took a step forward and a large ice wall rose, blocking the path of the puppets. Both puppets tried to brute force their way past the ice wall, but it didn't budge. If I were you guys, I'd commit suicide already. Just imagine how pathetic you have to be not to be able to break my defense. Klaus mocked, laughing arrogantly. Klaus has a way of easily riling up his opponents. There have been times some people give up the opportunity of escaping, just for the sake of trying to kill him. As much as Grey hated to admit it, Klaus' taunting ability was unparalleled. The attacks of the two puppets started to make cracks appear on the ice wall. The two necromancers smirked when they saw this, but they felt angered when they heard Klaus' next statement. What are you so happy about? After so many years, this is the only thing you've been able to achieve in your life, causing my ice wall to crack. Klaus scoffed. Like I said, pathetic. The second stage sovereign wanted to attack, but he felt like something was off. Given the attitude the duo used when they appeared, it showed that they wanted to kill them, but now, it seemed like Klaus was stalling for time. Unless... His eyes widened. Reinforcement is coming. Klaus and Grey were already a handful. If a second stage sovereign joins them, then there would be no escape for them. Everyone attack, kill them. He ordered. They're waiting for reinforcement. Grey didn't expect the reason the second stage sovereign told the others to attack was due to his worry about them waiting for reinforcements. He didn't care about it. Since that was the case, then they were lucky. This would make everything easier. The second stage sovereign brought out his puppet, and indeed, he had a third stage sovereign among them. Idiots! Klaus cursed loudly. The necromancers didn't understand the reason until a second later. Even before their puppets could attack, they felt their connections to the puppets forcefully cut off. Grey has learned to make the effect worse. Now, he doesn't just incapacitate them, he makes sure the backlash severely disorganizes them. This gives him more time to do what he wants to. Also, it meant that he could also use it on people above his cultivation stage with ease. All four were killed before they could even figure out what happened, with the exception of the second stage sovereign. Grey Dawson, no wonder. Now he knew the reason Grey was waiting. He wasn't waiting for reinforcements, rather, he was waiting for them to bring out their puppets. Chapter 1533. Grey and Klaus floated in the air as they looked at the once magnificent castle that had been reduced to dust by Grey's space element. A shame it was destroyed. Imagine how awesome it would be to just bring out an entire castle. Klaus chuckled. You already have a throne. Grey said. He thought about it and said, it wouldn't be bad if you had a castle to it. You see the vision, I like that. Klaus commented. I have a feeling the castle of the gnome world will be amazing. We'll take it. Grey laughed. Ha ha, now you're talking. Let's go for something grand. Klaus was elated by Grey's statement. This was something he wanted. He couldn't help but imagine the look on people's face whenever he whips out a castle. Most people are already dumbstruck with his throne. Adding a castle to it will make it perfect. The duo looked at the place for a while, and some minutes later, the bunny leader squealed in delight. Why can't you talk like Void? Grey questioned. The bunny leader was already a rank 8 magical beast. Most rank 8 magical beasts have the ability to use human language without the need to communicate telepathically. He can, he just doesn't want to. He has a funny voice. Void burst out laughing when he said this. Void's voice was that of a child, which was normal given his size. Grey didn't expect the bunny leader to have something different. The bunny leader glared at Void and then looked at Grey. It seemed like it was summoning the courage to speak, and after almost a minute, it spoke. "I can talk." "Who?" Both Gray and Klaus were thrown off their feet by its voice. The bunny leader has always acted like the final boss, so Gray expected it to have at least a voice befitting of the final boss, but the bunny leader's voice is feminine and quite soft to listen to, which was a complete contrast to its usual masculine behavior. Klaus leaned closer to Gray. "Is it supposed to sound like that?" Gray pushed Klaus away. He didn't think too much about the bunny leader's voice. He has a friend who was also like this, Ellis. Ellis sounded feminine, just like the bunny leader, even though they're both male. It's quite confusing at first, but after a while, one gets used to it. It's not that bad. At least you're a bunny. I have a friend that sounds almost like this. Imagine how it is for him. Gray shrugged, cheering up the bunny leader. The bunny leader glared at both Klaus and Void. Seemingly, they're both small-minded people. Well, so it thought. "What made you so excited?" Gray asked the bunny leader. "This guy." The bunny leader pointed at a spot and a large bunny appeared. When Gray sensed its aura, he was left stumped. This was a rank 8 bunny. The fact that the bunny leader was able to get it under its control was shocking to say the least. "Amazing. You got it there?" Gray asked. "Yeah, it was held captive there. I only needed to say a few words to him and that's it," the bunny leader explained. Having a rank 8 bunny with him was an amazing achievement. Both Gray and the bunny leader's bunny army is growing stronger and bigger. According to Klaus, he gave Gray 2 options for the name of the bunny army. First one was Killer Fluffies, and the other name was Dangerously Cute. Both names sounded absurd in Gray's ear, but looking at the over 4 meters fluffy bunny that could kill anyone below the sovereign plane with a single slap, he didn't think it was that absurd any longer. To be honest, Klaus indeed does have a knack for giving things crazy names. Guess he isn't all useless after all. Gray murmured while staring at Klaus. Klaus saw Gray's gaze and knew he wasn't saying anything nice about him. He has been with Gray long enough to know the face he makes when he's making mockery of someone. Klaus wanted to cuss, but Gray quickly diverted his attention to the bunny leader. "No survivors?" he asked. "All dead, except the puppet guy," the bunny leader replied. "Storage rings?" "With Void." "All intact?" Void nodded, sending a large number of storage rings to Gray. There was nothing important inside, so he didn't even look at them. In short, he was disgusted by the incompetence of these people. How could so many people not have anything useful? But then he couldn't help but look at Gray and Klaus. They were the ones who killed the sovereigns. Those guys were sure to have valuables inside their storage ring. Klaus looked at Gray. "When are we heading to the next hideout?" "Immediately, there's no point waiting," Gray replied. He grabbed the guy who was still under his control and took him in the direction of the next hideout, close to this place. The group used the same strategy, sending the man inside, creating the array formation, and then entering and taking out all sovereigns at the same time. Gray's ability to switch places for 2 has come in handy. This was the first time he was putting it to use, and it has been important in their mission to take out all the hideouts around. Time went by, and before long, 2 weeks had gone by and the duo were still running rampant in the southern continent as they destroyed hideout after hideout. One has to know that compared to the continent, the necromancers were very small. At this rate, Gray and Klaus were quickly dwindling the necromancers' community. On the path to the next hideout, they realized something odd. The place was alert, as if they knew something was about to happen. Gray and Klaus decided it was best to wait and fish out information. Gray sent the man inside and made a shocking discovery. There's a portal here that leads to the gnome world. Not just that, but there was a large army of gnomes present in there, and 5 mid-stage sovereigns were among them. Chapter 1534. Gray communicated what he saw to Klaus, and his expression turned serious. "What do we do now?" Klaus couldn't help but ask. If the gnomes didn't have anyone above the first stage, they might have tried to take them on. Thanks to the killer Fluffies, they had a large amount of manpower, well, bunny power, but it doesn't change the fact that they were working with them. "We can't fight them. And we need to make sure no one uses the portal to go back, if not it'll be compromised," Gray replied. "So, I'll talk to my dad." Gray answered and brought out his communication device. He gave one to his father, so he could reach out to him whenever he wanted to. It took a while, but his father replied. After finding out their location, he told Gray to reach out to his mother, since she was still in the southern continent with Corey. Coincidentally, her family's manor was close to the region Gray and Klaus were currently situated. "What's up?" Klaus asked when he saw Gray's expression. "My mom is here. I'll try to reach out to her and see if she can come help us out." Gray immediately tried to contact his mother. From the looks of things, his father was busy and has most likely tossed the task to his mother. To be fair, given the strength he has sensed from his mother, he guessed she should at least be at the peak of the sovereign plane. The more he thought about it, the more he found it confusing that they would stay in a small place like Red City in the faraway Azure continent. His parents truly are a strange pair. He didn't dwell in this as he tried to reach out to his mother. It didn't take long and she told him she was coming. Gray continued investigating and even used the man to create an array formation that would make sure none of the ripples from the upcoming battle would get to the portal. In the space of an hour, Martha arrived at the scene. Corey was beside her. When she laid her eyes on Gray, she couldn't help but smile. "The sovereign plane, I guess you're bound for the god plane, according to the apparition," she commented. She knew Gray's friends knew a lot about him, so she didn't hide it. Corey ran over to hug Gray. After exchanging pleasantries with the little, yet extremely powerful girl, he turned his attention to his mother. "Mom, so the situation is like this." Gray went on to tell her of how he has been wiping out the necromancers' hideouts in the area. "You're doing a wonderful job," she praised. "What's the situation inside?" she asked. "I'm trying to create an array formation to ensure the portal isn't disturbed," Gray replied. "Why? Wouldn't destroying it be better?" Martha raised a brow. "I don't want to alert the gnomes. What if they have another portal in another hideout?" Gray explained. He added, "They're already sending in troops, which means they're preparing for the war. We can't give them the edge. Taking out this group secretly will make it easier to take out more." "I see. All right, give me a minute," Martha replied and flew into the air. "Wait." Gray hurriedly stopped her. "What?" She looked at him with a baffled expression. "I have someone inside. I need to bring him out." Gray gave an awkward smile. "Someone?" Martha looked at him questioningly. "Well, I'll tell you after. I can send you inside and bring him out at the same time. I'll tell you about everything inside so you'll know to avoid the portal," Gray explained. "Don't worry, I can sense the location of the portal." Martha smiled at Gray's words. She found it amusing. From the looks of it, her son was looking down on her abilities. "I have some things to attend to with Corey. Tell me what this person you have inside looks like and I'll keep him alive," she said. "Oh." Gray used ice to create a sculpture of the man inside. "Playing with ice, I see. Sit back and watch mother show you the beauty of ice." Martha chuckled and her figure turned into snow. It turned into literally snow. Both Klaus and Gray had their mouths wide agape. Gray hasn't seen his mother in action. He has always heard she was fierce, but he had never seen her use much of her abilities other than the usual ones. In the blink of an eye, the snow which was before them started to spread. The entire region turned into a white world, a world of snow. Everything the snow passed through turned white, becoming snow. Gray and Klaus expected the trees to become frozen solid and eventually die from it, but to their shock, the trees seemed to have been brought to life as they adopted a white glow. Each leaf turned white, leaving Gray and Klaus stunned. "I need to learn that," Klaus blurted out in awe. He couldn't hide the worship in his eyes. It was as if he was watching an incredible work of art. To be honest, the scene unfolding before them looked ethereal. Even Gray had the same thoughts. He also had the water element and could use its ice ability. In no time, Martha passed through the building, and Gray used the man inside to witness the shocking events unfolding inside. Every single person the snow blew past turned into a snow sculpture, not even an ice sculpture. The strength required to turn a human into snow, not ice, but snow was unfathomable to the present Gray. Is she trying to show off? This thought flashed through Gray's head. He felt his mother was doing this on purpose. The entire scene didn't take more than 5 seconds, from when Martha turned into snow, to when everything she passed became a part of her snow-white world. "Damn!" Klaus exclaimed as he looked at what was before them. Chapter 15:35. Martha returned after a while, taking a glance at the dumbstruck expressions of Klaus and Gray. She nodded her head slightly, her aim had been achieved. She didn't want Gray to only look up to his father, of course, she knew she's not on the same level as her husband, that's why she bullies him, to show everyone who's boss. "That's impressive, Aunt." Klaus was the first to speak as he rushed forward. "Do you have any thoughts of having another son? Slightly more handsome than that one you have there, and also more charismatic." "Oh, I'm also a pure water elementalist, which means unlike that freak of nature, I can focus fully on the water element, bringing out its glory." "What do you say?" Martha was slightly stunned by Klaus' words, but more from amusement. She's had a few encounters with Klaus and knew he was an energetic person to be around. She has done her research on him and knows he's a pain in the butt for those he doesn't like, while he's extra sweet for those he likes. "Actually, I wouldn't mind teaching you a thing or two." She laughed. "All right, congratulations, you automatically have a son since I've become your student. Isn't that nice?" Klaus reached out to shake her hand. Even though she was confused at how Klaus' thought process worked, she shook his hand. Klaus turned to Gray and said, "You better start showing me respect, I'm your elder brother now." Gray's eyes twitched when he heard Klaus' words. "Don't you have shame?" he asked with a sigh. "Shame is for the weak." Klaus' reply defeated Gray. Martha laughed as she watched Gray and Klaus go at each other. "If that's all, I'll be leaving. I have some things to attend to with Corey." She chuckled and said to Klaus, "I'll see you when I get back to the Dawson Manor." "Yes, ma'am," Klaus replied enthusiastically. "If there's anything else like this, don't hesitate to contact me," she added before leaving. Gray smiled as he saw Klaus' excitement. "I don't think this guy knows how strict Mom is with her training." He looked at Klaus with pity. Klaus saw Gray's gaze, but felt it was more of envy than anything else. "Come on, let's go check it out." He took to the air and flew to the hideout. Gray followed Klaus, and when they entered the place, they were flabbergasted. Gray was already prepared for this, but seeing it with his own eyes was breathtaking. He didn't even expect it would look like this. He touched the snowman, and to his shock, the figures crumbled after applying some force to it. "Amazing." His voice trailed for a while, but then noticed something odd, even the spatial rings were turned to snow. "Damn!" He felt his heart ache. It's clear his mother didn't think there would be anything of value to her in their storage rings, but to Gray and Klaus, these were very important for them. They needed it to have a vast amount of resources. With the heartaches, Gray studied the place and then walked over to the portal, and his gaze turned serious. He didn't speak, but tried to inspect it. His consciousness entered and exited in a flash. There was someone standing guard, but the person wasn't a sovereign, which helped keep him safe. If another troop comes in through this place, wouldn't they notice all this? Klaus asked. From what I've gathered, I don't think another would come through this place. Gray explained, they don't want too many people here so their presence wouldn't be noticed. As much as it's hard for us to sense gnomes, once there's a large number of them, the unfamiliar aura is bound to attract attention from the top experts. Understandable. Klaus replied. So on to the next hideout? Sure, there's still nothing to do. The duo ensured that the place was thoroughly inspected so as to ensure nothing was missed. Gray didn't think his mother would miss something, but he wanted to be sure. Since they still haven't been noticed, that meant they could still wipe out more hideouts. They've destroyed most of the ones the man knew of, and there were currently only 4 left. The one with the 4th stage sovereign was among them. Gray didn't know how the battle with that one would look like, but he didn't worry about it at the moment. When the time comes, he'd sort it out. Some days later, Gray and Klaus arrived at the second hideout after Gray's mother's appearance. They've wiped one, and this was the next one. Gray and Klaus were still investigating the place when Gray noticed a group ahead of them. This group wasn't necromancers, but from their attire, he could tell they were most likely from a faction in this region. They had a 2nd stage sovereign leading them. And they were about to charge into the hideout. They're going to ruin the fun. Klaus frowned. That guy wouldn't be able to stop it. Gray also frowned. Why would one person come here with a bunch of venerables thinking he can wipe out a necromancer's hideout? Gray was a little suspicious. Locating these hideouts was very difficult. If anyone accidentally finds one, charging here with one second stage sovereign and a bunch of venerables wasn't a wise idea. Should we stop them? Klaus asked. What if there's something else going on? Gray asked. Then it'll be a little bad if we don't find out, since it'll leave a hidden danger. Klaus replied. Gray nodded. Exactly. But what if you're just overthinking? Klaus asked. Gray fell in thought and felt it was best to see what unfolds. He could always sweep in to save these guys. For some reason, he felt maybe someone from the group would betray this group. There are necromancers hiding in most of the factions. If this is a case like that, then he wanted to root out the necromancers. Chapter 1536. The duo decided to watch how things unfold. No matter what happens, they need to be sure before taking any action. Although, they wouldn't want anyone dead, but if they were a little late, these people might most likely die. The only reason Gray isn't taking any action was because he still had a few more hideouts to attack, and if by any chance any of these people was a hidden necromancer, it would mean that his cover has been blown and he wouldn't be able to attack the rest ones. Klaus didn't rush to take any decisions as well. Since Gray wasn't in a haste, then he would wait to see how things play out as well. Gray had already sent the man inside, and knew that there were 6 sovereigns inside this place, but all were in the first stage. As long as they used the element of surprise, they didn't have any issues with dealing with them. They still had Void and the bunny leader's new recruit. As long as they used their numbers, they had nothing to fear. Some minutes later, the group from the faction finally entered the place, and before long, a battle started. Gray watched from the eyes of the man. In a short time, the group from the faction were at a disadvantage. The Elder in the second stage of the Sovereign Plane could barely fight against the 6 first stage sovereigns. The Venerables were greatly outnumbered, which meant they were also all fighting for their lives. Klaus could sense the fight as it began, and he could also sense how it's going, and the morale of the necromancers was on the high side. Gray, he called out. Fine. Gray switched places with the man, along with a necromancer that was about to kill someone from the faction's group. Void was in Gray's storage ring, while the bunny leader was left behind to ensure no one escapes, and the man was not killed. When Gray and Klaus appeared in the place, they didn't hold back as they attacked 2 sovereigns. The sudden attack is something that always takes the sovereigns unaware, and they can't muster up enough defense against it. All 6 sovereigns were bombarding the second stage Elder, so none of them expected an attack from behind, neither did they sense it. Void appeared and also attacked another sovereign. In the space of a second, 3 sovereigns died under the attacks of Gray, Klaus, and Void. The second stage Elder didn't expect this, but he was pleasantly surprised at the help he just received. He never asked for help, so he didn't expect it. 3 sovereigns died in an instant. The other 3 wanted to retreat, but the Elder didn't allow it. He charged forward and stopped them. With the help he just received, there's no way he would allow them escape. Gray, Klaus, and Void looked at the trio and attacked without mercy. A few minutes later, the entire place settled down. The sound of battles died down, and there were only people left from the faction. Thank you. The Elder thanked the duo. Void was presently nowhere to be seen. He was clearing the loot under the command of Gray. As a matter of fact, he wasn't the only one doing this. The bunny leader was also given this task. It's fine. We were in the area and were drawn here by the sound of your battle. Gray replied. How did you guys find this place? Klaus asked. My student found this place. And I thought it would be a walk in the park. This isn't the first hideout we're attacking, and it has all been relatively easy. The Elder explained, pointing at the youth around the same age as Gray and Klaus, but in the early stages of the Venerable Plane. Oh. We'll be leaving if that's the case. Gray said. He looked at the man and said, I heard necromancers are active here, powerful necromancers, you should keep them out of danger. The Elder understood what Gray meant. If Gray and Klaus hadn't helped out, the chances of those in the Venerable Plane losing their lives was high. He was cornered by the necromancers and their puppets, but luckily, Gray and Klaus' sudden appearance changed the way the battle was going. I'll take them back to the faction. Thanks once again. The elder thanked them. Gray and Klaus didn't stay any longer and left soon after. The venerables came up to the elder and asked who the youths who helped them were. I have no idea. They don't look older than we are. But they're already on the same level as Grand Elder. I wish I was like them. Yeah, keep dreaming. The venerables spoke amongst themselves as they left the place. Compared to people like Gray and his friends, these guys paled in comparison. To be honest, they were advancing pretty good, it's just that Gray and his friends were breaking through at the speed of light. Meaning no matter how hard they tried, they can never catch up to them. Compared to the 7th prince of the Gnome race, these guys couldn't be mentioned in the same breath in terms of talent, yet Gray and his friends had gone past them. This showed just how amazing Gray and his friends were. While the youths were speaking, the elder looked at the spot Gray and Klaus vanished. He didn't think he'd see youngsters of Gray and Klaus' age on the same level as himself, but he couldn't deny that the strength the duo showed was equal to his even though he had the higher cultivation stage. In fact, there were attacks the duo used that frightened him. When Gray and Klaus attacked the first time, the strength behind each attack was more than enough to fatally injure him. The young are growing at a faster pace than I thought. Hopefully they succeed, unlike us. Gray and Klaus didn't know what was happening in that area. They were currently headed towards the next location. They stopped at a city to get a general information of what was happening in the area. Chapter 1537. Gray and Klaus blended into the city with ease. Klaus was able to gather some information for the duo. Compared to Gray, he is a better communicator. In no time, he made friends with some people that gave him the information he needed. A treasure is about to be born close to the city? Gray didn't expect such information. Well, if what they said is right, then yes. A treasure that has been growing for hundreds of years. From what I know, peak venerables and early-stage sovereigns are flocking the area right now for it. Klaus reaffirmed. Hee, such luck. Gray commented. Since he was here, there was no way he was going to let such an opportunity slide. A treasure that has been growing for hundreds of years, no matter what his current cultivation stage is, he is going to go for it. Since mid-stage or late-stage sovereigns wouldn't be around, then he was confident in being able to take in and escape without anyone being able to stop him. We're going? Klaus asked. Of course, if we don't go, who will? Gray grinned. Nice. Klaus gave Gray a thumbs up. He also wanted to see what this treasure was. He didn't get any information about the treasure, so he didn't know what it was. The only way to know what it is if they took it. It will be ready in a few days. Should we hang around the city or go there straight? Klaus asked. There's no point staying here. Let's go there and see the competition. Gray replied. Klaus had no issues with Gray's plans. He led him to the region where the treasure was about to be born. These natural treasures were all remarkable. They never have any side effects which places them above everything else. The duo headed to the mountains behind the city. As soon as they got into the mountain range, Gray sensed the treasure. With his space element, he didn't need Klaus to lead the way any further, as he took charge and brought Klaus to the place. He didn't appear directly at the place the treasure was located, but a kilometer away. When they appeared, a lot of experts in the early stages of the sovereign plane were already present. The duo were inconspicuous, as they hid by the side, avoiding the eyes of those present. The days went by, and after 8 days, the phenomenon started with the treasure. It was a treasure born from a rock. The rock glowed silver as cracks started to appear on it. It drew the attention of everyone present in the area, as they all watched it seriously. They could tell it would take hours before the process is completed. Gray felt it would take over a day or so before it fully forms, so he wasn't in a haste. Klaus didn't have any special feelings from it, so he didn't think too much about it. It might be a good treasure, but since it isn't something that aroused his senses, then it wasn't something he felt was important to him. Gray is the only reason he was here. Once Gray takes the item, they would naturally leave this place. They waited, and just as Gray guessed, it took 2 whole days before the cracks spread across the entire rock, which wasn't even half a meter tall or wide. It was a strange concept. But staying around the treasure these 2 days has been beneficial. Due to the birth of the treasure, the essence in this area was thicker than it is in other parts of the continent, with the exception of some places. Gray and Klaus have focused on training the time they've been there. Gray opened his eyes as the rock was on the verge of opening. Klaus did the same. He could also sense that the treasure was about to come out. "What's the plan?" He turned to Gray. "Take it, and leave this place." Gray replied. "All right. I'll be waiting for you." Klaus replied. He didn't have the space element, so he didn't have any plans in involving himself in this scuffle. The number of people present were too much, so they didn't need to be engaged in any form of battle. With the number of sovereigns present, no matter how strong they were unless they were in the late stages, there's nothing they could do to these people. The cracks on the rock grew larger, and the lights grew brighter. Those in the 3rd stage of the sovereign plane were the ones in front of others. They had the strength and naturally took the best positions. Gray took a glance at the person who was closer to the rock and smiled. This person was also in the 3rd stage, but from the looks of it, he was close to the 4th stage of the sovereign plane, so he took a few steps forward, compared to others. To be honest, they all knew that being close to it didn't guarantee getting the item. As a matter of fact, someone in the venerable plane could even obtain it, since most of the people present would begin fighting once the item was free. Gray didn't want to engage in these battles since he felt it was meaningless. Once they've started fighting, he would swoop in and take the treasure, leaving as well. The entire place was quiet, and only the cracking sound from the rock resonated across the place. A few minutes later, the sound of the rock separating sounded. The second both sides of the rock hit the ground, all 3rd stage sovereigns took a step forward. Boom! The battle started immediately. Everyone present was attacking. Even the venerables didn't want to be left behind. Treasures like these always have a way of attracting people over, and some venerables, especially those that have been stuck in that realm for hundreds of years, don't hold back whenever fighting for them. If they don't put their lives on the line while fighting for these, they'll eventually die of old age. Chapter 1538. Gray didn't take any actions. He stood at the back as he watched the place descend into chaos. Some people tried to take advantage of the chaos and grab the treasure, which was still giving off a shocking glow. But they were all attacked, some were seriously wounded, while others were even killed in the process. Those who weren't able to block these attacks were killed in an instant. The number of peak venerables present was over 100, yet they were the ones who were the most daring. Even some 1st stage sovereigns didn't dare to try to recklessly take the step, but these venerables didn't seem to take their lives seriously, well, so the others felt. The battle was deadly as everyone attacked to kill whoever got close to the place. The motive was clear: no one was allowed to get close to the place. All 3rd stage sovereigns that were currently engaged in battle would simultaneously attack anyone who makes a move. A 2nd stage sovereign would find it hard to survive such an attack if they didn't retreat, much less a peak venerable who seemingly doesn't care for their lives. People died, but the battle didn't stop. Some seconds later, the first 3rd stage sovereign died. It was an old man who tried to get to the treasure by all means necessary. He was killed under the combined effort of everyone present. Even Gray secretly attacked. Time slowly went by and Void sensed something. If you keep waiting, your treasure will be stolen right before your eyes. Void's statement alerted Gray and Klaus. Gray focused on the place and noticed someone was slowly getting close to the treasure. The shocking thing was that this person was in the late stages of the venerable plane, the 9th stage to be precise. If not for Void, whose senses are even sharper than most of these 3rd stage sovereigns, there was no way he would have sensed this. He smiled and made a move. There was no way this thing was going to be taken. Since he had his eyes on it, unless there was an appearance of someone in the mid-stages or late stages of the sovereign plane. If not, he would never let it go. Gray made his move, with his space element, switching places with a random peak venerable, and killing the person he was fighting with. He left the place in an instant, heading straight for the treasure. Some time later, just as Gray arrived, he saw a cloaked figure grabbing the item. The moment he tried to make a move, the figure vanished at the speed of light. Everyone else was fighting while Gray went straight for the treasure. He didn't care about those fighting. As long as he was cautious, there was no way they would sense his presence. Some time later, just as Gray arrived, he saw a cloaked figure grabbing the item. The moment he tried to make a move, the figure vanished at the speed of light. Damn! He didn't waste any time and made a move as well. The figure had already taken the item, and he was the one standing close to it. No matter how he tries to explain, everyone would say he's the one who took it. So he didn't dare to stay. As he vanished, he sent some attacks, but he managed to leave the area successful. He didn't just escape, he went after the cloaked figure. This person might be fast, but then again, the person is only in the venerable plane. Gray followed the direction the person escaped to, and sent Void and the bunny leader to the other two regions. With all three active, they would naturally sense the presence of the thief. Got him. The bunny leader contacted Gray. It was the one who sensed the presence of the person who stole the treasure. Gray and Void went over to where it was, and after following the bunny leader's directions, Gray entered a cave. Gray looked around, and didn't see anything suspicious. He went deeper into the cave and his expression changed. There were glowing stones on the wall that lit up the cave. He hid his aura and went deep into the cave. After a while, he caught sight of the cloaked figure close to a door. The figure was about to open the door when he spoke. "I'm surprised you managed to hide from all of them," Gray commented as he walked out. The cloaked figure turned to look at Gray. The figure couldn't sense Gray's cultivation stage, which indicated that he was stronger. "I don't kill without reason. Hand it over and I'll let you live." Gray's voice turned cold. The cloaked figure continued staring at Gray without taking any steps. Gray couldn't see the face of the figure properly, but he didn't care. No matter who this person was, he was going to take the item from them. "You're only in the 9th stage. I can kill you with one attack. Don't force my hand." Gray didn't want to become a mindless killer. Most people would hand over the treasure since they're in the presence of someone stronger, and Gray expected something like this to happen. But to his shock, the figure didn't show any signs of wanting to hand over the item. He snorted coldly and took a step. With the wind element, he sent out a powerful gust that took the figure into the air. The figure tried to fight back, but against Gray, who was in the first stage of the sovereign plane, even someone on the same plane could barely fight back, much less someone in the 9th stage of the venerable plane. The cloak on the figure flew off as the figure slammed into the wall by the side of the wall. Gray was slightly taken aback by the figure he saw, but he didn't stop. "Hand it over." His voice remained cold. Before him, a young lady was exposed. She looked at Gray with a bitter expression, unwillingness present on her face. "Over my dead body," she said after a while. "I don't have the time to play with you." Gray took a step forward and his aura changed, killing intent evident. Chapter 1539. Hand it over. Gray spoke slowly as he moved closer to the young lady. He got a better look at her face as he drew closer. She wasn't the prettiest girl he had seen, of course. She is pretty, but compared to his mother and a few girls he had seen, she was a little lacking. She was around 5'9", which wasn't bad for a lady. Seeing Gray draw closer, the young lady gritted her teeth. "No. Is this thing more valuable than your life?" Gray found it odd, but as he drew closer, the young lady started to freeze. Before she could answer, Gray was already standing before her. He didn't want to kill her. He grabbed her hand and removed the storage ring. To the absolute dismay of the young lady, Gray was able to access her storage ring without any resistance. This came as a shock to her. After a second or so, Gray made an O, before handing the ring back to her. "Don't worry, I didn't take anything else." With that statement, Gray vanished, leaving the girl, still frozen, but with the ice slowly thawing away. As soon as the ice thawed, the young lady fell to her knees, sobbing from losing the item. Gray appeared close to Klaus, who was watching everyone who had stopped fighting as they were trying to figure out what just happened. It hadn't been up to 2 minutes since Gray and the thief left this place. "Got it?" Klaus asked when Gray arrived. "Yeah." Gray nodded. He took a glance at the dumbfounded crowd that didn't have any strength to fight anymore. They didn't know who took the treasure, nor where to even start searching. It was a crazy thing since most of them wanted to kill each other a few minutes ago, but now, they were all standing dumbstruck. What about the thief? Klaus asked, looking at the crowd in amusement. To be honest, if he was among them, he would also be dumbstruck at the sudden turn of events. No one of importance, brave though. The fact that a 9th stage venerable would dare to steal from such a group is shocking. Gray commented. People are desperate, Gray, not everyone has it easy like you do. Klaus said. Since when have I ever had it easy? Gray felt like punching Klaus in the head. From the looks of it, Klaus' brain needs resetting. Klaus shrugged, as if not concerned with Gray's question. He looked on as the group started to disperse. They were still trying to find who stole it, but everyone knew whoever did it was long gone. Gray and Klaus stayed there for a while before heading out for their original plan. Other than the presence of this treasure, there's no other useful information from the city, so he headed straight for the necromancer's hideout. The man who was under Gray's control had already been sent there for some time now, and Gray had gotten the general information of everything happening there. A few necromancers were out for missions, just like the previous hideouts they've wiped out, but in this case, there's a particular figure that was interesting. A first-stage sovereign was sent out to acquire something, well, someone. According to what Gray found out, this person was very valuable to not just the necromancers, but to the gnomes as well. He quickly changed his plans. Since this person is valuable to the gnomes, then he had to make sure they never got their hands on whoever this person was. Klaus didn't have any issues with the change of plans. He also didn't want the gnomes to have anything good. The duo followed the directions recovered by the man. Gray had to bribe a peak venerable with some trevors before he managed to get this information. From what he knew, it would take at least 4 or 5 hours before they got to the place. Some hours later, the duo were taken to a building lying in the eastern part of the town. It wasn't eye-catching, but Gray was able to quickly sense the difference. It gave off an odd aura. Gray and Klaus arrived at a town, relatively big, but couldn't be compared to a city. But in comparison to most of the towns they've seen, this one is definitely the largest. They entered the town and silently followed the trails the person told them. These were the same trail the sovereign used to track the person they were searching for. The duo were taken to a building lying in the eastern part of the town. It wasn't eye-catching, but Gray was able to quickly sense the difference. It gave off an odd aura. Gray made use of the bunny leader's little bunnies to investigate the building. He didn't want to carelessly rush inside. For some reason, he was scared there's a possibility there might be a portal here. Given the places he has seen a portal, it was understandable he felt this way. The bunny leader passed on the scene from inside the building to them. It was safe to enter. There were only 3 people inside, all ladies. 2 sovereigns, and a venerable. According to what the bunny leader said, both sovereigns were in the first stage, but one of them looked to be on the verge of dying. We should go in and stop whatever the gnomes have planned. Klaus said. How are we so sure these people aren't necromancers as well? Gray didn't want to make a move recklessly. Klaus turned to the bunny leader. The dying lady is being forcefully dragged. They will be out of the house soon. The bunny leader said. See. Fine, let's go. Gray and Klaus took the step forward, not caring to open the door. Gray used the space element to enter the building, and he was taken aback by how difficult it was to enter with the space element. The space around this building is blocked. It was blocked, but given his mastery of the space element, he didn't have any issues with getting in. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure. You again? Chapter 1540. You again? Gray blurted out when he saw one of the figures in the building. The figure looked at Gray, but didn't speak as her attention was on the person that was trying to drag the sick lady out of the place. You know her? Klaus raised a brow, completely neglecting the other 2 ladies. Gray nodded and replied, She's the brave thief. Oh. I see why you spared her. Klaus commented cheekily. Gray rolled his eyes, he didn't have anything to say to Klaus. Who are you? The lady in a black cloak asked coldly. She could feel some threat from both Gray and Klaus, so she didn't make any rash decisions. We came for you. Klaus replied. I don't think I've ever had any encounter with you two. The cloaked lady said. She kept her distance, placing the lady between her and the duo. "We've had a lot of encounters with your kind." Klaus chuckled as he took a step forward, and let me tell you, it all ended with them getting killed. The cloaked lady took a glance at the cocky Klaus, and a hint of anger appeared on her face. From Klaus' statement, it was clear he knew of her identity. "We're leaving," the cloaked lady said to the sick lady. "No. We'll kill your daughter if you don't take me out of here, now," the cloaked lady threatened. "Bad," Gray called out. Klaus suddenly attacked, but to the shock of everyone, he didn't attack the cloaked lady, rather, he attacked Gray. This shocked everyone, but in the next second, the eyes of the sick lady, as well as the young lady, widened in surprise. Gray was no longer standing in the same spot, rather, it was the cloaked lady that was standing there as Klaus' attack hit her body. Bang! An explosion was heard and Klaus' ice was broken, as well as the roof of the building as a figure fled into the sky. Looking at the spot she was supposed to be held, a figure was seen, and Gray was able to deduce it was a puppet from the first glance. He didn't expect the lady to be so fast with her actions. She was able to change positions with her puppet in a moment's notice. How? The young lady wanted to ask, but to her shock, Gray and Klaus were nowhere to be seen. She wanted to go after them, but the sick lady shook her head. "You know them?" "No. I was attacked by one of them a while back." "Why?" "He took it, he's the one I told you took it." The young lady was angry, but in her tone, one could hear pain. The older lady embraced the young lady as she gently caressed her hair. "Everything will be fine. That's what you've been saying for years now. Don't worry. It'll be over soon." While both ladies were discussing, Gray and Klaus had caught up with the lady just a few kilometers away from the town. "Tell me what you want from her, and I'll let you leave," Gray said. He was curious what use the lady had to the gnomes, especially after sensing her current situation. She looked to be on the brink of death. Gray didn't think someone at death's door would be of any value. "Why are you concerned about the gnomes' business?" the cloaked lady asked. "Let's just say I have a bone to pick with them. Now tell me." Gray's aura changed, his tone getting colder. "There's nothing you need to know," the lady replied. "Is this worth dying over? I mean, others will give me the information I need." Gray said. He looked at her and smiled. "How do you think we found you?" The eyes of the lady widened. This was a secret mission, and even in the hideout, only a few people knew about it. Gray being able to track her and even knowing that the lady was important to the gnomes meant he had inside information. With that inside information, he can naturally find out what he wants. "You promise to let me leave?" she asked. "I promise," Gray replied. The lady was about to speak when she saw Klaus' eyes and said, "Him too." Klaus sighed. He thought he would get the chance to kill her, but now, from Gray's look, it was clear he wanted him to promise as well. Of course, he didn't have any shame and would still kill her in the end. "I promise not to kill you," he said reluctantly. The lady looked at them and brought out 2 stones, each were black and Gray could sense shocking energy inside. "Promise on these." She tossed them to the duo. Gray grabbed it and studied it. He knew what it was, he just didn't expect the lady to have it. It was obvious that she was afraid they would go back on their words. With these stones, as long as they went back on their words and killed the lady, then the origin source would attack them. It was a strange concept, but it works, and no one doubts it. Klaus felt irritated when he saw this and promised, after seeing Gray promise without hesitation. The lady heaved a sigh of relief and went on to tell them what the sick lady was going to be used for. Apparently, there's something gnomes do which involves having a human vessel. A human would be groomed over time, and when the time is right, the gnomes could enter their bodies. Gray had seen something like this in the Azure continent, but when he heard this next statement, he was stunned. The human body will not hold just one, but over 1,000 gnomes. The sick lady was in the first stage of the sovereign plane, yet if used, she could hold 1,000 sovereigns, and 100 of them could be at the peak. This was an unimaginable discovery. Chapter 1541. How's this possible? Gray asked. Simple, creating the needed space in the body. The cloaked lady explained. The perfect candidate must be a space elementalist who has a unique body type. The cloaked lady added. Unique body type? Gray was a little lost. You read so much yet you don't know about these basic things. Klaus felt a bit embarrassed by Gray's lack of knowledge. Gray was someone who tends to read a lot, everyone close to him is aware of this. But due to the massive amount of knowledge he is acquiring, he occasionally skips a few minor details. In the general scheme of things, these things might not be very important. But like in this case, it is important. Body types help most elementalists. There are people with a pure fire body, but they occasionally have the water element, which makes it practically useless. If these people have the fire element, they'll turn out to be outstanding fire elementalists. Klaus explained. He added, that sick lady must have a space body, which means she's a great space elementalist. Correct? Klaus looked at the cloaked lady. You're knowledgeable. I won't blame your friend for his lack of knowledge. This isn't something that's common, so most people don't have any knowledge about it. The cloaked lady nodded to Klaus' words. You, for instance, I can tell you have a pure ice body. The lady squinted her eyes. Gray took a glance at Klaus, who shrugged. Sensing Gray's gaze, Klaus asked. How do you think I'm advancing so fast, and also have unrivaled ice ability? Gray was taken aback. Now that he thought about it, this was a reasonable explanation. Well, there's also his elemental grade improving, but that isn't enough for him to advance with such speed. When did you find out? Gray asked, forgetting the cloaked lady was still there. The faction leader found out the moment she saw me. That's why I'm well treated, and also forced to train all the difficult ice elemental techniques. Klaus explained. Gray has always wondered why Klaus had such status in the Moonlight faction, but he couldn't wrap his head around it. The thought of asking comes to mind, but once they're together, he's too busy enjoying the company of his friend that he forgets about it. Having such a body in a faction that fully focuses on the ice ability of the water element meant that he would naturally get special treatment, even from the faction leader. Everything clicked now. Gray looked at the lady who was slowly trying to escape. Do you know the location of other hideouts? He asked. The lady paused and looked at Gray. Of course she knew the location of more hideouts, she just didn't want to disclose that information to Gray. I do, but that isn't part of the deal. The lady said. She was confident neither of them would attempt to kill her, so he didn't feel compelled to tell them this information. You see, I promise I'll let you leave, but I didn't say how I'll let you leave. Gray's eyes turned cold. You can either tell me what I want to know, or leave her without your abilities as an elementalist. That's not allowed. The lady's tone turned soft. I only said, I promise not to kill you. And so did he. Gray looked at her nonchalantly. I didn't say I won't shatter your core. Or destroy all your limbs and ensure they never grow back. Technically, I didn't kill you. If you were to be killed by some magical beast, after I drop you off in the rank 8 zone, it's purely your bad luck. Hearing Gray's words, the lady felt her heart skip a beat. Gray was practically telling her he would not kill her, but he would leave her in a position that was no different from being killed. In the end, she'll die. You're still young, why do you conceive such evil thoughts? The lady tried to speak to Gray in a manner that would change his mind. I'm better than him. It's better you let me do my evil than him. Gray pointed at Klaus. At least I'll let your death be quick. He's not lying. I have evil thoughts, and I also know a few things that will make you hate your life. Klaus shrugged, not denying Gray's words. The lady felt her entire body shiver. It was like she was being stared at by a ravenous wolf. Gray had a nonchalant expression. Klaus, on the other hand, had excitement in his eyes. It was like he was looking forward to what he wanted to do to her. There are 15 hideouts in each region. I have something here that will help you locate them. Of course, there's no way for you to know the strength of the people there. The lady gave in after seeing Klaus' eyes. Klaus' expression dropped, visible disappointment in them. It was as if his entertainment had been destroyed. Hand it over and you're free to go. Gray stretched out his hand. The lady looked at Gray, and seeing his eyes, he tossed a round item to him. How does it work? Gray asked. The lady bit her lips and said, with a darkness element it's useless. Put any other element and it goes boom, dot. Klaus added. You know of this thing? Gray turned to Klaus. I've heard the faction leader speak of it. Klaus explained. He chuckled and looked at the lady. She wanted to kill you. That thing will explode with the strength of at least a 7th stage sovereign. Only important members, and only when they are in the sovereign plane do they have access to these. That should tell you how important they are. You wanted to kill me? Gray looked at the lady. No, I swear, I was going to tell you that part. Fear entered the body of the lady as she retreated a few steps back. Chapter 1542. It doesn't seem like it. Gray took a step closer to the lady. From what I can tell, you wanted to kill me with this. No. Ah. The lady was about to speak as she screamed in pain, clutching her right arm. Her entire right arm has disappeared from the shoulder. It was as if it didn't exist to begin with. Blood was gushing out from it, and no matter how hard she tried to stop the bleeding, it didn't work. She looked at Gray with fear in her eyes. I don't like being plotted against. Especially things like these that will put me in danger. Gray's voice was cold. Void, kill her. With Gray's statement, Void appeared and looked at the lady in her eyes. Hi. What are you doing? No. Please? The lady screamed hysterically as Void appeared and attacked viciously. He didn't kill her with a single attack. He could, but he didn't want to. He saw what the lady tried to do and felt it was best to attack her in such a manner. The more she suffered, the better it felt to him. Next time you'll think about this before you try to plot against us. Klaus said calmly. Oh, there won't be a next time. The lady continued screaming as Void ripped her apart. She tried to fight back, but she had already been paralyzed by fear from the start. She could tell she wasn't a match for Gray or Klaus, and Void, who appeared out of thin air, was even more dangerous than the duo. Her puppets were ripped to shreds the second she took them out. They couldn't even hold Void back for a quarter of a second. A few minutes later, the lady was dead, her corpse floating in the vast space. Void didn't only kill her, he tore her to shreds and opened a spatial tunnel, putting parts of her body into it and closing it before opening another and placing another body part. I would have liked to be the one to kill her. Klaus shook his head in disappointment. There'll be other people. Gray said. He looked at the round item that could be used to track any hideout before looking at Klaus. If the top factions know about this, how come they haven't used it to wipe out the hideouts? Gray didn't understand this. You think acquiring it is so simple? Klaus asked. He explained. The only reason we got this is because she believed we wouldn't kill her due to already swearing on the origin source. Not just that, but after seeing a ray of surviving, she felt it was fine to discard this. If she had left this place, she would have been able to actually deactivate it. Oh, I see. So it's like that. Gray understood the reason behind the faction's lack of actions against the necromancers. For some reason, you seem to be fated with these guys and the gnomes. Klaus said. Let's go back to the sick lady. Gray said. The necromancers will most likely try to get her again. Yeah, we better make sure she doesn't fall under their hands. Klaus agreed with Gray. The duo headed back to the building. When they got there, the lady and the young lady were gone. They left. Klaus didn't expect this. He sensed around but couldn't sense the presence of anyone. A few people had gathered around due to the explosion of the roof. Klaus asked them if they saw the sick lady and the young lady leave. None of the people present saw them, which meant they left as soon as Gray and Klaus went after the cloaked lady. I can track them. Gray entered the building, heading straight for the basement. Klaus followed him. How? He asked curiously. Remember I told you I attacked her the last time? Gray asked. Klaus nodded. She was marked. Not the same type as the usual one, but she has some of my elemental aura. Given the uniqueness of my elements, I can sense it for a day or two when used on anyone. Gray explained. He marked the young lady, but it was unintentional. He recently discovered this ability and had been using it for a while now. Gray and Klaus walked over, but they paused as they sensed the unstableness of the teleportation array. Impressive. Klaus was impressed by Gray's words. Gray opened a door and an array appeared. A teleportation array. Gray and Klaus walked over, but they paused as they sensed the unstableness of the teleportation array. Against anyone else, they'll need a few hours to fix this. But for me, it's easy. Gray chuckled. Klaus knew Gray's abilities were unparalleled, especially with arrays, but his eyeballs nearly popped out when he heard Gray's next words. Bunny, I need your help. The bunny leader appeared and looked at the place. A spatial tunnel appeared before them within a second. Klaus didn't know if he should be impressed or disappointed with Gray's actions. He originally expected to see Gray work magic, but all he did was call the bunny leader, who easily traced the destination of the teleportation array and created a portal to it. Let's go. Gray entered the place. Klaus shook his head and accepted that Gray didn't have any more shame. He walked after him, entering the spatial tunnel before it disappeared. In a hidden cave. The sick lady and the young lady were resting. We don't have much time. You have to recover, mother. The young lady didn't want the sick lady, who was her mother, to continue moving. We destroyed the array, no one should be able to go. The young lady was in the middle of her statement when she paused. The reason for that was the appearance of a spatial tunnel. Gray was the first to appear, and behind him was Klaus. How? The young lady couldn't believe her eyes. She never thought anyone would be able to follow them so quickly. They expected Gray and Klaus to engage in a prolonged battle with the cloaked lady, but to their surprise, here they were. Hi again. Chapter 1543. Going somewhere? Gray looked at the sick lady. No, we just wanted to make sure we're away from them. The sick lady was the one who spoke up. Klaus looked at her coldly. He felt she knew a thing or two. If not, she wouldn't be speaking to the cloaked lady. We'll need to talk to you, send her out. Gray said calmly. What do you mean send her out? The young lady flared. She's my mother, and whatever you want to say it in front of me. I'm sorry, but it's for your own good. The sick lady said, and the young lady vanished. Gray was stunned at the lady's control of the space element. It was almost on the same level as the bunny leader and Void. But he didn't show his surprise. The fact that the sick lady was better than him showed just how freakish Void and then the bunny leader were. The bunny leader was superior to Void in terms of manipulating space. Even Void is better than Gray. Yet this lady was also superior to him. This showed that he was a little lacking in the space element. I'll tell the bunny to teach me. Gray thought internally. He didn't want to learn under Void for reasons best known to him. Void was a violent cat and always tries to take advantage whenever he's on top. He didn't want to go through this again. The bunny leader didn't like fighting and would only use the bunnies under it to fight. So Gray felt safer training with it. Why are you working with the gnomes? He asked since the young lady was no longer present in the room. They promised me a better life for me and now my daughter. The sick lady explained, I don't think I can refuse that, especially after her father's death. Gray looked at the lady. He understood what she was saying, but he didn't completely buy it. This was someone who could make a deal with the gnomes, the enemies of the human race. The fact that she could do something like this showed that she wasn't that simple. At least, she had an idea of whatever was happening. You know you're working for the gnomes, right? Gray asked. Yes, but it's not like I can reject it. The lady replied, at the time they came to me, I was only in the Sage Plane, and pregnant as well. They didn't want to draw any suspicion, so they let me stay with my husband. After I gave birth, my husband disappeared without any traces. I know they're the ones behind it, but there's nothing I can do. Gray and Klaus listened to the sick lady's story. Of course, they didn't believe everything she said since she would naturally say things in her favor, but they felt a bit of pity for her. What did she tell you when she came? Gray asked. She's saying something about my time of being useful finally coming. According to what she said, I'll be free from them after this. The sick lady explained. Do you know what your use is? Gray asked. They want me to create a tunnel for them that leads to the gnome world. The lady explained. That's what you're told? Gray asked, and saw the woman nod. And you believe them? he couldn't help but ask. For someone the sick lady's age, he felt she should be smarter than this. No, but like I said, I didn't have a choice. The sick lady said, "Do you expect a sage to fight against a sovereign?" I see. Gray didn't argue with her. From her words, it looked like she didn't know her use. However, she wanted to work with the gnomes, which Gray didn't take kindly of. He felt anyone willing to work with the gnomes was a traitor to humanity. The sick lady saw Gray's gaze and asked, "Did they have something else planned?" "You're a vessel that would have held over 1,000 gnomes." Gray explained. "What?" "They want to use you as a form of transportation, just that you won't be aware of the parasites you're carrying." Klaus was the one who spoke up. "How's that possible?" The sick lady didn't believe the duo. "I know gnomes are small, but not to the level that 1,000 will be able to stay inside me." "Who said you'll be alive?" Klaus asked, his eyes showing the lady that he was serious. "What?" "They'll kill you and use your body however they want." Gray explained, "From what I can tell, they wanted you to grow to the level they wanted." "That's impossible." The sick lady was finding it hard to believe. "You believe the necromancers wouldn't lie to you?" Gray asked, his expression different from before. "I didn't know it would be to this extent," the sick lady said. Gray didn't know what to say to the sick lady. The fact that she could believe the gnomes who didn't think much about human lives would expect something more from her showed that she didn't understand the gnomes. "They want you dead," Klaus elucidated, in case the lady didn't know what Gray was trying to say. The lady looked at Klaus, but then at Gray once again. "That shouldn't be allowed to happen," she said. "Naturally, that's why we came to you," Gray said. "Oh." The lady seemed to understand what they wanted. "Can I speak to my daughter one more time?" she asked. "Your daughter?" Gray raised a brow, a little confused. "Yes." The lady nodded, "At least before I go." "To where?" Klaus couldn't help but ask. He was just as surprised as Gray. "You're not going to kill me?" the lady asked. "Why should we?" Gray asked. "Keeping me alive means I'm still of use to the gnomes," the lady said. "I know where you'll be safe." "Well, it should be safe," Gray said. "Who are you two?" "Klaus Eildian, Gray Dawson, the two top geniuses in the Aurora continent." The lady was stunned at the identity of the duo. Chapter 1544. Klaus grew to fame some time ago when he entered the sovereign plane as the youngest person to ever become a sovereign. No one knew when Gray entered the sovereign plane, nor was any news of it heard. However, Klaus' breakthrough was known all around the continent. Most people knew of it, and only those who were able to get any form of information around the continent were oblivious to this news. "You too?" The lady was stunned. She pointed at Gray and said, "So you're the person the gnomes want dead?" "They can't kill me, no matter how hard they try," Gray commented. "Naturally, he has me ensuring his safe," Klaus input after Gray's words. Gray didn't bother with Klaus' comment. The lady looked at them and said, "They'll try to kill you whatever the cost." "You've had more than one dealing with necromancers." Gray looked at the lady. "Yes. This is not my first encounter with them. I've helped them a few times. I'm not proud of it, but I had no choice," the lady said. She tried escaping from the surveillance of the gnomes and necromancers, but no matter where she went, she was always tracked and forced to do their will. The reason she's still only in the first stage of the sovereign plane was because she didn't think it was good to increase her cultivation stage. The higher her cultivation stage, the more use the gnomes would have for her. Only now did she understand that making that decision changed the course of her life. Had she been growing faster, she would have gone past the first stage of the sovereign plane by now. During the time she was pregnant, she decided not to increase her cultivation stage any further. Her husband was killed in the process, but she knew it was for the benefit of her daughter. Agreeing to go with the cloaked lady was all with the thought that her daughter will be safe from the eyes of the necromancers. They didn't say anything about killing her, so she felt she would be able to keep her daughter alive. "They'll kill her after you're dead. Not just her, but everything you care about," They're not bad people, they just want to better live for their fellow world's people. You've been manipulated to such a level? Then there's no point in keeping you alive. Gray felt the lady wouldn't believe such things, but from the looks of things, she was already deep in their lies. I have two choices. Gray looked at her. One, either I kill you, which means you automatically repays your debt, or you work for me. The lady didn't expect Gray to drop such an offer. Without thinking about it, she accepted it without hesitation. All right, can we leave now? The lady asked. That's the thing, you'll have to always be under the control of a top faction or family. But the faction is still very much active. But individuals who had broken their prestige felt like Junior was best if Gray was killed. My family will keep you safe, Gray said. The lady wanted to oppose, but when she thought about the danger, she decided it was best to stay hidden by the Dawson family. Besides, they will be able to hide her presence if things go south. And my daughter? She asked. She'll be left to roam the world. At least, you should believe she has the ability to take care of herself. Gray replied. I want to see her one last time before I leave. Gray thought about the lady's words and nodded. The young lady was brought into the room, and the duo didn't try to listen to what the lady was saying to the young lady. After a while, the young lady was nowhere to be seen. A war is coming, so be sure she's somewhere she can grow. Gray reminded the lady and then said, Are you ready? The lady nodded, waiting to leave the area. She didn't want the young lady to return before she left. Gray didn't waste any time and took her away. He didn't directly take her away, rather, he contacted his mother and she was the one who came to take her away. This lady was very important, so he didn't want to make any mistakes with her. After the lady was taken away, he looked at Klaus and asked, Should we head to the hideout and deal with these guys? It's not like we have anything else we want to do, Klaus said. The duo headed for the hideout they originally wanted to destroy, not caring about the well-being of the lady's daughter. From what the lady said, her daughter should be fine. And from the looks of things, she spoke with her, so the young lady knew what to do. The duo didn't waste any time and headed for the hideout they wanted to wipe out. This wasn't a hideout that was out of their control, so they could still deal with it. Gray kept the man under his control there all this while, so while they were dealing with this issue, he was gathering more information, especially after getting the item from the cloaked lady that led to more hideouts. In this region, they were seeing 2 more regions. They've wiped out the rest, but this 2 were located in places they didn't go to. After destroying the place, they got a few more information about what the gnomes had in mind. It was within their expectations. Since they had a few people like these, their plans was to bring most of them to the portals during times like these and fill them up with powerful gnomes. If Gray didn't find out about this, there was no way humans would have been able to find out about this. They tried to get more information about the other hideout, but they didn't find anything. It was almost as if there's no way to find out what's happening in the next hideout. He knew it was due to the low cultivation stage of the man he was using. Chapter 1545. Gray and Klaus were busy dealing with some of the businesses of the gnomes in the human world. Reynold and Alice were trying to get to the sovereign plane. Both were using the same tactic, which was through multiple battles. Over the course of the past few weeks, they've been involved in numerous battles, winning most, and occasionally withdrawing from the ones that were above their ability. There have been times they fought against multiple opponents at the same level as they were, and they've almost lost their lives in the process, but in the end, they would either successfully retreat, or make them retreat. Their days have been filled with the stress of the continuous battles, but they're growing with each battle. Reynold's elemental warrior was just shy of the sovereign plane at the moment, and thanks to it, he could fight against pseudo-sovereigns. After his battle with the Griffin, he opted to fight against more peak rank 7 magical beasts compared to humans. Beasts were stronger, which meant they would be able to put more pressure on him. Bang! Boom! A sigh of relief was heard in the small shack in the woods as a large creature fell to the ground. This creature was a centipede at the peak of the 7th rank. On the other side, the figure of a person covered with lightning armor appeared. Reynold has been battling with this centipede for a few days now. The centipede was difficult to kill. Its exoskeleton made its defense terrifying. No matter how powerful Reynold's attacks were, they found it difficult to penetrate the exoskeleton of the centipede. Reynold returned to his normal state and looked at the large corpse before him. He has been staying in the woods for some time now. Other than attacking magical beasts in the forests, he would occasionally head to town in search of information about any magical beast terrorizing any area. As long as it's within his ability, he would rush there and engage in a battle with the magical beast. During these past few days, he has somewhat developed some fame in this region after he killed most of the magical beasts destroying towns and cities. Reynold's young age and high cultivation stage made his fame grow at a shocking speed. In the end, he started staying in the woods since he was getting invited visitors. With each battle he engages in, he cultivates just as hard as his battles to prepare himself for his breakthrough. At the moment, he could feel that he was very close to getting to the sovereign plane. Although he has been getting this feeling for a while, he feels it will happen very soon this time around. He walked into the shack, not even bothering with the corpse of the centipede. This centipede naturally has uses, but Reynold has gotten so many magical beasts' corpses in his spatial ring and he didn't think he would be able to store another one inside. After entering the shack, he sat down cross-legged and looked up. His gaze was steady and firm. "This time, I'll succeed," he muttered and shut his eyes, entering a focused state. Time ticked by slowly with Reynold sitting in the same position. He didn't open his eyes as he calmly absorbed the essence energy around him, refining his core and body with it. A day and a half went by in the blink of an eye with Reynold sitting in the same position like a statue. After a day and a half, a change finally occurred. A gust blew around the shack as Reynold felt his body enlarging. His body was physically growing larger, but he could sense that his body was growing, creating space to contain more essence energy. He knew what this meant. He's on the verge of breaking through to the sovereign plane. After so long, even though he wasn't as fast as Gray and Klaus, he was still here in the end. It took a few months later, but he's finally on the verge of getting to the first stage of the sovereign plane. Essence energy gathered in the sky, and they shot straight into the shack. Reynold remained sitting as the essence energy shot into his body. His aura grew as the essence energy entered his body. It was growing at a fast pace. Before long, it was at the very end of the venerable plane. A thin veil was all that was stopping Reynold from becoming a sovereign at the moment. He finally opened his mouth and yelled, staring at the sky from his broken shack roof. He looked up and his figure shot into the sky. His body was covered with lightning armor, and like a lightning god, he stood in the sky as the essence gathered around him. His body was like a vortex as he absorbed everything. He felt a cracking sound in his body. Just like ice, the sound continued and before long, a popping sound was heard. It was as if the thin veil blocking his path had been destroyed. Reynold's aura burst out, and it wasn't that of someone who just entered the sovereign plane, rather, he had the aura of a second-stage sovereign. From what he could tell, it was all due to the elemental warrior he used as an armor. He read about the massive hike of elemental warriors cutting down once the elementalist gets to the sovereign plane. However, there's a difference now. He could actively cultivate the elemental warrior to make it grow stronger. It wasn't easy, but he was confident he could achieve that. At the moment, the elemental warrior was on the same stage as himself, and if he failed to cultivate it, he would grow stronger than it. The biggest advantage of elemental warriors was their ability to have a higher cultivation stage as their owners. Luckily, cultivating them wasn't as hard as humans, meaning, as long as he could feed it with top-tier lightning treasures, it would grow pretty fast. This will also help Reynold's cultivation speed. Chapter 1546. Ha ha. Reynold laughed as he slowly floated to the ground. His breakthrough wasn't as eye-catching as Klaus' breakthrough, nor was it near the level of Gray's breakthrough, but it was unique in its own way. With the lightning armor on his body, he looked like a lightning god, which was something that, if seen by others, they would be left awestruck. Unlike Klaus, Reynold didn't really care if others saw his amazing breakthrough or not. All that mattered to him was that he had gotten to the sovereign plane. This was something he needed. They have to sneak into the gnome world, and without all four friends getting to the sovereign plane, they can't carry out the mission. The more time they waste, the quicker the gnomes would try to invade their world. From a few things he has heard over the past months, he knew the activity of necromancers increased lately. The only reason he could think of was the gnomes preparing to enter the human world. Necromancers were the puppets of the gnomes in the human world. Everything they did was to find favor in the eyes of the gnomes, so they would naturally look for ways to please the gnomes, even if it meant granting them access into the human world. I should contact those two. I wonder what they've been up to. Reynold brought out the communication device and tried to reach out to Klaus and Gray. Over the years, they've cut down their communications to only when they need to see. They were all busy with their cultivation and other missions, so it's difficult for them to have long conversations now. To his shock, Klaus and Gray were together. And they were in the southern continent. He didn't ask any questions as he raced there. Reynold just entered the sovereign plane, yet he didn't try to consolidate his realm. His lightning armor appeared on his body, and with the speed of light, he shot through the sky, heading for the nearest teleportation array. Although he's very fast now, he can't appear anywhere he wanted to instantly. Even Gray would find it difficult to do, even with his space element. For now, Gray could travel hundreds of kilometers with a single teleportation, but the Aurora continent was too large. The smallest regions were tens of thousands of kilometers at the very least. There's no way anyone in the sovereign plane could achieve that. Of course, someone on the level of Gray's father might be able to achieve this. Reynold flew past a city that had peak venerables, and before they could even catch a glimpse of him, he was a few kilometers away. He was moving almost 50 kilometers per second. Before anyone with a lower cultivation stage could even sense his presence, he's already long gone. The venerables in the city all came to the sky, but the presence they sensed was disappearing into the horizon. They didn't even get the chance to fully sense the person. An old man looked in the direction Reynold's aura disappeared, a sovereign. That must be a top expert. Another old man shook his head. I sensed someone breaking through a few minutes ago. Could this be the person? A middle-aged man looked in Reynold's direction. I don't think so. The first old man commented, a newly advanced sovereign shouldn't be that fast. What's the point of speaking about sovereigns? Let's all head back to our training, maybe we still have a shot at the sovereign plane. Ha ha, of course. We still have a long time to go, we're definitely going to be able to achieve this. The venerables all discussed the sovereign plane and all went back to their cultivation. These were all people over 100 years old, some of them are even a few hundred years old, but they've been stuck at the peak of the venerable plane. The city Reynold found had a first-stage sovereign overseeing it. When the sovereign sensed Reynold's fast-approaching aura, he knotted his brows and came out, hoping to block Reynold's midway. Reynold halted when he saw the man. He bowed slightly. The man returned the greeting. He might be older, but Reynold was on the same stage as himself. He could even sense pressure from Reynold, which meant that he was stronger. In the world of elementalists, age didn't matter, what garnered respect was strength. As long as one was strong enough, even if they're as young as Gray and his friends, they could stand on equal footing with thousand-year-old masters. I've never seen you before, may I ask the reason for your visit? The man asked, staying vigilant. He stood in a position that showed that he was blocking Reynold's entrance into the city. I'd like to make use of the teleportation array, if Sir allows it. Reynold explained, speaking in a respectful manner. Oh, I see. If that's all, follow me. The man turned around and led Reynold into the city, taking him straight to the teleportation array. Reynold thanked him and used it without hesitation. The man was more than happy to see Reynold leave as soon as possible. He didn't feel comfortable with the presence of someone unfamiliar, especially given his strength. He knew some people who achieve success so early in their lives tend to be proud and occasionally rash. Of course, not all of them, but there are some who would try to take advantage of their superior strength. I wonder which family he's from. He only just broke through, but his aura is already this powerful. The man thought as he looked at the teleportation array. He sensed Reynold's aura and knew he was only just breaking through to the sovereign plane, yet his aura gave the man so much pressure. The young stars keep shining brighter. The man looked at the sky as he remarked. He headed back into his building, disappearing from sight. No one saw Reynold enter and leave the city except the city lord, who was the man who stopped him. Chapter 1547. Reynold was on his way to meet up with Gray and Klaus. Alice was the only one left to break through to the sovereign plane and meet up with the group so they could invade the gnomes' world. Alice's current location was unknown to her friends. Currently, she was traveling a dangerous path. This path is said to be deadly, as there were not only people who would attack those traveling the path, but there were magical beasts, traps, and even naturally formed arrays that could trap people in another dimension. These naturally formed arrays were so dangerous that even people like Gray's father would rather avoid it than doing anything with it. There are some that are so dangerous, it is said they've killed gods in the past. These arrays are not common, but there are a few places that are labeled forbidden zones due to these arrays. Most people would tend to avoid it, but Alice was heading to one of such forbidden zones at the moment. The reason for that was simple: these forbidden zones, due to the lack of human interference, tend to develop amazing treasures that are very good for elementalists of all elements and planes. They attract mercenaries and others. There are also people who camp outside the region to rob those who entered these forbidden zones for the benefits they hold. Alice got to the entrance of the forbidden zone, and she could sense the eerie aura around the place. It was almost as if this was a separate world on its own. If not for the fact that she could tell it was connected to the world she's currently in, she would have believed it was part of another world. This forbidden zone was located in the middle of a canyon, and compared to the normal rocks, it was almost like a forest. Thick trees could be seen, and there was even the sound of flowing water. She looked at the sides. With a soft chuckle, she took the first step and walked in. She could sense the eyes staring at her as she walked into this place. As soon as she entered, her countenance changed. She's been trying to break through to the sovereign plane now, and just like Reynolds, she was missing something. She felt she might be able to find what she's missing here. If not, she'll continue her search until she's successful. Her friends needed her, and she also needed to grow stronger for the upcoming war. Only the strong will have a say over their lives. If she remained weak, she wouldn't even have the right to live. Her entire existence would depend on if the gnomes want to keep her alive or not. This was not something she wanted to have her life in her hands, so even without her friends, she would still strive this hard to get to the sovereign plane. The forest was almost like any regular one, but after a few minutes of walking, she understood why it's different from a regular one and why it's regarded as a forbidden zone. A mist blew past her with the breeze, and the second she inhaled some parts of it, her entire face turned purple. She quickly used the ice ability of the sea light to seal the mist in her body, forcing it out. When she saw the color of the mist, she was dumbfounded. It wasn't any mist. Now that it had been frozen, she saw what it clearly was. It was a small creature. It looked identical to bugs, but it was very tiny that it could blend with the wind as if it were mist. She used the ice to freeze all parts of her body, forcefully expelling the mists to touch her skin. More of these tiny creatures appeared, and she shivered slightly. The reason for this was because she didn't feel any form of discomfort when these things touched her skin, and it was only when she inhaled it that she sensed it. There's a possibility that they might have been able to cause great damage to her body without her noticing early. She was about to continue her journey when she noticed the ground was sinking. Not actually sinking per se, more like something large was coming out of the ground. Without hesitation, she retreated from the area. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she felt her heart skip as goosebumps showed on her body. Without even thinking, she covered her legs with lightning and kicked out. The place her feet landed on, a centipede-like creature came from the ground, trying to grab hold of her, but her kick sent it flying back. It slammed into the ground and vanished into the sand. The part of the ground that was previously sinking returned back to normal. What an ingenious method! She was impressed with the creature's plan. It was a good one actually, it's just that she was quick and had sharp senses. So she was able to stop the creature from succeeding. This is not enough to hold me back. She continued on her journey. It has only been a few minutes, yet she has encountered 2 dangerous situations. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and was able to solve them without having to fight. It's almost as if this place was testing the reaction speed of anyone. If she had reacted slower on the second time, and even the first time, she might have gotten killed by either of the attacks. Alice didn't have any thought of giving up. This was a good opportunity for her, and she wasn't going to retreat in fear. According to the few things she knew about this place, there are some sovereign-level dangers here, and even some rank 8 magical beasts. As long as she avoided those, she would be safe in this dangerous place. Alice was living in danger just to get to the sovereign plane. Her figure soon disappeared into the large forest. Chapter 1548. Southern Continent. Reynolds got to meet up with the duo after a few days. The reason he took so long was due to the duo always being on the move. According to them, they were on the verge of uncovering a secret about the gnomes, so they could wait for him and just directed him to the place they were headed. In a forest. Gray and Klaus could be seen hiding in the trees. Reynolds, on the other hand, was standing on the ground, subtly murmuring about being used as bait. Klaus has always been a better bait. He continued complaining under his voice. He was standing on the path that was in the forest. Before long, a carriage was seen coming his way. He heaved a sigh as he looked at the carriage. He was currently at the side of the path. Seeing the carriage approach, he raised his hand, hoping to stop it. "Please, can you assist me to the next town?" he asked as soon as the carriage stopped. The coachman was a peak venerable. He looked at Reynolds in disgust and said coldly, "Get away from here. I don't have the time to entertain the likes of you. Please, I don't mind riding at the top. I have an intense injury that will make traveling out of here on my own impossible. I've been here for a few days." Klaus begged. The man was about to use the whip on Reynold when a delicate voice came from inside the carriage. "Just take him along, he might be useful." When the coachman heard the word useful, a look of realization appeared on his face as he replied, "Yes, milady." "Thank you." Reynolds bowed in the direction of the carriage and went to sit with the coachman. He didn't try to go to the carriage, which the coachman nodded in approval to. "Interesting, come inside. He doesn't need company, but I do. Staying here alone for long rides is always boring," the soft voice said once again, inviting Reynolds into the place. Reynolds looked at the coachman, as if asking for permission. The coachman nodded and Reynolds came down, heading into the carriage. When he opened the carriage door, he saw a fair hand by the door. "Come in, I don't bite." There was a little hint of amusement in the soft voice. Reynolds knew the person inside was a lady after hearing the coachman refer to her as milady. Reynolds entered and was greeted with the scene of a middle-aged lady, beautiful yet very mature. She had a different kind of beauty that stunned Reynolds. He bowed slightly before sitting opposite the lady. The lady licked her lips and said, "I'm curious as to what injured you. Can you indulge me?" Reynolds thought about it and spoke about his battle with a ferocious wolf. His aura was reduced to that of a second-stage venerable. The lady sitting before him was at the peak of the venerable plane. "I see, such a dangerous situation. Didn't you take any healing tonics with you?" the lady asked. Reynolds shook his head and scratched his chin awkwardly as he explained the reason he didn't, which he found a bit embarrassing. The carriage continued on its path, while Gray and Klaus followed behind from above. "He's good at this. Are you sure he hasn't done something like this when we weren't together?" Klaus couldn't help but speak up about Reynolds' acting. "He might have been taking acting lessons. Besides, you do things like these on a frequent basis," Gray replied as they followed the carriage. "Why don't we just intercept them and force them to tell us the location?" Klaus didn't understand the reason behind Gray wanting them to take such a route. "Simple, from what I found out, they'll die if they try to divulge this information to anyone else," Gray explained. He didn't understand this and wanted to get behind the lady's identity. She looked to be from a respectable family. Well, at least that's what the carriage showed. He didn't know if she was or not. He used the man to gather information from the previous hideout they destroyed, and according to the people, only this lady and the coachman knew of the secret place to meet with the gnomes who were having an important meeting. It was said that occasionally, these gnomes would want a human servant to take back to the gnome world. Gray naturally didn't have any plans of letting these people take Reynolds into the gnome world. He only planned for this so as to try to see if he could gather any information about the woman. He wasn't able to get anything from the hideout. It was almost as if the woman was non-existent and only appears when it's time to meet with the gnomes. He didn't understand this and wanted to get behind the lady's identity. She looked to be from a respectable family. Well, at least that's what the carriage showed. He didn't know if she was or not. So the gnomes still have more secret portals connecting to this region. Klaus frowned. "It's expected. I didn't expect them to tell the necromancers about all their portals." Gray didn't think much about this. They found out about a few portals in this region, but this one wasn't recorded. Since this portal wasn't known by the necromancers except for this lady, it meant that this lady had a closer tie with the gnomes. Gray wanted to gather as much information as he could before dealing with the lady. He wanted to put her under his control before they got there, but he needed to make sure he knew a few things before doing so. Klaus finally understood why Gray opted for this plan. But he didn't think Reynolds would be able to gather enough information about this lady. And from the looks of it, Gray didn't want to ruin the chance of finding out about the lady once he had put her under his control. "We should take Reynolds out of there after some time," Klaus said. Gray didn't think much about it. He felt Reynolds would be fine. Klaus was just worried over nothing. Chapter 1549. Gray and Klaus didn't let the carriage leave their sight. They followed it closely, making sure they were not noticed as they followed it. While they were following the carriage, Reynolds was speaking with the lady, asking her a few personal questions that the lady felt a bit compelled to answer. She has been asking Klaus questions all this while, and now that he started asking questions, she felt it was only right to answer his questions. Not just that, but she felt he was someone that would be offered to the gnomes in a few hours' time and didn't see anything with refusing to tell him a few things. Reynolds didn't ask too much, only asking where she's from and where she's headed. According to her, she's from a mid-level family from the next region and she was headed to meet up with a family friend. Hearing the word family friend, Reynolds could barely believe his ears. He never thought there would be a family that would have such close ties with gnomes. There was also the possibility that the lady was lying, which he strongly believed. But from how she was speaking, it was almost as if she didn't want to lie to him, which he found surprising. According to the lady, this was a task that is only assigned to the most trusted people in her family. After Reynolds was done asking all this, he saw a two-way road and told them he'll drop there. "I'm sorry, but it'll be in your best interest if you followed me to my meeting." The lady didn't agree to Reynolds leaving the carriage. "You just said it's a top-secret meeting. Why would you willingly take a stranger there when even your family members aren't allowed to know where this place is?" Reynolds asked. "Because the people I'm going to visit will like you. Don't worry, they're not going to hurt you." The lady tried to convince Reynolds. "I don't feel comfortable going to such a meeting knowing how important it is to you and your family. Why don't you leave me here and I'll find my way to the city myself?" Reynolds didn't buy the lady's words. There was no way he was going to agree to head there in the first place. He had found out everything he needed and felt there was no reason to stay there. "I insist." The lady's voice was still the same with her expression, but Reynolds could sense the coldness in the carriage. It was almost as if the lady was ready to attack. Reynolds was about to attack when he sensed a familiar suction feeling. He didn't try to fight and went with it. His figure was soon changed with that of Gray. "Hi." Gray appeared with a smile. Before the lady could react, he used the water element to keep her sealed, making sure the coachman didn't sense anything. After doing this, he opened part of the lady's head and placed his palm on her head. His consciousness invaded her head and before long, the lady was under her control. He thought about it, and felt that it was only right to switch places with Reynolds once again so as to ensure he was allowed to leave. He has been taking note of everything happening inside the carriage, hence the reason he acted quickly. He changed places with Reynolds, but kept the lady under his control while taking control of the coachman as well. He didn't want any irregularities. If the lady allowed Reynolds to go, and asked for him later on, there's no way the coachman wouldn't find something odd with it. It didn't take long and Reynolds left the carriage while the duo continued on their journey. They recalled letting Reynolds into the carriage, and Gray did it in a way they'll remember letting him leave as well. This way, there's no way they'll have any problems with it. The trio followed the carriage and after getting to a certain spot in the forest, they saw a hole leading down. It was clear that this was the place of the meeting. "Those critters," Klaus commented when he saw the lady and the coachman entering the hole. They waited a few seconds before entering the place. The hole was small at the entrance, but the moment one goes in, they'll be welcomed by a large and long tunnel. The trio followed the tunnel and got a large hall. In the hall, they saw the lady and the coachman. A few smaller figures were present. Gray didn't need anyone to tell him those figures were that of gnomes. Gnomes had such distinct figures that it was very easy for anyone who has had dealings with them to recognize them from a distance. The trio hid by the side as they listened to the conversation going on. From what the gnomes were saying, they were stepping up their plans of invading the human world due to the phenomenon that happened a while ago. It was clearly that of Grey's apparition appearing in the sky. They didn't want to take the risk of a god-plane elementalist appearing in the Aurora continent and spoiling their plans of making the place theirs, so they felt it was best to attack now. Although the humans were strong, they didn't have as many half-god plane experts as the gnomes, nor did they have as many sovereigns as the gnomes. Additionally, the gnomes had puppets which can make a massive difference in the battle. Grey listened and found out that their conversation focused on them having to find more humans with great space bodies that would be used to hide the presence of the gnomes. Not just that, but Grey got to find out about the location where all humans with space bodies were kept, the gnome world. This was more reason for them to enter the gnome world. Those people need to either be killed or saved. Grey didn't know which would be possible, but he knew he had to take action. Reynolds hoped there would be some action, but Grey didn't agree to it. This was another portal to the gnome world, and the more options they had when entering the gnome world, the better. At the moment, they found 3 portals to the gnome world, and he was sure they'll find more. He would study all of them and pick the one with the least danger. There's no way all the portals would be guarded by top experts. Grey stayed until the meeting was finished and the lady was about to leave. He only left after the lady went out. The gnomes disappeared into the portal as soon as they were done. With the help of the bunny leader's bunny, he inspected the place and realized that this one had a much looser security compared to the others he had seen. In fact, this portal was in the middle of the woods with only a sage plane elementalist keeping watch. Among all the portals, this was the only one that wasn't in a city, which meant it was the best choice to enter the gnome world without being detected. The trio left this place and decided between following the lady back and destroying the next necromancer's hideout. Klaus and Reynolds didn't like snooping around, so they opted for the necromancer's hideout. Since the lady was under Grey's control, he could locate her whenever he wanted to, so he didn't bother with her and followed the duo towards the necromancer's hideout. The trio were fighting with necromancers while Alice was on the border of life and death. She didn't know how many times she had escaped death since she entered this forbidden zone, but she knew her luck had been great. If not, she would have been dead a few days ago from the attacks she received. This place wasn't called a forbidden zone for no reason. The danger here far exceeded what she expected, but it also put her on edge, which was beneficial for her growth. The frequent battles, teetering between life and death, has made her grow exponentially, both physically and mentally. She has encountered a few people here, and has ensured to keep her distance. She didn't want to have anything to do with these people since she didn't know them. And neither did them. They always leave as soon as they see her. Most of them were like her, alone. But there were a few that were in groups. She has ventured deep into the forest and has gotten a pretty good number of items, but none of them has been able to help her break through to the sovereign plane, hence her reluctance to leave this place. At the moment, she is heading towards a place where she sensed a powerful aura. From what she felt, she was certain it was from at least a pseudo-sovereign or a sovereign, and she felt like seeing what caused them to unleash their aura. Chapter 1550. I can't believe these guys are fighting for that. Alice was left dumbfounded by what the magical beasts were fighting over. It was actually for a sea lie. The sea lie isn't alive like hers, rather, it seemed to have died, but from natural causes, else it would have already been consumed by now if it was killed by something or someone. The essence of a lightning elemental sea lie is exactly what she needed for the next step. With it, she was 100% certain she would be able to break through to the sovereign plane. The only downside is that her competitors' strength were superior to her, but it didn't mean she didn't have a shot at it. In fact, she had the best opportunity among them. All she needed to do was wait while the duo battered each other and swoop in while they were at their weakest and steal the treasure. She could either do that, or she could wait and then sneak in while they were busy fighting and snatch the treasure right under their noses. This option posed more danger since the beasts wouldn't be at their weakest and could attack her simultaneously. If both beasts attacked her, she wasn't too confident in her chances of not sustaining serious injuries. Hence, she was going to go for the first option, which was to wait till both beasts were seriously wounded. Of course, there's a chance she's not the only one on the sidelines. The beasts fighting were an armadillo and a fierce jaguar. The jaguar was the one with the lightning element, so naturally it had more use for the Seeley's essence. However, even though the armadillo didn't have the lightning element, it doesn't mean the essence wouldn't be important to it. so there's no way it would let go of such an opportunity. This was a Seelie essence. A Seelie is one of the few things that can make people have the ability to use another element, so magical beasts or even humans wouldn't want to give up such an opportunity. The armadillo had terrifying defense and even its claws were sharp enough to cause damage to the jaguar. But the jaguar had superior agility. After all, it's from the cat family. Its superior agility means that it will be able to dodge most of the armadillo's attacks, but the armadillo has a very strong defense, which meant that breaking through its defense was almost impossible, unless the jaguar can manage to get its underbelly and attack from there. The armadillo knows its shortcomings, so it always ensures that its underbelly is always protected. Whenever the jaguar has tried to flip it over, it has always stood its ground. The jaguar tried to use its superior speed to snatch the Seelie's essence, but the armadillo was always able to block its path. Alice watched as the two beasts battled it out. She was waiting patiently for the opportunity to arise. If she saw a good opportunity, she didn't mind snatching the essence while the duo were locked in battle. At the moment, both were in a stalemate as there was no way for the other to get the advantage over the other. Both beasts were fighting cautiously. They knew there were others watching from the shadows, waiting to take advantage of them. No one wanted to fight in vain and watch someone else take away their treasures, so they were both cautious. 10 minutes went by in the blink of an eye and both beasts were still battling, but not as ferociously as they were at the start. Both hasn't sustained any serious injuries, just some superficial ones. The reason they slowed down was because they noticed the presence of another beast that was on the same level as they were, and this beast was watching the battle, clearly having no intention of joining the fight, only waiting to capitalize once the duo were weak. The jaguar and the armadillo soon stopped battling. Both were quite wary of the newly arrived beast, and they have every right to be. This beast wasn't the strongest, but when it comes to speed, even the lightning jaguar paled in comparison. A lightning hawk doesn't have the attack power of the jaguar, or the defense of the armadillo, but its speed is comparable to none in the area. Of course, its talons and beak were very dangerous and it could easily rip out flesh and pluck out eyes, but taking a single hit from either the armadillo or jaguar would prove deadly to it. So it naturally didn't act in a rash manner. The armadillo and the jaguar paused, both standing on either end of the essence. They would not allow anyone else to take this thing from their hands. At their level, they were very smart, so they wouldn't fight against each other in such a situation. The lightning hawk stepped out and made a screeching sound, as if asking them why they stopped fighting. The jaguar and the armadillo made grunting sounds, but didn't show any visible reactions. The hawk flew into the sky and seemed to vanish into the clouds. Its aura was untraceable. In a second, it appeared like a flash of lightning, a few meters away from the Seelie's essence. The jaguar reacted first, striking out. The attack forced the hawk to take a detour, while the jaguar opened its mouth and tried to swallow the Seelie's essence in one gulp. The armadillo made a move this time, swinging its tail, forcing the jaguar to retreat. All three magical beasts started a brawl, none giving the other a chance to collect the Seelie's essence. Alice watched the battle continue to unfold, not taking any actions. With the presence of the hawk, escaping would become even more difficult. She isn't as fast as the lightning hawk, so she didn't want to take any risk. If she merged with her Seelie, she could boost her strength enough to at least slow down the hawk while escaping, but she'll have to plan everything properly, including her escape and the timing of her going to take the treasure. As she was waiting, she sensed the presence of a few people in the late stages of the Venerable Plane. These Venerables were 8 in numbers, but none of them were at the peak of the Venerable Plane. If they try to make a move, then they're only courting death. This was the thought in Alice's head. 8 late-stage Venerables might be a strong lineup, but against these peak 7th-stage magical beasts whose attack power rivals a pseudo-sovereign, it was suicidal for them to try to engage in any form of battle with them. Especially since all 3 magical beasts might opt for killing all 8 humans rather than fighting against each other. However, to Alice's shock, the group of 8 actually walked out. 2 were in the 9th stage, so they stood together, while the other 6 divided into groups of 3. Their auras merged and their strengths visibly shot up. It was as if all 3 groups turned into peak Venerables with strength close to the pseudo-sovereign stage. Oh, there's also that. Alice forgot there were moves like these. Even her faction has them, but she never learnt them nor did she have any interest to, hence her forgetfulness about it. The three groups knew the three magical beasts would engage them in a battle, so they were already prepared. They quickly started to fight, but they were quickly placed at a disadvantage. All three magical beasts had a superior ability compared to them, so even with the help of their combined strength, there was no way they could fight against them. They were continuously forced back, which was within Alice's expectations, but for some reason, they didn't give up. Rather, they were more ferocious with their attacks, slowly drawing the magical beasts away from the Seelie essence. Alice soon understood something was wrong. These guys were fighting like people who wanted to win. Rather, it was as if they were acting like distractions. Could it be? She looked in another direction and squinted her eyes. An almost non-existent hue left her body, impossible to see with the human eye. The hue spread across the place, and within a short time, it covered the entire area, and she saw more beasts and humans hiding, but among all of them, only one stood out, a peak venerable. She didn't know what element this peak venerable uses, but she was almost certain he was a lightning elementalist. The magical beasts didn't go too far from the Seelie's essence. They knew doing so would give others a chance. There's no one on their level, but they knew there were weaker beasts around, and even some weak humans. They didn't want to give them their treasure, they've been fighting so long for it. The group of three gritted their teeth and forced an opening, with one of them trying to force their way through. This is the end of this video. Thank you guys for listening. Hope you enjoyed and wish you wonderful rest of the day. The silent raptors out.